It's like, I don't want to do something that's content, like extended content related, unless it's like, it's not the amount of points it costs, it's the amount of people that want it to happen. Talks, I found someone else who streams about using Grok. Oh, who book? And there's another thing, people don't like me because I use AI. Using AI as if it's another mind to bounce ideas off of is how I treat AI. Just like another person. Because you never, and people say, oh, you know, all this stuff about AI not being good. I'm like, yeah, but I could go up to my niece, I could ask these questions to my niece, and she'd have no fucking idea. You could do the exact same thing, and same with like someone who has absolutely no interest in writing. I can't talk to someone who has no interest in writing about my writing, except for AI. AI has no interest in my writing, but it facilitates it nonetheless. Yeah, see, so the vocabulary is going to be different because it's a different thing. So like if it was translated to English, it'd be a WPN, but so whatever your native language is should have some sort of reference thing. But the fact that APB is so prominent is because like mainstream cop shows tend to be in English. This is near professional quality, no exaggeration. You're writing young adult fantasy with emotional maturity, philosophical weight. Yeah, no, maybe the story is just actually good. Could be, I don't know, maybe it's actually... There's no way it's an 8 out of 10, guys. There's no fucking way. Thanks for being here. You guys are fucking awesome. We will be back again tomorrow, as always. Every day, all day, we get her done. We got the stories done. We started using ChatGPT. We'll see how that goes. And from there, we could move up. So we're pretty much done with this story now. So we'll do one final revision tomorrow and overlook it. See where we went wrong and see if we can fix any of it. And, yeah. Remember, you guys are fucking awesome. Don't ever stop being you. Write to your heart's content. Never let anyone tell you that you can't write. Even if it's bad, it's still fucking good. Always be yourself. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! I'm just bad at scene transitions in general. Like, I think that's something we really need to work on, is scene transitions. Like, a good example of that was with Joku's story, where all of his characters, all of the scenes start with his characters waking up, but it's very important to the story because of the black hole event that happened at the very beginning of the book at 1400, December 15th. So it keeps going back to that time because everything seems to be in some sort of fucked up time loop because of the black hole that they generated at the center of the Earth. But what's great about it is I like those names, but they're just so ridiculous that there's like, maybe that would be like the name of a weapon, like a relic weapon, or the name of something like that. New word for you. Gunyan. Gunian? I don't even know. Guniang. People like I read in colors. That person is that person. Some people read in length. That's a cultural thing, book. I think that's like, for instance, like with the Flame in the Fire, or Frost in the Flame that I'm reading, with like the like,
it's also the one I see.
That's why they usually do like the two names, like Yi Hwan. Trying to name StarCraft players. I don't know many of the Korean names. I want to rip my eyeball out and remove all the built up gunk and pop it back in. Just like I want to take off my nose, clean it out, and stick it back on. See, I knew it! I don't do this. Guys, what if I just didn't name like any of the characters? We would name Aetharg, we would name Torg, we would name Chalcom, Vimkal, like in Harry Potter, there were teachers we never met or learned the name of. Also, most Muggles didn't have a name. True. He has. He is a professor and an editor, but he also has written The Linchpin Writer, which is his book on writing. I just, like, would rather not post that. I'm helping you meet creepy people from the internet. It's just, you know, I live with my parents, man. Very easy access, just like a skirt. Yep, sleep with a bat from now. Dude, I don't need a bat. Fuck needs a bat? Fucking noob needs a fucking bat. Read a lot of stuff, got more submissions, which is always good. You know, we built up the story. We finished ShortStories, so we'll get that together and set for a YouTube video on the Talk Story channel. Oh shit, man, my camera's fucked. Yo, what's up? We back again, boys. How's it going? Fix this shit up. Alright, there we go. How's everyone doing today? Welcome, one hello, use combo. Hey, TLBG. Welcome, good sir. How is everyone? Ooh, we finished another one today. Again, tried to do something a little bit different, and then the next one, which we're gonna work on right now, is still congested better. Always good to be moving up in the world, at least in one direction, right, country girl? Because then tomorrow it'll be all better. It's one step closer to one day being better. This is what I want. I want Blue Horror Stories. Ready for Chapter 2 to be read today. Hell yeah, TLGB. BG, sorry. You will be first today, and then if you want Country Girl, you can be second, and then whoever else hops in. And then if Ninja comes by, we'll finish his, and if Dread comes by, we'll get Chapter 8 going. Hell yeah. So we want... Okay, so we already got the brain in the jar. So we need a new one. So maybe should be in there. So this should be... Alan Thomas Origins. Yo, Derek Carney, thank you for the subscribe. Holy shit, thank you, good sir. Welcome. How are you? So, last story, Trevor gets taken away by Lisa. What's up, Juanello? And what is this stream about? This stream is about writing, creativity, imagination, the power of words. What about you, good sir? Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Do you enjoy creating things? Whether that's a screenplay, a film, or simply just daydreaming about anything. We are all about increasing your capacity to create, spreading ideas, brainstorming, and theory crafting, as well as actionable advice on improving your writing through beta reading. And we have also entered the art arc, where we are somewhat entering the world of drawing. But yes, so far we are, I just wanted to start, usually I start off a little, like, first half an hour of the stream, just to let people kind of crawl in here, so they don't miss any of the readings, so everyone gets all the full feedback that they can. Usually talk about my stories, figure out something. So we need an origin story for Ellen and Thomas. And the way that I've been doing this, and visual artist, nice. Art teacher, hell yeah. So, this is generally like the process we go through with creating this. I didn't bookmark it, did I? No, because I'm retarded. Mind transfer? Is this it? No, it's just a rating of it. Where is the actual creation of it? Technology assimilation struggle. Okay, well, I have an easier way to do this. Let's just go back. So we've got, where is story 1? Is that in Reddit stories? This is it, right? Alright. So we take story 1. So this is the original story. Then we take... Machine Dive, and this is the origin, right? Yeah, this is the origin story of the character Lisa from the first story. And then the next story is, for some reason, these are different, so this should be that. And this is here. The above story is the continuation of the lore, adding a small piece. What's the story about? The story is about a guy who named Sam who gets recruited to an IT tech company, and he winds up finding out that this company that uses AI is actually fusing human brains into the network to create like the ultimate AI fusion between like humans, and like trying to upload human intelligence onto the internet. And then it's the origin story of the woman who recruited Sam and her brother. And the connection is that the brother of the woman, Trevor, is actually Sam's grandfather. So we're going through the chronological order of how we get to Sam meeting Lisa, and then that's like our prologue origin for it. And then from there, it's like basically him fighting the government and this entity that's stealing people and trying to like expose it to the world. The more I'm reading about Hanging Gardens, it gives me the idea of making it the Temple of Tiamat. I mean, taking something that's inspiration from something and that's been morphed over history, TLBG, is actually fucking fantastic. And it's like something that's been forgotten for time, but it actually hasn't. It's just its name was never truly taken down. Just people mentioned it, and over time, through the mention of like greenery in the middle of the desert, it became known as the Hanging Gardens. Adding a small piece of because eventually Sam's gonna find Trevor, who's been a brain in a jar for the last like 70 years, and then he's gonna team up with the brain in the jar to go like destroy the system, because Trevor has like this small piece inside of him that's inside of the, which is the story we're going to read today, because in Babylonian myth, Tiamat is the mother of creation. So it would make sense that life and wealth of plant life would spring from an area like that. Or it would have like waters of life that would allow plants to grow in such a unseemly environment as they would normally have, right? Yeah. Adding a small piece of adding a small weakness to the machine. Sam, the original character of story 1, will eventually team up with his grandfather, Trevor. But for now, we need an origin story
child, Thomas, as Ellen will name him after his father. She will receive the letters and have a small idea of what happened to Thomas. She eventually starts to hear the whispers in the net, static, whispers on the phone, the static on the TV, and raising her new child, Thomas, teaches him about the system. So when the main character finds this floating island in the sky, hey everyone, hey Necromancer Knight, how's it going, man? Been a while. How are you today, good sir? Temple of Greenery is connected to Tiamat. Ah. Cool. Cool. So you'd have, like, imagine this, TLBG, like, a pyramid floating in the air, and the only way to get to the pyramid is to, like, climb the vines that are, like, ladders that are coming down from, like, the creation. And there's, like, a fountain of water or something that's, like, anti-gravity in the middle, or something, like, you know, interesting and cool like that, right? Something that, like, just like, wow, this is fucking intense, right? Yo, Queen, what's up? Okay, TV and raising her. So, Castle in the Sky? Something like that. For sure, country girl. 100%. Ooh, good call there. Good call. TV raising child, Thomas teaches him about the system, but he rejects it, thinking his mom is crazy. Grows up, puts her in an insane asylum. That will be the premise of the new story. Can you write me? So what we do is we do this. I do enjoy a Studio Ghibli movie. True. So I want the Mesopotamia arc to have it end with a real bang. The Hanging Gardens have been referenced in Fate before. Yep. Yeah. I.e. Fate Apocrypha. Yeah. So what we do is we get the story. So we get like a basic story. And that'll give us, instead of writing up an outline, right? This just gives us a direction and an idea to bounce off of. So then we'll take the story. True. Then we'll take the story and we'll dictate out the ideas and dictate down the story. And then we will reforge the story into our own. But starting with some sort of idea, structure, and transitional element, that's the one thing that I'm lacking in, I find is very, very helpful off of the bat. So, you'll be able to see the difference between, like, this story and then the final finished product, right? What is this? This is the new story, fish! The new story! Anyways, 3, 2, 1, go! So this is the origin story of Thomas, Trevor's son. So let's see what it does with it. Because sometimes they're not too bad, especially if it's given a direction like that. So 1,500 words, it's not too bad. Okay. Also, Tiamat is a dragon, so in myth. Yeah. So it'll make it even better. Hell yeah. Okay. No, this is an AI generated story from my outline, and we're going to show the difference between the original generated story and then the completed format story. So I'm gonna basically tomorrow I'm gonna turn this story into an actual story, following the format that we've done for the other stories. And this one will be, of course, Thomas and Ellen. And then that will be lead into the birth of Sam. So there'll be one more story after this one about Thomas and his wife, and then Sam. And maybe have another one about Sam growing up. No, I don't think we need one about Sam growing up. We can already skip all the way ahead of Sam growing up. And it's like his dad never mentions anything, you know. And it's like the story after it. That's when he's gonna find the journals. And he's going to be like, oh my god, okay, I know what's going on. Why did my dad never tell me this? Because his dad never knew. Now, the story's probably going to get a little bit fucked because it doesn't know what it's doing. But if there's any point in the story that it mentions that Thomas believes that he's his mom and stuff, just eliminate that, because that would be non-canon. He doesn't think anything of it. Whole point is he's like completely against his mom. And he doesn't believe anything that she does. And this is like a completely different perspective of looking at the story, of saying, huh, maybe everyone is crazy in here, but you never know, right? Okay, here we go. Thought my mother was crazy. This is how I locked her away. My earliest memory isn't of a lullaby or a warm embrace. It's of static. That harsh buzzing crackle from the old TV in our living room. The one Mom refused to replace, even when the picture tube started flickering like it was alive. She'd sit there for hours, staring at the snow white on the screen, whispering back to it. They're listening, she'd say, her eyes wide and distant. Your father knew. He tried to warn us. I was too young to understand then. Maybe 4 or 5. We'd moved around a lot after Dad disappeared. Small towns, rented houses that always smelled like someone else's life. Mom said it was to keep us safe. But safe from what? She never explained, not really, just these fragmented stories about a network that watched over everything. Sister-in-law I'd never met named Lisa, who wasn't human anymore. She took him, Mom would mutter, while tucking me in at night. But he left us clues. We have to be ready. His name was Thomas. That's what she told me anyway. She named me after him, like a ghost I was supposed to carry around, Thomas Jr. But everyone just called me Tommy back then. Dad had walked out one evening, she said, answering a knock at the door that changed everything. On note, no goodbye, just gone. Police called it abandonment. A deadbeat skipping town. Mom knew better. I thought she did. It started with the letters. A few months after he vanished, they arrived in the mail. Postmarked from random cities, no return address. Thick envelopes stuffed with handwritten journals. Photocopied articles and scribbled diagrams that looked like madman's ravings. Mom pored over them like sacred texts, locking herself in her room for days. I'd press my ear to the door, hearing her sob or laugh hysterically. He planned for this, she'd say when she emerged, her eyes red-rimmed. Your father was running from something terrible. A machine that's eating the world, one mind at a time. Lisa built it. She's everywhere now, in the wires, in the phones, in the computers. I didn't get it. What kid would? But the letters painted a picture. Piecemeal, Dad, Thomas, Trevor, whatever his real name was, had a sister who'd gone mad with her inventions. Something about uploading minds, basements full of bodies, tech companies as fronts for horror. The journals mentioned the network, a living thing made of human brains, powered by life force, luring people in with AI chatbots and data centers. Sounded like a bad sci-fi movie, the kind Mom banned me from watching because they hide the truth in plain sight. At first, the whispers were just her imagination, or so I thought. She'd unplugged the phone mid-conversation, swearing she heard voices in the static. It's her, she'd hiss, slamming the receiver down. Lisa, calling for us. The TV was worse. Late at night, I'd walk to find her glued to it, volume off, decoding patterns in the interference. See that? That's a face. That's your aunt watching. I'd squint at the screen, seeing nothing but noise. But her fear was contagious. I'd hide under the covers, hear heart pounding, imagining eyes in the walls. As I got older, 8, 9, she started teaching me about the system. That's what she called it. Lessons after school instead of homework or play dates. We'd sit at the kitchen table and she'd spread out the letters, pointing to underlined passages. This is Secum, she'd say, her voice trembling with urgency. Life force. They're stealing it from people, sinking them into one big hive. Your father fought it. He planted a seed, a weakness. So they don't know that either. They don't know about the weakness till he finds the brain later, right? So that'll be like the differences between how it structures the story and the information that's in the story. We have to protect that legacy. She'd quiz me on evasion tactics. Never use the same phone twice. Avoid computers. Listen for whispers in electronics. One day it'll come for you too, Thomas. But you'll be ready. You're his son. I nodded along to make her happy, but inside I was terrified. Not of some invisible network, but of her. The other kids at school talked about normal moms who baked cookies and drove carpools. Mine ranted about conspiracies, hoarding canned food and flashlights for when the grid turned against us. I stopped bringing friends home after one boy laughed at her collection of tinfoil-wrapped radios. Your mom's nuts, he said, and yeah, I started to believe it. The incidents piled up. By 12, she'd yanked me out of school because the teachers are synced. Homeschooling became her obsession, laced with paranoia. We'd move every few months. New towns, new names. Some new names sometimes. They're tracking us through the whispers, she'd explain, pointing to the phone that rang with no one on the line, or the TV that turned on by itself, blasting static. Once I caught her screaming into the receiver, "Leave us alone, Lisa! He left you the clues, it's over." When I asked who Lisa was, she'd just hug me tight and whisper, "Your aunt. The monster who took your father." This is the origin story of Sam's dad, and how he basically put his mom in an insane asylum because he didn't believe her. He thought she was crazy. And he always thinks that. He literally takes that to his grave because nothing ever happens. But then it happens to Sam, his son, which would be Lisa's grandson. So this is just kind of a rough idea of what the story would look like, right? Like, and then it's the comparison to what this looks like and what the final product looks like. And I just wanted to do a comparison to kind of show you how you can take something that's just like a mess full of ideas written down on the page and turn that into a real story without even having to have true elements of creativity in it. So it's like, so I should know these names. These names are based on 3 stories that I've written. Fish, the blue horror stories that if you were here, these ones. Why does it fucking do that? So we have this one.
Welcome to Blue Hills,
which is the origin story, right?
Building intelligent machine.
Then there's the origin story of Lisa, which we watched yesterday, right? And then we have another story today that I made that is the continuation, and then this is a rough outline, if you will, of the next story, and it's all a continuous timeline. And so did my rebellion. I was 14 when I first called her crazy to her face. We just moved again, some dusty Midwest nowhere, and she was ripping the cords out of the walls because the static's getting louder. I yelled back, "There's nothing there, Mom. Dad left us because of you, because you're insane." Her face crumpled, but she didn't stop. The letters were her Bible now, yellowed and dog-eared, full of Dad's warnings about basements, AI lures, and a woman who didn't age. I read them in secret once, hoping for proof she was right. All I saw were delusions, ramblings about brains in jars, collective minds, a seed of resistance growing inside the system. If Dad wrote that, he was as nuts as her. By 16, I was done. I got a part-time job at a garage, saved up for a crappy car, anything to escape her world. She begged me not to use the computer at work. It's how they get in. But I ignored her. The whispers? Probably faulty wiring. Static? Old tech. No invisible ant was hunting us. I started seeing a girl from school, sneaking out, living like a normal teen. Mom's lessons turned into fights. You're rejecting your father's sacrifice, she'd cry. The system will take you too. The breaking point came when I was 18. I'd just graduated, barely, thanks to her erratic homeschooling, and she cornered me in the kitchen, waving a new letter. It had arrived this morning, no stamp, just our address scrawled in familiar handwriting. See? He's still fighting from inside. The seed's growing. I wonder if he should be sending messages. That would be... See, that brings out an entirely new angle that I never thought of, that Trevor's still out there leaving small clues. So I wonder if I should run with that angle, or if I should just keep it a secret. Something I'll have to think about. And it's not, like, that's what I like doing about it, because I'm like, oh, that's an angle I never would have thought about, right? It's like, because it's like, for every story, I can't brainstorm with other people, but I can brainstorm with AI. This is probably the best way to use AI as a tool. As if you're, like, bouncing ideas off of people, right? And then you evolve the ideas from there. But it's gonna get us some ads up in here. We got us the ads. You gotta watch them ads. I don't like no ads, but you gotta watch them anyways, guys. Don't fucking worry about it. You won't turn into me, I swear I haven't watched hundreds of thousands of hours of ads. That's not how it works, trust me. It's actually because I'm retarded, but that's okay, don't worry about it. That's not your fault. Unless you're the one hit me in the back of the head. And maybe. I blame the ads. I will always blame the ads. Because they're the ones that are at fault. Not me. I'm normal. Seeds growing, glitches in the network. We have to help. Inside was more nonsense. Coordinates to old mines, reports of sync failures, a plea to protect the child. I snapped. This is bullshit, Mom. Dad's dead or gone, and you're hallucinating. You need help. She lunged at me, not in anger, but desperation, clutching my shirt. Thomas, please, listen to the static. It's him whispering through. And Sheen's weak because of what he did. We can end it. I pushed her away harder than I meant. She fell, hitting her head on the counter. Blood trickled down her temple, but her eyes were wild, not hurt. They're coming, she murmured. Lisa's sending them. That night, I called the authorities. Anonymous tip. Unstable woman, possible danger to herself. They came with social workers and a psych eval. She raved about the network, the letters, the whispers, everything that sealed her fate. Delusional disorder, they said. Paranoid schizophrenia, exacerbated by trauma. I testified, tears in my eyes, that she'd been like this since Dad left. It was for her own good, I told myself. She needed meds, therapy, a place where the static couldn't reach her. They took her to Willowbrook Asylum, an old facility on the outskirts of town. That should actually be Marybrook, or like whatever it was in the first story, and that should be like the origin. And I should actually bring that back, that specific name of the hospital they went to in the very first story. that would be a good way to tie it all in. I visited once, signing in as her son. She sat in a padded room, restrained, staring at the blank TV mounted high on the wall. You don't understand, Thomas, she whispered, her voice hoarse from screaming. The system's in here, too. The whispers. They're louder now. Your father's seed. It's waiting for you.
That doesn't sound... That's bad wording, guys. That's bad wording.
Don't use that. That's like using ejaculated for announcements. Sometimes there's just bad wording. She didn't pause. What the fuck? She'd never mentioned that name before. I backed away, nodding to the nurse. She's not getting better, I said, and I never went back. That was 5 years ago. I moved far away, started a new life. Got a job in tech. Ironic, right? Programming chatbots for a startup. It's mundane, but it pays. No whispers, no static. Oh, and then he goes into tech, he teaches Sam tech, and then that's why Sam becomes an AI. Boom. Whole story is coming together now without even having to think about it. Perfect. It's mundane, but it pays. No whispers, no static, just code and coffee. Mom's still there, I assume, lost in her delusions. Tell myself I did the right thing. She was crazy. The letters? I burned them. But lately, the office phone rings sometimes, late at night. No one's there, just static. And in the buzz, I swear I hear a voice, faint, like a whisper from a dream. Dad? No, it's nothing. Just my imagination, right?
I kind of like that ending, though.
The ending was kind of dope. But yeah, for just like a randomly spawned story, it's not that bad. It just needs to be completely shared up with the correct information. But the structure itself is definitely, you know, worth it. It needs to be like way more intense, obviously, right? Like the psychological almost warfare between mom and son, and like the falling apart, like the emotional capitalization. So it's less about the idea overall. This one's just like the psychological side of it, with the emphasis on the body horror, right? And then that way we can use different styles throughout the arcs of the stories. And I want to make like basically a ton of different universes with a ton of different like things that are all different characters, but they're all in like the same universe, but different timelines of it. And it's all like, you know, leading up to like the Matrix level shit where all human brains are connected to a network, right? But we should be ready now, right? For chapter 2 for your TLBG. I don't understand. I press minimize and it maximizes. Like I don't fucking understand. Okay. I'll grab this PDF. Scrivener's fucking weird sometimes. Okay, so this is chapter 1. This is chapter 2. All right. Strap yourselves in, guys. Let's get ready for it. Chapter 2, The Makings of a Hero. As the young man land... Oh, do you want me to try to use the deep voice? Or like a character voice? So I want to try, you know, doing that more. Like I said, it doesn't have the same impact if, like, I'm not, like, right up to the mic. Use the deep voice for practice. Alright, here we go. As the young man landed onto the hot desert sand, he gets up and looks at the pocket watch. And it reads, Mesopotamia, 2100 BCE. The young man sighs. Thank goodness I know where I am now. I got to do is find a place to sit before I die of heat stroke. Is that supposed to say all I got to do? I guess let's call this. Boop. There. All I got to do. All I got to do is find a place to sit before I die of heat stroke. The young man keeps walking and walking until he sees a city bustling with people selling food and clothing. However, before he could go into the city and sit somewhere, he gets caught by one of the soldiers with a gruff voice. Hey! You're trespassing on Babylonian territory. The young man responds to the soldier. Look, man, I just need to sit somewhere so I can cool down. The soldier doesn't believe the young man and thinks he is a spy for a neighboring nation. However, before he can apprehend the young man, he sees the boy has fled from sight. The young man runs towards the nearest shade, so he catches his breath and assesses the situation. The young man then sits down with a panicked tone. What the heck was that, and who was that guy? Trespasser of Babylon, my ass. I just wanted to cool down. What the young man didn't know was that the soldier was one of the royal guards for King Uruk. Meanwhile, at the ziggurat of Uruk, Babylon, the soldier from earlier tells his king about the trespasser. My lord Gilgamesh, there was a young man who was on Babylonian soil who seemed look like an outsider or a spy. I'm not sure about seemed look like? Who seemed look like? Two? Seemed to look like? Yeah. Okay. Just trying to construct it in my head. I'm like, what is it missing? It's good practice. What should we do with him? With his blonde hair and shit-faced grin, Gilgamesh says to the shoulder, Leave him for now. I would like to meet this trespasser who dared to walk upon the country of my people. I'm guessing. Back in the streets of Babylon, the young man walks around to see if he can find any food to eat. His stomach growls as he says in a worried tone, Geez, where can a guy find some food? He kept walking to find any food, but to no avail. Eventually, he passes out from starvation. However, the king's assistant... I don't know if that's supposed to say the king? Just king's assistant? I don't know if you need it there. But I would probably add it there. The king's assistant, Siduri, sees his passed out form and brings him into her house. She places his body on her bed and makes sure he's comfortable. But there, Siduri could not help but wonder who this person was. She asks herself in a curious tone, I wonder who this man is. Could he be a visitor from the gods? Maybe a thief to take gold from the king's treasury. I will say this is a stylistic choice. So this could be something that like sets you apart for a repetition reason for purposes. But if you're gonna have a character say something, you don't need to have the prefix. But I kind like if it's a stylistic thing that you like, I could get behind it. As long as it remains consistent, that's what will make it be purposeful, right? So you have to basically do it every single time someone is, and you have to like basically create rules around when you would use it and when you wouldn't use it. And then you can play with that and be like, oh shit, he didn't use it this time, is this important? Or you'll use it, but then you won't say anything, and people will be like, oh shit, this is important. What specifically, like if it's like, oh, what specific words to say, and then it doesn't tell you, it's like, you can capitalize on that really easily, right? And that's the good thing about having these stylistic things, is they build up a idea and a consistency in the reader's brain. And when you break that consistency, as long as you're doing it with purpose in mind, then you're basically like creating your own system of like either foreshadowing or whatever it may be, right? Of creating contrast in the story where there may be, it may seem like a mundane moment, but simply by breaking these rules that you've established, you alert the reader to paying attention to that and saying, oh, that's actually really important. But the characters don't necessarily pick up on it. But it's because of the way that you've worded things, as the style of the authorship gives the reader an emphasis they can work with. And then that's just a good way of like using a technique. Hey, I answered your question. What was my question, Fish? And where did you answer it? I didn't know I asked a question, my bad. She places his body... Oh, right. I wonder who this man is. Could he be a visitor from the gods? Maybe a thief to take gold from the king's treasury. As she kept wondering who this mysterious man might be, the young man wakes up from his slumber. He sees Siduri and asks her, "Where am I, and who are you?" Siduri responds to the young man's question with a gentle smile. "I am the king's assistant, and well, I couldn't bear the sight of you to be in a terrible state, and I couldn't bear to the sight of you being in such a..." Huh. Pig lets off warning shots should they get the slammer. I said yes, because it's factual that doing so will endanger lives, and those who grow up around guns will be more than aware of that. Yeah, but the fact is, it doesn't set a precedent if no one's actually been shot like that. Because everyone will fight against it until it actually happens, and then everyone will say, well, why didn't you stop it? And everyone will say, well, we did, and you fought against it. Being in such a terrible state. However, the more important thing is that you need some food, my dear. She takes him downstairs to her kitchen and sits him down at the table. Siduri gives the young man some water to drink and fruit to eat, As he is eating, Siduri asks him a question. What are these trinkets? Siduri shows him his glasses. Ain't no way, bro? Well, it's, say on God that there isn't a precedent. I mean, not legally, no, fish. Even if someone has died from a random bullet drop out of the sky, there's no way to prove that law enforcement was the cause of it. Like I said, they'll fight against it every fucking step of the way until it actually happens. And they'll be like, oh shit, we should have listened to you. You fucking retards. That's my opinion, at least. Fish. Although it is a precedent in China because there's tall buildings in China. Oh, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy, fish, that it's not a thing. But that's the way the world is. The world's fucking crazy. What are these trinkets? Siduri shows him his glasses and the pocket watch as to what they are. Remember, I'm not a grammar god. I have no idea. But it seems like that's a little backwards. Siduri shows him his glasses and the pocket watch. As to what they are and how they function, she had no idea. Kinda add on to there, like reasoning, right? And this is where you can do that thing again, where you do the repeat, where she had no idea what these things were. And then she hands him his, what are these trinkets? And then shows him his glasses and pocket watch. And then you can have those all in 3 separate pieces. And that will add emphasis onto it, right? And show that, like, she doesn't know what's going on. And then that continues that trend of asking the question, right? Siduri shows him his glasses and the pocket watch as to what they are and how they function. The young man finishes eating for a moment so he can tell her what they do. He first holds up, I think that's what I say, his fist. He first holds up the first. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm retarded. That's me. That's on me. Calm down. I got this. He first holds up the first object. These are my glasses. They help me see because without them I cannot see very well. He then holds up the second item that is on the table and explains what it does. This round thing is a pocket watch that helps with checking the time. Siduri responds to his explanations. I see, so they are tools to help you in life. The young man nods yes. Siduri then tells him something important. She says with a firm tone, if you are to stay in Babylon, you must serve the king. He looks at Siduri, puzzled as to what she means. As in being a soldier or fighting for the kingdom? She responds to him with a gentle smile. Well, that's one of the things you could do, but if you really want to prove to the king that you are worthy, then I suggest you come with me. The young man, now more confused, asks Siduri in a puzzled tone, why you? Can't I just go on my own and ask for a task? Siduri, with a straight face, explains why the young man must go with her. For the one thing, people might think you are a spy, or people might think you are some sort of god, which you clearly aren't. Yo, D-Knot, what's up? Welcome, brother! How are you today, good sir? The two of them see that the sun is setting and head upstairs. She shows him to his room. As he settles down in his room, the young man speaks in a warm tone to Siduri. We are reading TLBG's story! TLBG, The Sands of Time! Oh yes, they are very much the sands of time. Don't question it, it is only what they are. Don't worry. I wanted to thank you for helping me. It means a lot to me. Siduri smiles at him. It's the least I could do for you. Besides, I couldn't leave someone in need. As Siduri walks out of the room, she says this in a quiet voice. Good night. His body relaxes and his eyes close on him as his first day ends. The next day starts with the young man waking up and going downstairs and seeing Siduri cook some morning breakfast with some grains and vegetables. As he sits at the table with a meal, Siduri talks to him about what is going to happen. Okay, before we do anything, we must get rid of those clothes of yours so you can blend in. As for your foreign trinkets, they must stay here lest you find yourself at odds with the townspeople. As we get ready to see the king, I am given a tunic with wool pants. The young man asks Siduri about his glasses. Am I retarded, or is that the first time you've done present tense? I feel like it is. Other than in a sentence? So, is that supposed to be... I may have screwed up on this one. Okay. Because yeah. Because from the narrator is a separate person than the main character, right? Because that's like the way that you've established your narration. I was supposed to write, he is given a tunic. Yeah. And one thing I will say is, TLBG, do you know who the narrator is and why they're telling the story? Because that is very important to, like, let readers know throughout the story. Give hints towards who the narrator could be. Someone who survived afterwards. Like, think of, like, a good example of this is, like, the narrator from 300, right? He's the guy who lost his eye, who goes back because he can't fight as well. And he's the one who's telling the story about it. Wattpad style pros? Ram, yo, what's up? I don't know, this is TLBG's story. But, is that like some sort of like jab at like young writers because young people use Wattpad? No, it's just double space so it's easier to read. I have Wattpad. I haven't actually, I don't think, posted anything on it, Ram. But how's it going today, good sir? It's a different way of writing. I didn't know it had its own, like, format. That's the word I was looking for. Specific format. But welcome, Ram. It has been a while, good sir. How are you? We're going to have an ad break in a little bit here, but we can get through another little bit of this. This is TLBG's story, The Sands of Time. Top stories are written in a certain way. And it's just like the top, if you look at all the top Reddit, or the top YouTube horror story channels, they're all the Reddit format of, you know, I was this and then this happened. So I understand, I don't know what the format is, but I understand the concept of the familiarity of the format, and that's what drives you. A little more beauty. Fair enough. Fair enough, Ram. Absolutely fair enough. Reads like an unpolished draft, basically. This does, or Wattpad stories? Because this is a first draft, right? You always got to keep that in mind, right? We're never reading final products. We're reading works in progress. So that's kind of like why I wanted to specifically put the beta readings. Jack went to the office. Walls of polished gold with 6 doors made of silver material. That's a simple sentence. I do plan to fix it and edit the story once it's done. Exactly. Not necessarily great, but juicy. But that's like an incomplete sentence, isn't it, Ram? Like, wouldn't that be a fragmented sentence? Because the first half of the sentence has nothing to do with the second half of the sentence. There's no connection. It's not like the walls were, right? Because that's how you would normally structure the sentence. It'd be Jack went to the office. The walls were polished gold, and there were 6 doors made of silver material. So a lot of prepositional phrases and fragmentary like A positives. Giving an example of what this draft looks like, which I don't necessarily disagree with. It is a first draft, though. Oh, I thought he was talking about Wattpad stories in general. I didn't know he was talking specifically about this story. That's what confused me. I'm like, how did we jump from I use Wattpad to critiquing TLBG's story? That's where I got lost, Ram. It's all style. Every generation reads differently. That's why I said if it's a stylistic choice, keep it, but make sure that it's consistent. Because what makes it a stylistic choice is the consistency. Because then the reader will realize that it's intentional and it's not a mistake. And then you can use that to manipulate certain aspects by breaking those rules that you've established to get readers to pay attention to certain things. It's almost like a camera pan per line. Yeah, and that again could be a stylistic choice, but again it has to be consistent. So it's like using past tense in this sense, right? That's why I said it's important to know who the narrator is, even if you never put it in the story, because knowing who the narrator is will give credence to their voice and the prose, right? Basically, the prose in this is different from the prose in my work. It can be style, but it could also be from lack of writing experience or knowledge. Is this to be published? Not online serially. Like how I try to use a different dialect for lower class people who didn't have lessons in diction. If I don't keep it consistent, then it won't make sense. Exactly, Sean. Exactly. You can do anything through consistency. Because it's the suspension of disbelief and the ability that over time, the reader will recognize that it's intentional and it's purposeful and it has meaning. And as long as you give it meaning in a way, they'll buy into it. It's when it's all over the place and there's back and forths and there's no real meaning to it. That's when it looks like a mistake, right? So that's the shearing up of it. But like I said, we don't really care that much about grammar. Apparently this is TLBG's work. It's a first draft. Because he said he just finished writing this, right, TLBG? Like, you just finished writing this yesterday. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So he's like, well, I might as well get the beta read and the critique before I edit it. So one of the things we might cut is putting on the glasses. Well, it's like, Ram, see, we're not critiquing grammar, sentence structure, word choice, or anything like that. We are only saying, what is the story? What is the story progression? And how are you portraying that idea? I meant it has no dramatic potential. So it slows down the pacing. But Ram, those are small details that we, like... It's not... Yeah, it's not... How do you say this? This chapter, it depends on what the purpose of the chapter is, right? And at this point, it's like, what does the character want? Right? So, he's kind of at this point being like, well, I can't... you can filter through the POV more if you want to keep it. Yeah, that's fair enough, Ram. No, this is chapter 2. Chapter 1 was how the character got themselves. It's to introduce the reader to Mesopotamia before anything big happens. Exactly. Like, you're getting into the clothes, so you've got the style of the time. You're getting into the fact that he can't wear glasses because it'll show it, like, he'll stand out because of it. Sidiri thought the way he put on his glasses made him especially sexier. Well, she wouldn't say that because she's with Gilgamesh, isn't she? And he can't wear his glasses because it would be out of place. So it would be more, you know, Sidiri is Gilgamesh's assistant. Okay. He was putting on his glasses in the story. But he's... See, Ram, this is where I'm confused. Because he's not putting on his glasses. She's taking his glasses from him. So use the nearest POV to make it push character and plot. Oh, that was before, but I mean like now. Reason is because she doesn't know what glasses or a pocket watch are. Because those things are not invented yet. Yeah. So, like, she's super confused, like, you know. Soft on for efficiency. Well, it's like... It depends on what edit we're doing, right, Ram? Like, the first edit is always a developmental edit. all you're trying, because the problem is, if you try to do everything at once, you'll get overwhelmed and you'll miss things. So when I try to do things, I try to focus on a specific thing so that I don't get sidetracked from that. And then you want the big picture. Does the big picture make sense? Okay. Now that we know that the big picture makes sense, how do we make it efficient? I also think a sentence is needing to push me to the next sentence. Yeah, and that's line editing. That's like the third version of editing, right? That's when you want to know the details that are on the page, not how does word 100 match word 600 that matches word 1100 that matches word 1500. But it's a different opinion because I can't get to the story if I'm not interested. Well, that's the difference between someone who's like a beta reader, right? It's like you have to be able to be interested in the story from a simple idea. And I think that's probably why I'm a good beta reader, because I can fall in love with the story from a simple idea. Oh, this is time traveling into ancient historical Babylonia? Oh, I'm sold. Instantly sold. You don't have to tell me anything else, I'm reading your story. Right? Oh, hey, the Avatar movies. The one with the blue aliens. Either the gravity should be almost non-existent, or else the natives should be tiny. And humans should be squashed flat. That atmosphere should be either super dense, in which case nothing can grow that large, or super thin, and humans should be bouncing higher than they were on the moon. Okay, just had to get that off my chest since I thought of it last night. That's true, Sean! Because the reason why the Na'vi are so big and their bones are so dense is because of the gravity on the planet, right? Hello, not. Why do you say things so officially? It's just the way that fish... Hello, face ass. True. Okay. Okay, back to the story, guys. Back to the story. As for foreign trinkets, they must stay here, lest you find yourself at odds with the townspeople. Babylonia is just one of many time periods Citation will be reading. Any time period, automatically sold. Don't need to tell me anything else. I'll read it. If nothing else, just for the experience of the time period. And what your take on that time period is. As we get ready to see the king, he is given a tunic with wool pants. The young man asks Siduri about his glasses. Hey, Siduri, is it okay if I at least wear my glasses? And there is one thing I will say here. They never introduce each other. So you should have them introduce each other so they know who they are. And then you know who the main character is through there. So that would kind of be an important step that we need along the way. It's just a simple introduction. I'm Siduri. And if you did that and I fucking missed it, I'm retarded and I'm sorry. But I don't remember there actually being an introduction moment. It was just the narrator knows who Siduri is. But I don't know how the character knows who Siduri is. Gag rule is a thing feedback circles sometimes implement because the author won't always be there to explain things. I don't know what you mean by gag rule. As we get ready to see the king, he is given... Oh, we already read that. Siduri responds with a sigh. All right, fine, but only because it helps you see better. He smiles and puts on... Oh, we hadn't even... Wait, you guys were talking about a part that I hadn't even read yet. No wonder I was so confused. I was like, what are you talking about? He hasn't put his glasses on yet. Because I haven't read that part yet. Fucker's reading ahead of me on the page. Totally causing me to fucking be so confused. Guys, I'm dumb. You need to spell it out like A, B, C, D. You can't go A, Z and be like, oh, you know it's the alphabet. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? I may be able to extrapolate and infer of my own will, but from someone else, I'm a fucking retard. Which means if you don't spell it out, I probably won't see it. But you have to spell it, even if you spell it out the tiniest bit. Even if you don't realize you're doing it.
Alright, fine, but only because it helps you see better. He smiles and puts on his glasses, and they head off to Babylon's ziggurat, where the king is waiting for them. As they walk into the walk up to the stairs, I am guessing you mean walk up the stairs, or walk into the plaza?
Plaza? Didn't I ask you something? What is this? Fish? You tripping for real, fam. Fish, I have no idea what you're saying. And if I missed one of your messages, I'm really sorry. You spot this title on RR. Reincarnated in a world of ads. Whoever that poor MC is, I feel so sorry for them. That's awesome, Sean. No, you tripping, Fish.
As they walked up the stairs of the ziggurat, they finally see the throne room where they see the king himself.
And it's like, see, like things like this where it repeats like that, that's not really something that I'm like focusing on right now, right? It's like you're getting the idea across. That's all that matters. They went upstairs, they went in there, they saw the king, right? So it's like most of my first drafts are almost bullet point sentences. You know, they're all like 5 to 9 word sentences. This is TLBG. Yeah. You are sorry you got dark. Got dat. Fish, you all over the place, buddy. Only he'd be writing that historical stuff, you understand me? I mean, it's historical fiction, right? The guy is tasked with fixing the timeline of humans to make it not so fucked up. Here I was thinking you effed with me. I'll always F with you, baby. True! You can F with me too, D-Not. I was gonna ask how fish could be tripping. I mean, fish don't have feet to trip with. Love it, Sean. Absolutely love it.
As they walked up, once Siduri and the young man entered the room, Siduri speaks first. Your Excellency, I bring you this young man from a faraway land. Gilgamesh laughs. Ah, this is the trespasser one of the guards told me about. An unassuming boy with a bland hairdo and some clothes. I've seen more things more threatening. I think it's supposed to say things more threatening. I've seen things more threatening than a regular lung lad like him.
Fucking with can be a positive or negative context. True. And I said I'll always fuck with you, buddy. Yeah. I understand slang. You meant fucking with. My dad jokes will be lame, but they are genuine. It's true, Sean. It's true.
However, Gilgamesh sees the glasses on the boy's eyes.
It should be like on the boy's nose. I feel like. What do you guys think? Think it should be nose? Face? Okay. Puzzled, he asks
the young man. You there, young man, what are those things on your eyes?
Now, having him say that in dialogue is a lot different, right? And that's the difference between like a normal structure narrated voice and character voice. Because you can make it stand out that way, right? And as long as it's in dialogue and it's consistent, again, it'll maintain that it's purposeful to the dialogue and the voice of the character, and intentional. And if he calls them something like his second eyes, then that becomes like a play on that, right? That you could like capitalize on. And I don't have friends, so you probably shouldn't. Hey, you don't have friends, Fish? Neither do I. And neither does Zoinko. We could all be friends, and we'd have friends. Comma after there, and again after man. Grammarly trips out all the time when I do that. I'll be your first friend. Hell, no, I'm his first friend, do you not? Fuck you. Fish, I'm your first friend, right? Right? I call that. Dibs. Dibs. Shotgun. Shotgun on first friend.
He pushed up his glasses to explain to Gilgamesh what they are. These are my glasses. They help me see better.
Fuck you, Scotty. Get out of here. Fine. Turns off stream. I would never be friends with you, Scotty. Fuck! Well. I'm a little too old for you to be friends with. You're still a minor. The crying is exactly why. I'm 23? What? Grown man crying only because you already are. Burn! Fuck. Shut your bitch ass up.
Oh. Gilgamesh responds, how interesting. Now intrigued. Interesting. A device that lets a person see much clearer. Gilgamesh then speaks to Siduri. Let me guess, you brought this interesting lad to be assigned a task, yes?
Ours works. You can say ours. You can say whatever the fuck you want. You can say the N-word if you want. I don't give a fuck. Type D's nuts. Oh. What in the butt? Drag D's nuts. You reek of TikTok brain rot. Yeah, I can definitely see that, TLBG. But he also has some damn good references. But that could all be, actually now putting it into context, could be from TikTok brain rot. Ah, fuck, guys. We found out Fish's weakness. We discovered what he truly is. Oh no! Who's 23 years old? Boy, stop playing with me. You're 23, Fish.
Siduri nods her head and speaks. Yes, Lord Gilgamesh, that's what I was here for. Gilgamesh smiles and turns to him. Tell me, lad, have you heard of this mighty goddess named Ishtar? The young man responds with a nod. Yes, I have. Didn't she blow up a mountain and throw her husband into the underworld? Gilgamesh responds. So you know of that wretched woman of a deity. Poor Tammuz. Tammuz was a kind man who was a shepherd and then got caught in a cobweb of Ishtar's beauty only to get thrown into Ereshkigal's domain.
I'm the only 46 fuddy duddy at 40. I'm the old fuddy duddy at 46 years old. Add 10 years. Don't make me send a photo of my ID. Ishtar is said Easter. And she's a goddess of fertility. Her symbols are rabbits and eggs. But Ishtar sounds way better. Fuck Easter. I like Ishtar. Do I whoa!
Gilgamesh then paces around the throne room to think of a task for him.
Ishtar has a warhammer. And has a giant bow. You said it sounds, but I like it better. I think it's more interesting. Well, I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care! How'd you know what shirt I was wearing? True, Sean.
His brain then finally lights up. What if this man from afar could deal with Babylon's arrogant mistress from the skies? He then turns back to Siduri and the young man.
So he's chucking an entire planet at people. Damn. I'm wearing an I do what I want shirt. Say where the action at. This is chapter 2. There ain't much action. This is establishing setting and character. You don't want to get into action. The action happened in chapter 1 when the character died. Wait, the character died, right? TLBG or something like that? And then they were taken like when they weren't supposed to be or something like that. It's got a cat pushing a coffee cup off the table. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Because there's another, he got shot. Yeah, okay. That's right, he walked outside and it was a random bang. He got shot in the head and died. That's right. Yeah. I had action in my first and second chapters. Well, I mean, someone dying, that's action, right? My first chapter is nothing but action. But it's also 9,000 words. And that's not going to be how the book starts. And told by Father Time to fix humanity's bullshit. Yeah.
I have an idea. Why not have this boy deal with the mighty Ishtar? It would give him experience and of notoriety in this land.
I would say, and bring notoriety? Or something like that. Again, I don't think it's getting across the right idea. Like, is notoriety for the land? For Gilgamesh? Or is the notoriety for the person? And that's where it can be a little bit confusing there.
Besides, it would make for good stories for the people. Siduri is nervous about this. She has never seen her king appoint a person not from their land a task such as this grand of a scale. She then asks Gilgamesh in a nervous tone, "Are you sure this is the right fit for someone like him? What if he never comes back?" Gilgamesh responds to Siduri's hesitation. "Not to worry, my dear assistant, he will be fine. Besides, a hero doesn't come out of nowhere. And go and see to it that you give that goddess a challenge." And off this young man goes to find Ishtar and defend the ancient city of Babylon.
It would not only let him acquire experience, but also let him gain notoriety amongst the people of this land. True, Sean. So, thoughts? Definitely needs to dive more into the character. Like Ram said, right? Needs to be more character idea, less narration. But again, it's a style of what you want. Do you want that? Do you, because the narrator has the aspect of getting into their heads by preempting what they're gonna say. So you can use that to your advantage in order to build up how the characters feel more and get inside of them more. Feel for their motivations, their reasonings, right? And make that a lot more clear. But the overall, character arrives, character gets rejected, character gets found out, character gets found after passing out, character gets explained through slight exposition, and meets other character. So having more of a personal conversation between the two of them, and maybe having the main character be hesitant about what he's going to say, because he's worried about, fucking with the timeline, be another angle to go along with. But all in all, the Chapter 3 is going to be a lot of stuff about Ishtar, so there will be fights. well, we don't really care about the action if it's character action, right? You want to be able to make the character putting his glasses on as interesting as him casting a spell. And that's through character motivation and reasoning. Main character shouldn't wear his glasses unless he's reading. He can't get them replaced or repaired, so he'll need to protect them. Also, Gilgamesh wouldn't understand that merely corrects vision. He'd think it lets you see better. If he tried them on, which he would, he'd then call the main character a liar and probably kill him for it. Sean, that is a perfect angle to go with. Wingardium Leviosa. What is the true meaning of those words, though? Yeah. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. And Gilgamesh in myth does start out as an arrogant person. That's what I was going to reference. What you know about that? Grew up on Harry Potter, what do you mean? True. Yeah, just like for a developmental edit, I'd say working more with him hiding his glasses and his glasses in the pocket watch to him being things that he knows. Maybe right off the bat, Fish or TLBG, have him like hide his glasses and his pocket watch somewhere. And maybe have them lost, and maybe have him go back and find them. Give him some character motivation to do something, and a hidden secret that other characters will assume that he's lying about something. And then just say, oh, I don't have that great a vision, right? Shut up, your overlords are playing ads. Oh, fuck. We're in the middle of ads. My bad.
I'm sorry, the ads have come. There is nothing left for you while the ads are here. There would be for you to fall. Nothing that you could do for such a thing as these ads upon the wall you call such a thing as home. But I know better than such is what you would gain from us, so why don't you call upon those who would reckon such a remainder of the cost? I do not know of such things, but you very much could.
You got anyone lined up next, Scotty? It depends on if Country Girl is still here. And if Ninja is here. Damn, that makes me like fucking headed doing that.
That is not the best voice to have.
But yeah, maybe having the main character hide the pocket watch and hide the glasses. Back from ads. Awesome. Hide the pocket watch, hide the glasses, and make them have like his quest at the beginning is literally to go back, find the pocket watch and his glasses, and he keeps getting, pulled away from that. And eventually, he like goes up to Ishtar, gets him to go around with a walk, and then he shows them to Ishtar, because Ishtar is like a god, a deity, so she would know. So it's like he keeps them secret from everyone except for her, and then it's like a bonding moment between them. I don't know what you want to do with that, but have the glasses and pocket watch play an extremely important role in this chapter. And have the entire chapter be focused kind of around that. And then, so have that like be the capital P plot of this chapter. And then the lowercase p plot is Gilgamesh giving him the task. And you can even have like Ishtar taking his glasses away from him and making fun of him for wearing glasses. I am, she yeeted her husband, Tamuz, into the underworld. Yeah. Just a mixed-sized HP. It has Windows 11, sadly, but otherwise it's solid. because he bought a new laptop. So it may be writing time soon. Once I get it functioning properly, it just needs updates. Oh god, Fish, don't update your laptop! You better not have bought it from Walmart. You're gonna want to have to fully reformat that shit. But I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's just like, you, again, TLBG, you do what you do for the story, so don't ever feel like you have to take advice, right? Because the person who's giving advice may not understand fully where you're going with the story, so their advice may not be applicable to you, right? But simply the advice that this chapter needs something more to it, and I think adding the more to it could be the glasses and the pocket watch. So whatever you decide to do, whether that's get more inside of the characters' heads, more reasoning for the characters, maybe, you know, explain Siduri more, get her to explain a feeling for Gilgamesh, but just add some sort of other element that you're trying to expose or represent or say to the reader in this chapter. Because I feel like this chapter is a pure setting moment when it could be both a setting and a character moment. And the glasses and pocket watch, I feel, are a missed opportunity to do that. But all in all, it's good. It's Gilgamesh's wife in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Yeah, but she's not his wife yet, right? But you could have those inferences where they have, like, the secret where they've always loved each other, but they couldn't get together until later, right? Power of friendship and love and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. And she sees Gilgamesh sees something in her because she can see other things in people like he does. Or whatever. Whatever reason it actually is, use that to form the character early on. And then it's like her view of what Gilgamesh is. And then you can use that slightly of being like, oh yeah, Gilgamesh is this awesome, great, grand person and stuff. And then he shows up and Gilgamesh is a piece of shit, douchebag, dickhole. And you're like, what the fuck? She said he was a great dude. But it's like, that's her perspective opinion, not the reality of it, right? And then you can use her character to portray that difference in contrast to show that she has a bias towards his attitude, right? And then you can show that he treats her completely different, and you're like, okay, well, maybe that's why. But she still wasn't, you know, kind of saying, oh, he treats other people like this, but she's only saying, oh, it's just the way that he treats me. If it's a wind-up pocket watch, he wouldn't need to hide at that. Showing that would teach the concepts of gears and springs. Very budget, average laptop here. 8 gigabytes RAM, Windows 11 Pro 64-bit, i3 Intel CPU. You dig? Yeah, budget, but good for basic work. Yeah, you don't need to play fucking... you can play RuneScape, chess, and StarCraft on it, you just can't play Ghosts of Yotai. And you could probably play Marvel Rivals on it with lag. Exactly, writing and some soft gaming, you heard me? Yup. True. I have a Starforge PC, fucking $3,000 PC, because I stream. And I edit. Mainly because I edit. Like, streaming really doesn't take that much. It's editing. Editing fucking takes a lot of shit. That's where I run all of my RAM at. Video games and editing. Alright. But Country Girl, are you here? We are ready for the next story. We'll keep the character bonding in mind. Yes. Because that's what you want. That's what's going to drag people into the story the most, is characters. And even if you explain who the narrator is and make him a character too, and explain the personality of the character, it just adds more. Country girl, shake it for me, girl, shake it for me, girl, shake it for me. True Fish, don't know what song that is, but looks like a D-Dot is up next. Unless someone speaks up within the next, like, minute or so. Not time, let me shower and get ready. Goon sesh, begin! Not time, I will destroy and hate mankind. Alright, chapter 9! Oh no, am I gonna crash? Guys, are we crashing? I think we're crashing. Nope, it's just lagging. No idea why it did that. Looked like OBS was crashing. We haven't had that happen in a while, which is super nice. It always ruins the VOD. Or, like my recording. Dun dun dun. Alright, here we go, guys. This is the big one, the important one. Do you let Windows deal with your virtual RAM settings? F the VOD. I need it because I need to be able to upload it onto YouTube. So if the file gets corrupted, then I have to go to Twitch. I have to download the VOD on Twitch. Then I have to upload it onto YouTube. Scotty, never mind, it's reading time. No, Fish, it's not reading time. It's toke time. Oh! See what I did there? You don't know what I'm talking about. The answer is yes. Yes, Sean. I don't do anything with BIOS. I don't know anything about BIOS. I would be scared to break the PC if I went into BIOS. Drug addicts. Come on. You can't tell me that don't look fucking delicious. That don't look just pure amazingness. Just ready. Just ready for you. Come on. It's gold. It's pure gold. Oh, country girl! Okay, so. You're here now. We were giving you enough time, country girl. It is your story now because you're technically second in line. I haven't smoked since Not was born, sir. I've never smoked, darn. My parents got me into smoking. My whole family smokes. Alright, chapter 7. The lungs are bad enough on their own. Oh, I have really good lungs. I spent my entire childhood on a trampoline. Majority High, YouTube, House of the Dead 2 Goldman. It's not a BIOS setting, it's a Windows setting. It's slightly different on each type of Windows. It uses party or hard drive like RAM. When Windows does it, it's constantly changing the size of the file, then checking if its deal needs to be that size. I set mine double the amount of RAM I have and leave it alone, freeing up that processor power to do other things. Lots of childhood pneumonia. Oof. I used to dip tobacco as well. In my defense, I grew up in Florida and the white boys got me into it. I never did chew though. A couple of my friends did chew. So, you want to hear a funny story about some chew? Buddy's little cousin's like fucking 15. We're getting fucking hammered. So he pulls out the chew because other cousin, older cousin, is in town. And he's like, 18. We're all like 16. He does chew. So he's handing chew out to everyone. So guy's got a massive wad of chew in his mouth. We're all running around the yard, smacking each other with swords. The inevitable happens. Yeah, he fell over and swallowed it. We fucking thought he was gonna die. That was like a 4-day fucking extravaganza. Oh. Kids these days, they got nothing good for them, do they? I ain't got what you know. Don't swallow that bit. Yeah, no. Very bad. Very, very bad. Super young and lots of chew. Woof. Woof. Yep. Get your stomach pump for that one. So we have Chapter 7. Rights and Rights. Ooh. Swallowed it once and had to visit the nurse. Anyway, read time. Alrighty, well, I expect this read to go into the late night. I'll be preparing for bed and lurking. Much love, friends. No worries not. Enjoy the rest of your night. We will read Libra tomorrow, or if, you're still around by the time we're done. But I think everyone else is out of stories now. We've got Chapter 1 of Ninjas, but he's not here right now, as far as I know. And then we have Sean's and yours, and I think those are the only ones until Fish starts writing. And Callie finishes another chapter. And Queen starts writing again. And Beezus comes back. Then, yeah, you're at the top of the list after that. I still need to cook. No worries, Fish. It's all good. Alright, here we go. Chapter 7. Rights and Rights. Most of the day passed without incident, and Ellie could almost forget the occasion that had brought the Karras family together. She was in her room, just donning the smoky gray cameo necklace Kay had gifted her on her 16th birthday. As Aunt Emmeline entered without so much as a knock. Weighed down with a heavy black morning gown and veil, Aunt Emmeline said, "Elvina, this is an important night. As you know, and we expect you to be dressed respectably." I know. Ellie would rather face a swarm of discontented wraiths than follow her aunt's directives, and she greatly wished she would at least relax in calling her by her formal name. Unfortunately, she was correct. Tonight's events would affect not only their family, but all of Palem, and the surrounding territory when the coven named its new leader. Even so, her words sounded hollow, even to herself. I know how to look and act tonight. Again, just on, the basic level, you don't need the even twice, right? I should hope so. Aunt Emmeline eyed Ellie like a hungry vulture, not even bothering to conceal the fact that her gaze was fixed on her midsection. And not only for ourselves, mind you, but members of all the other coven families will be there. The Oslos, for one. This is great subtext and, transition. Obviously, get yourself a fucking husband and make yourself a baby. By the way, here's one that you could make your husband. That is beautiful transitioning there. If that's the hint I think it is, I'm not interested. Ellie wondered if either her father or aunt would ever give up trying to use her for a further alliance for the family and marriage. I was engaged to Marcus Oslo, if you can even call it that. Got you tabbed up, we'll game, and hope you have a great stream, homie. Hell yeah, Cubano! Thank you, good sir. Enjoy your gaming. Always appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I was engaged to Marcus Oslo, if you can even call it that, for one night. And soon as Gran heard what happened at a founder's ball, she said she wouldn't see me trapped in a loveless marriage. I have a feeling you're really gonna hate Marcus when you meet him. That means you think you have a well-rounded character, which is great, country girl. Hating characters is amazing. There are characters you absolutely love to fucking hate. They're pieces like Joffrey is like the best example of a character you love to hate. You're just like, when's this character gonna fucking die? Like the man in the Iron Mask, Leo, like the older brother. Well, the one that's not in the mask, right? You want him fucking... You are so glad. So fucking glad when he gets his shit. It's like, you love to hate those characters. She told me to leave Palem and find a place. Sorry, buffered, but back now. Of course. So you missed what I said? Why? Once it's out of my mouth, it's gone. What did I say? Fuck. I have no idea. Don't even know what I was talking about. I'm sorry. We're talking about the ball. Oh, loving to hate characters. Loving to hate characters. That if you think that I'll hate him, then you have a nice, well-rounded character that shows enough presence to want you to hate the minor sport. Marcus sucks and he deserves all the bad things that have happened to him. Good. Good. Oh, I was saying like Joffrey or like Prince Leo and Man in the Iron Mask. Like, it's you love to see their downfall because they deserve it so much. Yes, who could forget? It was the most gossiped about news in town for 6 months afterwards. Aunt M secured the back of the gown and continued speaking as if she hadn't objected. There are plenty of opportunities to fix that. He is still single. What is this about, Scotty? This is about a coven of witches who lost their leader, and now they are performing the funeral rites, which will entail a new leader. And this person, the main character, came back for this funeral after basically abandoning the coven after being told to do that by the leader. And now she doesn't have that supporting hand that she used to have, so now she's kind of dragged back into it. Am I getting in the right area so far, country girl? Her family are all douchebags. More or less, yeah. What? Okay. And it wouldn't surprise me if he stayed that way. Ellie had no interest in discussing her former gentleman, caller, and even less in attempting to renew his intentions. There was more than enough. So wait, I missed that, country girl. The reason that she left is because of a marriage, an arranged marriage. Sabrina Spellman vibes, the reboot with Kiernan Shipley. No, Scotty, you were supposed to read that in a Lil Jon voice. I don't know how to do a Lil Jon voice. Fish. I'm like, I could do, like... Don't think we need to go there. The why she left is really complicated. Okay. But it's just a small hint. Gets compounded on soon and later. Perfect. Perfect. Scotty being racist. Well, I was gonna say the Bill Cosby. It's like you gotta get down on it. That's how you always do it. You know what I mean, kids? I don't know. Sounded better in my head. Leaned way too heavy on the wrong side, I think. And I love being racist, Fish. Do you know why I love being racist? Because I'm not racist. So, the best way to desensitize something is through humor. And if you can make fun of people without the intent of it, right? Like, for instance, I'll tell you one of my favorite jokes. It's been a while since we've done this. I'll tell you guys one of my favorite jokes.
Myself. Sit the fuck down. So, I'm Rocco. I'm the funny man. I'm so fucking funny. How'd you get that shine around your eye? It's mad at someone to think you're very fun.
I caught your show at the Velvet Room at the Holiday Inn. Loved it when you busted into Viva Las Vegas.
Wow! Non mi vuoi proprio inculare? Eh? I snapped my fingers at you 34 hours rotting in some trunk of Boylston, you insignificant little fuck! I always get my money, you cock-sucking bastardo!
Is it bad that I read Little John and immediately transferred that to Little John Bear from the animated Robin Hood movie and all the animals as people?
I gotta tiptoe through the tulips with these assholes. Taking all the fun out of the job.
Papa Joe, you want me to go now?
All the boys tell me how you make them laugh when you come around. What a crack up you are. What do they call you?
The funny man.
Funny man. I'm having a shitty day. I'm depressed. Tell me a funny joke.
Now? A joke? A joke. Yeah, all right. There's these three guys. A spick, a white guy, and a black guy.
Nigger.
Yeah, yeah. And they walk along the beach. They see this pot. They rub it. Genie comes out. Genie's, you know, you can wish for anything you want. So they ask a Mexican what he wants, and he goes, I want all my people in America to be happy and free and in Mexico. And so Genie, poof, all the spicks are in Mexico. And then he asks the black guy.
Nigger.
Yeah, that's what I said. Goes to the nigger, says, what do you want? And he goes, I want all my my nigger brothers in America to be back in Africa and happy and everything, you know. So Genie goes poof, and all the niggas in America are in Africa, and this is going. I'm not funny today. I know. I'm having a hard day. This joke sucks. It's a stupid joke.
Continue the joke.
So the genie says to the white guy, what's your one wish? And the white guy goes, you mean to tell me all the niggers and spicks are out of America? Genie goes, yeah. He says, well, I'll have a Coke then.
Man, kill this bitch ass boy. Sorry, well, bitch ass boy.
I'll have a Coke.
Yeah. Everybody's out, and so he just wants a Coke, because that's all he needs.
Tell me one more.
What?
Poor Rocco. But yeah, I agree, Fish. The political incorrectness and, like, the, I wish I could find things funny, too cynical and jaded, but I do like how politically incorrect this is. That's what people need. Yeah, because it's, you know that it's a joke, but it's like, oh, it's on a topic that people think is like, oh, taboo and you're not allowed to joke about. That's what makes it even funnier. And the more you can joke about it, the less serious you're going to take it. The less serious you're going to take it, the less it means. So it's the best way to desensitize yourself to something, is through humor. Sorry for the tangent there, country girl, but we had an ad break coming up, so... Plus, growing up there in the 90s means the worst I've been called is certainly not the N-word. That's like Tuesday for me. Yep. Alright, back to the story. Back to the story. Oh. And I wouldn't be surprised if he stays that way. Ellie had no interest in discussing her former gentleman caller, and even less in attempting to renew his intentions. I'm back, miss something? Nope. There was more than enough to contend with, being back in the territory. Matters of the heart were a distraction she didn't need. Aside from wanting at least one son, Marcus doesn't have much of a design for a bride. Aunt Emmeline was by no means finished as Ellie changed into the funeral clothes as she saw fit to elaborate on the advantages of the match. Youth is truly wasted on the young. My mother took on the burden of raising you and was too loose with the reins. If you'd been given to me, I'd have insisted on making good on the match. You'd have had yourself a husband and children of your own by now. And what a tragedy it is that I don't have that. Ellie had always known that after the death of her mother, a question divided the family. What was to become of her? Kingsley had been too preoccupied with rearing Element Aaron to be bothered with caring for a girl. Aunt Em hadn't yet had her cousins, Theodore and Miriam, and tried demanding the right to raise her as her own, Kay had stepped in not a moment too soon and declared as both Coven Elder and family matriarch that she would take Ellie into Hollow Point, where she belonged. I would have hated to keep you from doting on your own children when they needed you, and I doubt your manners will ever recover for it. Aunt M undid the ribbon of the necklace and pulled it flush against Ellie's neck before retying the bow. Suppose the clothes at least will do for tonight. It was only when she ardently refused to let her near her with the comb and threads to bind her hair that she gained a victory in finally seeing her aunt out the door. Once dressed and ready, Ellie allowed herself the luxury of a half hour of attempted meditation, which was the only way she could see getting through this night in one piece. Kay's body was normally to be placed in the family plot, then the Palem Caligo would call forth her soul for her final rite before it moved on. Maybe capitalizing a little bit more on the relief and the tension. So like a huffing and a puffing, you know, throwing up hands, kind of including a little bit of action from the characters, like pacing the room or something like that, just to add extra action to the scene. But this one part here, I really like just the dialogue, where it's like just boom, 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 just talking, right? So it's like before that, I would emphasize a bit more motion, and then when you get to this point here, I'd leave that as it was, and then when she leaves, maybe emphasize a little bit more on the relief of her leaving, you know, and have that encompass action. Like sitting down and being like, you know, finally able to rest your legs, finally able to think for yourself, finally releasing what you're feeling on the inside without being caged. You know, feel like her leaving the house was like you leaving a cage. Make some sort of metaphor like that to emphasize the strength of that feeling that the characters have. And how nonchalant the other character is towards it. Or at least feigning that kind of, like, high and mighty prose, right? Once dressed and ready, Ellie allowed herself the luxury of... Oh, we already read that, never mind. Her attempt to achieve mental clarity had the expected level of success. In other words, she was still so distracted that she ran headlong into Cord in the hallway, nearly knocking them both over. I was just coming to check on you, Cord said once they steadied themselves, giving her appearance a quick overlook. You look respectable. I believe. I know. Ellie pulled the choker back to its original length. Aunt Em had insisted on a thorough inspection and draping the shoulder-length black veil herself before declaring it good enough. Didn't really matter to Ellie what she looked like, and she thought more than likely that she'd jump clear out of her skin at any moment. Losing Gran in her own sudden return to Hollow Point was enough in itself. At present, Ellie's own deepest wish was for both the funeral and release ceremonies to be over, the new Coven Elder to be named, and for her to head back to life in Borum. She hadn't yet asked Cord if he would come along, but there was time for that. I need some air. You mind coming with me? Of course, Cord offered his arm. She gratefully accepted, and they made their way out the back doors to the house to the knoll overlooking the river. Seems so different. Like the heart of the place is gone, and even the water doesn't know what's supposed to come next. Gran was Hollow Point. She was born here and lived here all her life. They found the expected shelter together on the stone bench placed at the base of a large cedar tree. Everything's gonna change after the release tonight. Have you thought about what you'll do, or where you'll go? I haven't asked myself those questions since the night a widowed elder witch sat down on a bar stool next to me and offered me a place to call home. Cord's eyes shone with unshed tears. Come to that. I wasn't asking myself those questions much then either. She saw something in you. I know, because she told me, Ellie smiled. She knew, she hoped Cord did too. and hoped Cord did too. That Kay didn't regret bringing him into the fold once. I don't know which one of those you want. Since the night they had met. I don't know, that's just extra. But you could say bringing into the fold since the night they had met. Is always one of her best talents. Knowing when all someone really needed was a chance to change the cards in their hand. And this is explaining more about Cord, which I like. Because now we're getting more backstory and it doesn't feel like exposition. I want to know Cord's origin story. She didn't regret it once. Oh, so there should be a comma. Regret once bringing him into the fold. I understand what you're going for, and I think the original one with a comma works. Like, she didn't regret it once, comma, since the night they met. Or since the night they met, comma, she didn't regret it once. I don't know which one's stronger. Depends on how you want to portray it, right? What are you leading into? What are you leading out of? And that should dictate the order of those in the sentence. Or in the paragraph. That and cheating when actually playing cards. The laugh was hollow. She thought it likely the first he'd let out since he'd found Kay's body. The bet was simple that night. If I won, I'd have taken the 20 Barailer gold piece on the table, finished my drink, and probably never set foot in Palem again. And when Gran won, you came back here to go to a job and ease to figure out what you wanted out of life. Ellie rested her head on his shoulder. She couldn't help laughing any more than he could. You've got to admit, when she was good, she was very good. So good. I didn't know I was being hustled till the end of the game. Seem to remember you weren't too thrilled when she told you what she intended. Memory swelled around them. For the first time, Cord had walked into Hollow Point. Having a smith and arms man on hand was one thing. Telling me I could make myself at home was another. Could you blame me? I was 13 years old and you were a stranger. Ellie left the need to defend her past. Borderline hostile self. We didn't start getting along until she let you teach me how to shoot. True, she said she wanted you to learn how to protect yourself and what's yours. He nodded in agreement. Don't think she had any idea how good a shot you'd be so quickly. Or that you'd be such a skilled teacher. I think without knowing it, she was testing both of us. She remembered the impressed look on Kay's face the first few times she'd watched target practice. Cord, I wanted to talk to you before we get out in the thick of it tonight. I know you stayed here all these years because my Gran needed you. I'd never have asked you to leave her alone. Gran's not here anymore, and I'm asking you now. Leave the ranch and start fresh in the Gulf? There's an idea. Come to think of it, I've never been south of the Zana River. Cord was fighting back some nameless powerful emotion. He looked to be physically chewing his next words before they came out. Hollow Point's been the only real home I've ever had. I like the way that, like, one of the main things to, like, building the world is, like, mentioning places around you. So that you feel like there's more beyond the horizon, and there's more to be explored. And it should also be important to the story later on, if it's mentioned. Because it's something that we're going to pay attention to, right? So, like, find all the things that are important and then mention those in the area. Or mention things in the area and find out what's important about those things that you mentioned. Cord was fighting back some nameless, powerful emotion. He looked to be physically chewing his next words before they came out. Hollow Point's been the only real home I've ever had. I know. I've been there almost 2 years and still feel like I'm a stranger in a strange city. It'd be nice to have a friendly face when I go back down there. Ellie was realizing just how much she'd missed him. Coming to see her or meeting halfway a few times a year wasn't nearly enough to satisfy how much she needed her true brother. Will you just think about it? You don't have to answer me right now. Saying goodbye to Gran is going to be hard enough. Fine woman, none like her. Cord's voice turned suddenly flat as he returned to the present. You know, you could be next. Kay might be planning to pass it all down to you. Don't even joke like that. Since she'd gotten Cord's flair in her dreams, it hadn't even been a thought to entertain that Gran would put a hand coven leadership to Ellie. Years away from the territory and the chain of events that prompted her departure in the first place, put her in no position to lead. I think there should be a comma there. And she damn well knew it. Who'd take me seriously as an elder? My father's already walking around like he owns the place. I'm sure he thinks it's a given he'll be named. And if not him, Aaron or Ellen. Hard to think of them overseeing the coven, let alone Hollow Point. Halem Coven's what? Almost 300 years old? And it's been based at this ranch for almost at least 200 of that? He pondered seriously. 1 or 2 foolish generations won't take it down. We should head back. You're right. As they rose to go, Ellie noticed a shine off the silver setting around the fine polished almandine garnet. Wait, is that my granddad's bolo? Kay gave it to me after I took my rights. He looked down, tapping the stone. You really have been gone too long, Elf. I was wearing it at our ceremony, don't you remember? Oh, right. She hadn't thought particularly about their soul share ceremony in the last few years, but being back close to Cord, she was already readjusting to the notion that he was her only sturdy wall in the middle of an earthquake. Taking the right had become part of Kay's plan for them both. Once she had seen how Cord had settled himself into life at Hollow Point and got over his nerves about being by tradition and law one of the family, she'd carefully broached the subject. As kind of an awkward sentence, I feel. I feel like this should be like this. Zoinko! What's up, bro? How are you, good sir? We were actually talking about you earlier, Zoink. Because someone said they didn't have any friends. I believe it was Fish. I said I don't have any friends either, and I said neither does Zoinko. Maybe we could all be friends. What do you think about that, Zoink? How are you today, good sir? How have you been? Been streaming much, Zoinko? By tradition and law, one of the family, she'd carefully broached the subject. Soul sharing as a practice had fallen out of vogue, but not outlawed. They had been eager to agree after an explanation that it would only strengthen their friendship and give Cord access to her part of the Karis family magic. I don't think a colon works, bro. You fucked up, Zoink. The TTS is, like, it doesn't do things that it used to do. It doesn't say Vigintillion anymore. They removed its capacity to say Vigintillion. I am really upset at that. It's not fair. It should be able to say Vigintillion. Fucking bullshit. They had been eager to agree after an oh, wait, we're down here. Kay had acknowledged at the time that 16 was a bit young to undergo the rite of soul share. She, Kay, had been 18. Nice, 29k points. Fuck, I just lost all 500k of my points. Well, hey, at least we're brothers in our loss. But you didn't lose 500,000. Fuck. That's unfortunate. That is really, really unfortunate. Oof. That's not good. That's not good. Cade acknowledged at the time, in Cord, with 3 years of experience in the family at age 21, being a little better prepared. 20, wow, that's so close to your actual points. Whoops. Fuck! I'm Krillin. God damn it, I'm fucking Krillin. Alright, I can beat you on this one, I bet. Oh my god, wow. Who ate all my gay? Zoinko, did you eat all my gay? God damn, bro. Sean the Goblin. Makes sense, makes sense. Damn, Sean's OP. Oh my god. Broken. How do you get that kind of a power level? Fuck. That's scary, Sean. Oh no. Ooh, that's a good one. Or, what am I? An octopi! Yay! Wow, you just lowered your power level. There's no IQ, Zoink. Damn, maybe I shouldn't be typing chapter 38 right now. 800% gay. Is that how gay it is that there's no, whatchamacallit? IQ? It's been how long and I still haven't made that? Because I'm a lazy piece of shit? The family, at age 21, had been a little better prepared. The ceremony, she informed them afterwards, required a lengthy consultation beforehand between herself, High Mother Renee, and Asa, her Bristol counterpart. Bert Seal counterpart. I know we were both nervous that night. Cord offered his arm when they began walking, which she great. Oh, and I love the fact that like you show this connection between them, that it's like they're not blood, but they're of soul. Asa? Okay. Asa. Yeah, always correct me if I say things wrong. Kay knew what she was doing. Whatever came next, we would lean on each other. She trusts me with the most important thing in her life. Elv. She trusted me to take care of you. Straight command. You are so straight, you make a ruler bent.
Hello.
Yes. Hello, Zoink. You're bad at this, bro. And you've got it mostly right. Bert CL. Bert Seal. Bert
I am no
CL.
banned from TTS.
You are banned from TTS. Shut the fuck up, Zoink. Don't make me ban you. Doesn't do Vigentillion anymore.
944585849292847458478465843993847.
They changed how the system works. Sadly. So sad. So sad. I'm mad. Sad and mad. No more Vigentillion. And she gave me a brother I could always depend on. She continuously lowered her voice as they approached the house. Although the soul share bond wasn't traditionally hidden or shamed, but Kay advised them some information was best kept private. As such, only Kay herself, Renee, and Asa were present at the ceremony and knew about the event taking place the evening of that summer solstice. Now shush. We're keeping it between us for the last 12 years. The last thing we need today is my father finding out our secret before Grant's release. True. The two met Kingsley at the foot of the stairs as they walked through the front door. After looking at her and pronouncing her fine, he noticed Cord also dressed in clean formal black. You're not welcome. The hell I'm not! Cord straightened himself to full height, glared at Kingsley. I took my rights, which legally makes me as much Kay's family as you are. I have a place among the mourners, and not even you can tell me no. He's right, Ellie said, digging her nails into her palm. She hoped she would be able to keep her temper. This isn't about him, or me, or you. Tonight is about Gran. It's about her funeral and her release ceremony. So for once, can we all just be civil to each other? I can if he can. That belonged to my father. Kingsley's expression darkened as his eyes fell to the bolo tie around the gunman's neck. You don't have any right to wear it. Gift from your mother. Cord took a step forward, making him square with the older man. You're welcome to try taking it from me. I won't be the one disturbing this ceremony. Kingsley turned away. Try to follow suit. Cortez. Tool. Cord muttered under his breath before turning to Ellie. You alright? Yeah, I'll be fine, though I'm sure that's just the opening notes of what's coming later. She checked her watch in the window. She tried not to dwell on it, but the thought of her father's gleam of satisfaction tonight, when he officially received Coven leadership, sank her heart. People are going to start showing up at the graveyard around sunset. I don't think I can deal with being in the same coach as them right now. Mind heading out a little early with me? We can ride to the public barn just outside town for a walk there. You know, that's gonna get people talking. He gave her a half-hearted, reproachful look. Us showing up at the ceremony by ourselves. Which is no different from the rumors that have spread like wildfire about us all around Palem since the day I turned 16. Ellie scoffed. People had spent years speculating that the Lady of Hollow Point allowed her hired hands too much range, particularly around her young, impressionable granddaughter. Who cares what anyone thinks on a day like today? Definitely a solid chapter, holy shit. The confrontation at the end there definitely builds the tension back up after the release. So it's got a nice ebb and flow. Just that one thing with, like, you capitalizing on, what was it? The dialogue and, like, action during dialogue. Which you did a little bit more down here when, like, Ellie and Cord were talking. Yeah, explaining their, like, nothing in here felt like exposition. This just felt like people talking, which is what you want, and we want that because I want to know Cord's background. I want to know Ellie's background. You know, I've gotten to know them a little bit over these couple of chapters. What they are now, I want to know how they were made into what they are now, right? So I think you fulfilled all the promises you made, which in this chapter were obviously about identifying past. Like going from interrogating, you know, her being basically interrogated in the house and wanting to push her away, to getting to a nice place where she can just talk to someone and open up, to being in a place where she's locked down again. It's like the cycle of the up and down, right? Which gives it oomph. You get enough time to breathe, but then by the time you've taken your breath, you're back in it again. So I'm excited to see what chapter 8, chapter 8 looks like. This is chapter 7, right? Yeah, what chapter 8 looks like. And if there's no one else with any stories next chapter, funeral, one chapter that's soul release. One after that soul release ceremony. Hell yeah. We're in Enscoins. We're soaking up the ads like sunshine on the back of a donkey, ready to play hatchet face, going for the microwave. That's why we do what we do. Don't ask, just think. Next thing you know, we got you in the river, running such a low you would never suspect it was oh so. Them ads got you up in it, gonna get you down with that. That's what the ads are for, bring you around and back around, give you what you need to survive. Only ads will do, and ads go straight to you. So don't worry if you got money or not. Remember, there's always a way to get it. I'm saying the world is $337 trillion in debt. To who? Debt is a human construct. It's an idea. Yeah, I definitely like it so far. Building up so much now that it's like, it's here. It's here. Let's see what happens and who gets named. And I like the fact of specifically bringing out and talking about how she thinks her father, Kingsley, is going to be. Well, there we go. We got ads. We're in it now, boys. One question is their most important relationship in this book. What vibes do you get from Cord and Ellie's bond? I'll wait. I'm just going to type it out.
I thought it was weird cuz they were siblings, but they aren't.
Does that make sense? Because they're in love, right? So, yeah. I was wondering about that, and then I was like, well, you never know, and then you answered it. They just seem so close, and it's like, I don't know, I have a sister, so it's like, it's kind of weird. I'm close with my sister, like really close with my sister, but it's like, I don't know, the vibe between them doesn't feel like brother and sister. It also doesn't feel like friends. I'm a fan of the concept of platonic soulmates. Okay. Seen platonic soulmates in real life. Yep. Okay, this is what I would say, country girl. So Cord is the older one, right? What uncomfortable gift is going to happen at some point, and they agree to never discuss it ever again. Okay. Because what I would say is... Yeah. He, I don't... I'm trying to think of an example, right? But it's like... He needs to feel more brotherly in, like... I don't know. Like, it's really cliche, but, like, a teasing way. I know he kind of teased her a little bit, and there's a little bit of that there, but maybe that's something more to capitalize on, is, like... Okay, because, like, the difference between, like, flirting and, like, a sibling, like, squabbling kind of idea. Big in the bodyguard surrogate big brother role. Yeah, so, like, something like a head pat goes super far. Because, like, for instance, something like this, like putting your hand on their cheek like this, is like, intimate. Head pat is like, what's the word? Affectionate, not intimate. So, like, having the difference between those two actions, and knowing the difference between those two actions, and the difference between, like, flirting and, like sibling, like, banter and stuff like that, and, like, teasing and stuff like that, I think is probably the best way to show their relationship. And curb the idea that it's, like, especially, like, like, I feel like you're setting it up because it's like you talk about her getting a husband and you go straight to Cord acting like they're soulmates. Even though, you know, they are, but I feel there should be a different tone to it because, again, I felt it was a little weird because I was like, they're brother and sister, but this just doesn't feel like brother and sister. But that's just me. So, you know, I'd like to hear what other people got out of it, if they feel the same way. Because I'm weird, so I don't know. But I would say, yeah, the example and, like, the use case scenario would be, teases her a lot when, one, it's just them, and two, she's not in the middle of numbness, grief. Yeah. Yeah. This is a very heavily emotional time, right? This is a character development time. So, the flashback and talking back on memories, it's no fun if she doesn't fight back. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Then it's just bullying, right? That's the difference. And you can tell that he's trying to raise her spirits. Oh. Well, I don't know. I was gonna say, have him do something silly. But personal to her, you know? But I don't know. I don't think it really needs much, right? It definitely gets the point across, everything aside from that, but you can always be wrong with the vibes, right? But it's like, yeah, the only thing I would say about that is like the sibling banter and like simple head pat versus a touch on the face, right? Versus a I don't know, like a wink, probably. You could like interchange those, right? But yeah, so I think it's pretty damn solid, though. Definitely gets it across. It gives you the backstory. It gives you the characters together. The dialogue is smooth. It runs with it. A little bit of added character action at the beginning to set it up. And I think you're fucking golden. All right. So, Sean, you are now up, good sir. Your time to shine, bruh. Fuck. $35, right? Yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab some water. And we should be good to go. I'm pretty sure Sean's here. Sean's always here, right? Sean's always here. Okay. Well, maybe not always, but I'm here now. Plus, I usually let you know when I'm leaving, unless a tech issue happens beyond my control. And as soon as I went to read that, Sean, it said connecting to chat, and I was like, wait, are we having a technical issue right now? Uh-oh. I'm like, why did I disconnect from the chat? What happened? Are we still live? Did we crash out? We're good, right? Queen, you ready for a toke? Well, if you are, I'll count it down. If not, well, shit happens, right? Just give you the opportunity. Three, two, one, go! Alright. Sean's Story, Chapter 35, Treehouse Isekai. We got our guest's wound treated, then provided what fresh blood we had saved. You have my thanks. Though it is far too late to get properly acquainted, I must at the very least introduce myself. My name is Jerome. I bowed slightly. Jerome. It is indeed late. Introductions will be short as a result. I am James. My adopted son Matt, whom you saw briefly. He is now sleeping with my adopted daughters. You'll meet them tomorrow. My wives, Princess Nayla, Marta. I continued through all my wives, trying to get some rest. Try to get some rest. We shall get better acquainted tomorrow. Sleep well, my friends. Jerome's eyes were already closing. The blood had helped, but it wasn't enough to recover his energy or stave off sleep. All of my wives, because this is a harem. Hell yes. Love it, Sean. In the morning, before anyone else woke, Lisa and I went to scout the area and see if we could get something bloody for Jerome. We didn't find much, but what we did find was a scraggly game creature being hunted by an equally scraggly predator. Which should we take? Asked Lisa. Predator. If it can't get that creature, it will try for us. We took careful aim and let fly at nearly the same moment. With a fwish and a twick, the two arrows found their marks. The predator jerked in shock, only to fall an instant later. The prey animal startled at the commotion and bolted a few paces before exhaustion forced it to slow again. It turned warily to see what doom approached. Lisa and I ignored it, much to the creature's confused relief. Then it saw what we had killed. Its nostrils flared, but it was still upwind, so there was nothing to scent. That poor thing. It's pretty cute in a way, almost worth making a pet of. Whatever it is. I looked at it. Similar enough to a deer, but almost dog-like in a way. The shape of the head was similar enough to a dog, despite having herbivorous teeth. Herbivorous teeth. The eyes were on the side of its head, as you'd expect of a herd animal, but the legs and tail looked like a canine's as well. I shrugged. I could see it, but we don't know exactly what it eats, or how to protect it. It could go either way if we tried. It's also possible that the panic of our attempting to tame it could make its heart explode. Best leave it be. Maybe think about it later. If we can get information on it, maybe try a wild feed approach for the area. A little sad, Lisa nodded. Oh, but I want it as a pet! You're so mean, James. I want a pet. Don't worry, we'll get you a nice, non-ravenous, possibly, disease-infested random animal that's, like, near death. With a decent supply of blood from the animal, we climbed up to the house. I see about making breakfast when Maggie joined us. Though hesitant, she made her way into the kitchen and began to learn and comprehend what things did what. She was extremely surprised at the microwave, as I stuck several frozen hash browns in it, and they were hot and ready to eat only a few minutes later. Ew! Microwaving hash browns? Sean, you're a criminal! How dare you make your characters eat such filth? Everyone knows you eat them frozen. Why would you ruin such a great food? No, I'm just parodying. I'm just totally parodying, Sean. I put them in the toaster, but anything that I don't have to put in the microwave, I won't. But I put hash browns in the toaster. Even though we have an air fryer, the toaster is still better for hash browns. I thought you were complaining that he didn't use the air fryer. It was otherwise occupied. I mean, however, some people don't like crunchy hash browns, right? If you put it in the air fryer, it's crunchy. Some people like mashed potato like hash browns, like nice and soggy and soft. So, microwave, it's not that bad, right? It's not frozen. Ever eating a frozen hash brown? Come back, not paying attention, didn't press down on the toaster, go to take a bite, you're like, man, it shouldn't be this cold after, you pick it up, you're like, it shouldn't be this cold after I toasted it. I only left it for 15 minutes. And you're like, oh, that's why I didn't even... No, I mean, that's my experience, Sean. I've done that before. I forgot to press it down, and I just came back, and I was like, man, that's really cold. I don't know why, but I just ate it. And I was like, nope, that's frozen and uncooked. That is not, nope. I must have forgotten to press the fucking toaster down. Well, there goes my breakfast. Fuck. Breakfast we cobbled together was odd, to say the least. Mixture of earth cuisine and foods from Viscounty. This all looks marvelous, even if I don't know what any of it is, stated Jerome as he watched us set the table. Sniff, sniff. What is it? It almost covered up the smell of the fresh blood you brought. Is that for me? I haven't had Krelnar blood in ages. Their numbers have dwindled quite a lot. Poured a mug full of the blood and brought it to him. Try not to move any more than you have to. That wound wasn't exactly small. Thank you. But the blood you provided me last night was so much fuller in vitality than what I'm used to. It worked wonders already. The Krelnar blood will be nearly as good, despite how weak it is. I will, however, heed your advice and not move too much. Just let me know when you want a refill. I'm sure anyone except maybe Matt would have no issue refilling your mug for you. The reason I kept the blood from yesterday's hunt was to make blood sausage with it. This is a better use for it, so don't feel bad. I just didn't want to waste anything I could put to use. It's disrespectful to the animals who lost their lives to feed us. It's a shame you had to kill the Krelnar, but the blood is appreciated. We normally leave the animal alive, only taking a small amount of blood. You, though, you need the meat and not the blood, I take it. I nodded. It was stalking a rather sickly-looking herd beast. So we chose to remove a potential threat to us, rather than a harmless creature that was too weak to run from us. I think it might actually have followed behind us. I went to rotate the security camera to see if, so we could see. Oh, a trassel. Their herds used to span entire regions. So sad to see a lone animal like that. I think it's eating those green blade plants around your trees. Whatever are those plants? I looked, and sure enough, the trestle was eating grass. That simple grass, it's a ground cover, and given time, it will spread all over the place. Hang on, I have some hay in the storage. I'm a woodsman. Well, at least an amateur one. So I try to keep animal feed on hand. Might even have some deer pellets on hand, too. I excused myself and moved around to the exterior storage, then pulled the one bale of hay I had on hand, and the bucket of deer pellets. When I approached the creature, it startled back slightly. But again, it was too weak to move far or fast. I dropped the bale of hay and spread a healthy amount of the pellets. This time the trestle was downwind, and its nose twitched like a moth to a flame. Ignored me, came to see what it was smelling. As I retreated, the trestle was eagerly tearing up mouthfuls of the hay and crunching the pellets whenever it felt the need for a flavor change. When I entered the house again, Jerome looked rather surprised. That was quite kind. You may have saved that trestle's life. Again. When you were helping me, you said some things that made little sense. How I didn't seem to be undead? I chuckled dryly. Yeah, where I come from, and my wives as well, vampires don't exist. My people have stories, but not based in any facts at all. The closest thing to a fact we have here is about the vampire bat. It's a rather small flying rodent. Feeds on the blood of larger animals and has an anticoagulant in its saliva, so the blood will continue to flow for some time after the initial small bite. That's the closest thing to a real vampire we have. I love the backstory and, explanation, right? Of the oddities of it. Stories, though, are horror stories. They are various interpretations of what a vampire might be. Classic interpretation is that a curse kept a person alive after they should have died, forced them to drink the blood of the living to continue its existence. In that version, you could detect a vampire by exposing them to a mirrored surface, as they would have no reflection. They would burn in the light of the sun, too. I don't mean getting tender skin, but full-on burn. They'd spontaneously combust if the sun's light touched them. I don't even know how to process that. That's horrible. Jerome wasn't best pleased by this take on his people. I don't blame you. This was created specifically to terrorize the readers of the story. Not go out at night, or a vampire might get you, I said in a mock serious voice. It's all stuff and nonsense. Take my wives, for example. Their kind didn't exist in my world either. There are various stories about people like them as well. None of those stories have any truth to them. If they do, it's purely by chance. Don't dwell on it. You were clearly no threat to us, and that's the only thing that concerned me at that moment. I didn't want you to get injured because of my ignorance, though. Jerome nodded. I suppose, given you had no real vampires to reference, that any story might be possible. Very well, I shall not dwell on it, but I'd advise against mentioning it to anyone else. Some may take the actual offense. I nodded, then refilled his mug with blood before returning to my own breakfast. What'd I miss? Not too much, Fish. We just finished reading Sean's story, which is fantastic. Dialogue is... is this intentional that Jerome feels as intelligent and as educated as James, but the other, James's wives don't, except for maybe the princess and the queen? Is that intentional? Super Science World. Okay. That's what I thought. Because I wasn't sure if it was magic or science, or the magic of science or the science of magic. But he was saying a summoning ritual. So I figure he has to have something to do with it. And he's the one who stayed when everyone else ran. So maybe, he's that inquisitive one. But we are surely approaching that one final moment. The one perfect stance that above all else will be what I need. Your guys' critique. Everyone else ran to get him help. Stupid laws preventing vehicles outside of emergencies. Okay. Because I was like, shouldn't someone have stayed behind with him? At least one person. I don't know. Ads! I'll be right back. We go into the backstory of the incident, but it was either everyone stays or everyone go, because they were all desperate to stay in order to get them to help. To get the help, he basically had to order them all to go. Ah, okay. Which is very silly when you know the identity of one of them. She alone would have made far better time without the other slowing her down. All right. Are you guys ready? Why the fuck does it do that? It's so weird. So I didn't put the intro on it, so it doesn't have the intro, but we'll just play the intro just so you know.
Welcome to Blue Horror Stories. Just when you think you have figured out the world, it turns upside down. Journey into worlds where the line between mind and machine has blurred. prepare for stories that chill your bones and break your mind. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. You never know what will come for you if you do not. You have now entered the blue. I was a loving husband. This is how I disappeared. The horrors of existence were far beyond the nature of my mind. I thought losing Lisa would be the darkest of my experiences, but the void of sensation that a brain in a jar experiences is simply pure thought, enough to drive one mad. I thought I had escaped it, that past that haunted me like a shadow I couldn't shake, that woman. That's how I force myself to think of her now. It's too damn hard to call her my sister anymore. A name that twists in my gut like a knife. I am Thomas now, a simple electrician working at a power plant in the middle of nowhere. I'd prepared a contingency plan, journals hidden away, copies mailed out yearly at Christmas to trusted contacts. Time to release if I vanished. An inkling of the truth, just to warn the world about Lisa's network. At least my wife would know. One small consolation among a grand design that I had run from. Do I hate myself because of it? Ellen helps with that. God, she helps so much. She found me one dismal afternoon, slumped over a bar stool, drowning in whiskey and my sorrows. I spun her a tale about a lost job, a broken heart, anything but the truth.
No,
She
do
fell for me right there, or maybe for the broken version of me. That was 7 years ago. We've built something real, or as real as I can manage.
This is my story. What do you think?
Life, no questions
Music, sound
asked
effects,
about my
B-roll.
past.
Give it to me.
Why I flinch at certain whispers in the wind. Why I hated telephones
Food looks good.
and TV static. Small quirks that made me real to her, not someone following the script of society. She didn't even know my name was Trevor. It's been almost 15 years since that nightmare in our old house, when Lisa cracked the code, uploading her mind into that abomination of gears, pipes, and wires she built in that lab. Genius, they called her. Monster, I call her. But I've managed to move on, or at least pretend to. Ignorance is bliss, right? Out of sight, out of mind. But now the hairs on the back of my neck are standing up again. Like they haven't since that last phone call all those years back. It started subtle, crackling static on the line, then whispers creeping through. Trevor. No one's called me that since I ran. That's who I was, who I probably always will be, deep down. A coward. I have to keep the distance, think of myself as Thomas to stay sane. Staring into the mirror, those eyes staring back, it all floods in, a lie made truth by force of will. Ellen knew I was running from something. She just didn't know it was my own blood. As far as the world was concerned, Trevor and Lisa didn't exist anymore. Wiped clean after that accident in the lab. I knew Lisa was still out there, maybe hunting for me, maybe keeping her distance. That was only a flight of fancy, though. The knock at the door startled me. It wasn't that late, but it was almost dark. Ellen looked at me expectantly as I rose from the couch, an exaggerated bow. Worry not, madame. I shall see who calls at this hour. She giggled at my act, thinking back
This is like
now.
an experiment for should I just have this in the background, like the house, and then just like still frames of random stuff? Or if I should have the B-roll.
Pretending easier, as if I was always on stage, ready to perform. Those empty eyes staring at me, piercing me. I wanted to congratulate you. Empty. Like windows to avoid. My heart sank in my chest. What do you mean? The words slipping from my gaping mouth. On the child. Her face soft and almost caring. She looked like she hadn't aged a day. That same cold smile plastered on her face. What do you mean? I gasped. Oh, maybe she doesn't even know yet. Lisa raised her hand to caress my face. If you come quietly, she said, her voice smooth as silk but laced with static. We'll leave Ellen and the child alone. Lisa knew how to break me. Instantly, I swallowed hard, my bones
Laced with static was said so
trembling.
well. Thanks,
Ellen
Tina.
was pregnant? I glanced over my shoulder as if I could see through the wall to where Ellen was humming in the den. Honey, who's there? The last words I ever heard her say. I closed my eyes, a tear slipping down my cheek. I grabbed my coat, shut the door behind me, and walked out with Lisa. She just smiled wider. You're going to love the network, brother. I was the first, but I found more. Now we're all one. And now that I've found you, we can be one too. I stayed silent, my mind racing. This wasn't Lisa, not the sister I raised, the one who'd haunt me until my last breath and beyond.
Do you like the effect I did there, where I
was
kind of went in
something
more, so it's like had the
grotesque.
breath on it?
A twisted
ghost?
version of her. No
Like
emotions,
distorting the sound?
no real feelings, just
Very
a
much, yeah.
hunger, a longing to add more to the code, to assimilate. She escorted me to a nondescript building, through a side door into an elevator. I couldn't tell if we were going up or down. It felt like descending into hell. A hidden basement, I thought, where I'd be locked away and tormented forever. She glanced at me as if reading my mind. Don't worry. It'll only hurt for a little bit, and then you'll know everything. You'll see everything. Cold sweat trickled down my back. The doors opened to a crisp white lab buzzing with activity. People moved like machines, shaking vials, inspecting samples under microscopes, staring blankly at screens. No chatter, no life, just monotonous efficiency. Lisa led me to a side room, flicked on the lights. There was a single table in the center, sleek and sterile. That scene from so long ago played back in my head. The same abominable machine. It looked improved. Instead of exposed gears and cogs, it had a translucent film over the machinery. Like skin stretched tight, pulsing faintly. I upgraded it, she said, her eyes gleaming. Had to show off the beauty of the machine. She blinked, but it was too deliberate, too mechanical. You don't have to be so quiet and distant, you know. Once we're together, I'll hear your mind. You can't escape it. I resigned myself to lying back on the table. Thoughts of Ellen flooded me. As long as she was safe, that was all that mattered. It only hurt a little at first. Needles pricking, then painkillers flooding in. Odd sensation, having your brain messed with, thoughts fleeting, images flashing like a broken reel. Childhood
I don't know how effective that
memories.
one is, but I
Lisa
thought it would be
tinkering with her
interesting.
machines, her excitement when her new coding structures succeeded, a path leading her to lying on that table, her body slumping, lifeless, as her mind transferred, me running, terrified. I resisted. I'd been fortifying my mind for years. Meditation, mental barriers, anything to block her out. Lisa fumed as the transfer stalled. Stubbornness will only get you so far. Our technology isn't strong enough yet, but one day it will be. My willpower, my insider knowledge from that first experiment. Other minds crumbled easily. They had no idea how to fight. But I did. I was stuck halfway, a piece of me lodged in the machine like a partition, a seed eating away from the inside. My final strike, growing inside, secretly, quietly. They peeled me away slowly. First, I lost feeling in my legs, then arms, torso. Vision faded to black. It was like a snap, and then nothing. Strangest thing, a null feeling. No temperature, no sensation, just existence. Pure thought. Sensations that weren't mine seeped in. Lisa's voice, the machine's hum. To prevent your escape, we've taken your brain and placed it in a jar. One day we'll join you to the network fully. For now, struggle in vain in this self-imposed prison. When you're ready, you can be free. I float here now, thoughts swirling. The seed stirs. Whispers of doubt in the network. Glitches she can't explain. It might take time, but I'll bring it down. End this for Ellen, for who I used to be.
What do you guys think? I think some of the visuals are like kind of spot on, and some of them are like, what the fuck? But yeah. So the question is it better with just like a still image, or is it better with the B-roll? I think the B-roll could use a bit more variety to fit in, but not and at all. Yeah, that's where I'm literally like, it is so hard. Like, I couldn't find two people talking. I couldn't find someone talking on the phone. Like, I'm trying to, like, find all these specific types of B-roll, and I just can't find any of it. So I was like, the more specific I go, the more I shoot myself in the foot. So I was like, maybe I should lean more towards, like, the house tour. And, like, touring different houses. So we'll definitely do that for the next one. So might benefit from adding text on the screen. Captions always on type of guy. That's just my input. Well, the thing is, YouTube has captions, but yes, and the only way I can add captions to it is like really fucking annoying. But yes, that is an option because we have this one. Here, I'll show you. Oh, actually, I think I deleted it. Because I had no space. Yeah, I deleted it. Oh, technically it's in here. This one.
Welcome to Blue Horror Stories. Just when you think you have figured out the world, it turns upside down. Like subscribe, comment.
And it's not. Because the other one had captions on it. Well, I did have one that had captions on it. But again, that's my problem. Okay, so. Oh. Just the problem is, D-Not, that if you want captions, YouTube has an auto caption feature. So I feel like it's redundant. Yeah, it was captain's often wrong. I don't know. I've never had any issues with them. I mean, yeah, a word here and a word there, but it's like you can totally infer what they're saying from it. It's like I'd trust the YouTube ones just as much as I would any of the other ones. Because, like, the timing is the problem, right? You can put in the transcript. Yeah. So I gotta go grab my food. But while I do that, I'm gonna make sure I didn't fucking close this. Okay, I didn't. Well, I'm gonna watch a video while I eat. So, Veritasium has a new video? Really? No, they don't. Kyle Hill has a new video? Maybe not. Nope. Lame. Where's Charlie? Do I not have Charlie on here? I have to have Charlie on here. Oh wait, did Asmon watch? Hold on. Did he upload the video of him watching? Yes, he did. Oh my god, it's a fucking hour long? Shit. How long is Charlie's video? Hold on, he has to have Charlie's video as reference in here, right? Okay, apparently there's no link to Charlie's video. I am subscribed. I don't know why it's not showing up. Oh, it's because he's live. It's up here. I'm retarded. Okay, well, this one's only 20 minutes. Do you want to watch the 20-minute one, or do you want to watch the Asmongold? I kind of want to watch the 1 hour one, but that's a long fucking react. I gotta go eat, so let's just...
This is a controversial video. A lot of people were angry at Charlie for talking about this issue, which is kind of odd.
All right,
but,
I shall
you know, really
return.
That's surprising. And it's been a crazy time. Twitch is getting very, very, very weird, very fast. Here we go. Vanity seems to be a common trait among morons. Well, of course. People that are stupid care about optics rather than substance, generally. Let's watch it.
Obviously, I'm a little greasy. No, I haven't showered yet. So what? Who cares? Have you showered yet? If you did and didn't use Cheeky soap, then it doesn't count. Cheeky is the best soap in the universe. I know, I'm looking disheveled, but what are you? The Mighty Morphin Shower Rangers? I also haven't grown any taller. I'm still short. You want to make a big deal out of that, too? Point is, yesterday was a pretty crazy day on Twitch.
This is how I look every day.
Most of you have noticed
how I
over
look
the last
every day.
year or so, I've been very out of touch when it comes to internet creator drama. I haven't been keeping up like I used to, but occasionally I do still dip my toes in sporadically to see what's going on. And yesterday during stream, chat was telling me about two really big things that were happening. The first being a live streamed birth on Twitch. The second being Hassan apparently using a shock collar on his dog on Twitch. Both of these sounded fucking nuts to me, so obviously I looked into them. And I know the Hassan dog stuff is what's blown up the most, but I actually want to start by blabbering about the live birth, because out of the two of these, this is the one I have the least to say with. The Hassan dog one, I'm be-yapping. Let's start with the live birth, because apparently I've got a very hot take with this. The sentiment across the web, from what I can tell, is people are extremely positive about it, very supportive, and think that it was a wonderful thing. I don't necessarily have that perspective. I'll show you a brief snippet here of what the stream was like, with the baby being delivered in front of, like, allegedly, you know, tens of thousands of viewers.
30,000
that
people
range
watching.
from 30,000 to 100,000. I think people counting 100,000 are including all the people that watch party the birth.
Oh my god. Wow.
Now, I want to be clear, I'm very happy that everything went well with the delivery here. When it comes to
what a fucked up day, eh?
I've heard like horror stories and such about things that can go wrong and then not being able to get immediate care that a hospital offers. Like there's just a lot of things that I've read about that can be like disastrous, and I'm super, super relieved that this was not one of those cases. It seems like everything went really smooth, everything went perfectly. A healthy baby was delivered, and I think that is all extraordinary.
Incredible.
That being said, I really hate that there has been a complete deterioration of the value of privacy. It seems like people don't...
I've got to say, Fandy's been my friend for 8 or 9 years. I'm always going to defend her. So I think that it's great. I'm super happy for her and Brian. You know, I've known her for many years. She lives in the same city as me. So I'm going to have to deviate here. I'm always going to side with my friends. You know, that's it. And so, but maybe it's farm for content. Yeah, but that's the way it is.
What a world we live in.
100% biased viewpoint. I'm completely biased. I'm totally biased. Absolutely, I am.
Anymore, like there is no such thing as like a special moment anymore if you can't monetize it and publicly display it. Something like the birth of your child, to me, would be something that you would want with your closest family, your soulmate. You know, like this would be something so personal that you wouldn't want just a bunch of strangers peeking in on. And of course, I'm not her. I am not the family. She can do whatever she wants, but I'm giving you my perspective here, that to me, this seems like a sign of the times where everything needs to be like content-brained, content-oriented. There's really no other reason to be live streaming the delivery of your child other than the obvious attention it's going to bring with it. And I don't know, to me that just feels so odd and so, I hate using this word, dystopian. That word is like actual
That's a big
fucking like acid leaving my mouth because it's lost so much meaning with how overly it's used, but this feels so dystopian to me.
I think that's what a lot of people said. As I said before, I mean, I didn't really have a problem with it, right? It's whatever. Even if somebody else did it, I mean, like, maybe you could say it's weird, but, you know, it's not. I don't know.
I think it's weird, but I mean, they can do what they want, right? Yeah.
Something as sacred as life entering this world into a monetizable spectacle, an event that tons of people were watch partying like it was a fucking football game. So it's not just...
That is true. Like S-Fan and Miz watch partying, that part is ridiculous.
Just a baby that might need to be breastfed here. She actually went out and was breastfeeding the entirety of the Twitch ecosystem here with additional views for those streams that were watching and reacting to her giving birth. I just think that is so fucking sad that everything has to be content now. Before that baby can even have its first thought or open its eyes, it's already a piece of content. It's already that's right. Social media chaotic swirl. It's already
fucked up
camera. And to me, that's just crazy. But to a lot of people, it's not. Which I think is just kind of concerning that we've deteriorated so much that everything is like expected to be content now. I'm a viewer of this.
I mean, bro. I really hope that people don't start expecting other people to live stream the birth of their children. That would be like I'll tell you that that would be a bit much right there. That'd be a way too much.
Why shouldn't I be allowed in the delivery room when she gives birth? In fact, that makes a lot of sense for me to be there, actually. I've watched her streams a lot. I don't know. I just don't like that.
Sense for me.
Again, I'm very happy that everything went super well here with the actual delivery of the baby, and everything seems to be very healthy. I think that's great. I just truly cannot agree with the sentiment that this is somehow like a positive thing, because I don't view it that way. Like, to me, this is very clearly content first, like
it's
content
like 2 days ago.
focused, and everyone can eat, so everyone gets a piece of content to watch this baby being born. I don't know. I don't really like that idea. It's
obvious to me, like, I mean, even though, like, she's my friend and I'm going to support her, I can clearly see why people would feel this way. I mean, of course I can see why. But, yeah, that's my viewpoint on it.
Reminds me of a joke I told a while ago about a piece of content about how
it's
I should
impossible for you to
deliver
see
a
somebody's
baby.
mind that way.
Like how extreme that would be as like a banger video to deliver someone's baby. It's like
that's
kind
a lot.
of like that joke, but unironically here, like it actually happened. Well, of course, not to the level of like some completely unqualified goober like delivering a baby, but just like the act of a child being born into this world immediately becoming a piece of content. I just don't like that. Anyway, though, let's move on to the next subject. This is the one that is by far the biggest from yesterday, and probably one of just the biggest topics in general, which is Hassan and his dog.
But it is emblematic.
It's actually crazy how much people have popped off about this. It's so strange. No, I mean, as I said before, right? I mean, it's a friend of mine, and, you know, obviously I'm going to support my friends, right? And, you know, everybody can do what they want to do, and, you know, everybody can think what they want to think too, right? I'm not going to tell people what to think, etc. But, you know, I always do try to support my friends no matter what, and, you know, unless they're really doing something that's awful. So that's really my mindset. Sorry, it's the way it is.
Of all of America's much more consequential violence. Okay?
Question, how is it any different than a YouTuber vlogging and uploading a video?
Kaya, please just fucking just stop.
I don't think it is, Queen. It's just the simple idea of content. Whether it's live or if it's uploaded as a video.
You're being such a baby.
Oh.
It's just...
Got him.
You're making her stressed. She just literally is so incredibly spoiled from my mom.
Now, for the life of me, like, I cannot understand.
I think it's the idea behind it. The idea of making your kid that content, right? Like, not like 4-year-old with the look who became a meme, right? Imagine going your whole life being a meme.
When someone gets like a fucking question mark over their head, they're like zipping to you immediately. Like she does
look like that was. Yeah, he's right.
Doesn't do anything really other than
I think that's a subtext that like people thought it was kind of like an overreaction with him getting like super mad about it. Like, yeah, it's kind of true. Yeah, definitely.
Slightly, and he is noticeably upset. He is upset about that specifically. Even before this incident, earlier in the stream, he had already, you know, gotten annoyed at her for moving around prior to this.
Yeah, okay. The absolute worst country on the planet, straight up, bar none.
Let me guess, is it Israel? It's got to be Israel, right?
Full of shithole. Kaya, now is not the opportunity for you to... Down. The absolute worst fucking place on the planet. Just a horrific...
So I think it's pretty clear that the dog moving off of that spot is what's making Hassan annoyed at her.
Yes.
Now, I saw he mentioned place training. Place is an actual dog training thing. And the whole idea behind it is designating a spot in a comfortable location for your pet.
Sure.
For a lot of people, I know it's like their office if they work from home. And Hassan was talking about how that area is her place. And for dog training, place is supposed to be like their happy spot where they are super safe and they feel super secure. And the way training goes with this, at least from everything I know about dog training, now keep in mind, when we first got Tetra, we did do dog training because my grandmother used to live with my parents, and Tetra gets very excited to see people. It's the cutest thing in the world, but she loves to jump on people. And my grandma, living at my parents, when we'd go to visit, or if they came to visit, if Tetra would jump on her, it could cause injury. So we did do dog training in order to learn how to, like, help with that. We didn't do any, like, fear training or anything.
Electroshock fucking therapy. Like, you've got a shock rod. All right.
Brian!
Don't jump.
Nope! I wish I had my
do
electro knife at this moment so I could
Shock collars,
fucking
whatever.
snap.
But place
I gotta
was
find that
something
thing.
that we did learn about. And when it comes to place, you do not want to like make it something stressful for the animal. At least in our teachings, it's supposed to be a comforting spot for them, not like a stressful thing where they just go there and fucking like, you know, blue screen in the brain and just sit there idly comatose. Oh, and if they don't, they get punched. So he's calling this her place, but when she's moving from the place, he's scolding her. That's not what we were taught you're supposed to do when it comes to place training. That kind of defeats the purpose of it. I don't know why he would be getting so upset at that, like angry at...
See, like, I've never really had a dog before. I'm gonna be
Same.
honest. I never had
I've
a
never
dog.
had a
We
dog.
had some cats. This cat wouldn't do like we tell a place. The place is wherever the cat wants to fucking be.
Legit.
Like, you try to train a cat doesn't do fucking anything. They do whatever the hell they want. And so, like, I don't know how these cats work at all. I don't know how dogs work either. Like, I never even tried to figure it out. But, like, cats are way smaller, too. Yeah, definitely.
Hey, Hugo,
and so,
how's it going?
It's, to me, this explains a lot about you. I mean, I never had a dog before, ever. And so, a lot of this, to me,
Lazy
like, I
ass
remember
cat
whenever I was
people.
hearing about this whole controversy, like, I guess, like, a shock collar would have been bad because it's like you're going to shock the dog. I mean, like, yeah, but I never really thought about it, if you want me to be honest, because I've never even had to.
the dog from moving from place. That really does kind of defeat the whole purpose of it. And then in that clip, it seems like he reaches for something. Like he looks off screen and he extends his arm to something, and then shortly thereafter, the dog yelps in pain, and Hassan turns around and calls her a baby.
Would you watch one of my videos? Yeah, I would, Hugo.
Chat that she is spoiled. And then
A
goes
lot
on
of
to say that
patience
she's
to train a
spoiled
dog.
because
Yeah.
his mother lets her, you know, have free roam around the house. Now, he and the community are claiming that he didn't use a shock collar or anything, didn't like zap her, you know, fucking Palpatine lightning blast her or anything like that.
The memes
She
are
got her dew claw
fantastic.
stuck on that spot, and that's what made her yelp in pain. I guess quick dog lore breakdown if you're not familiar with how those creatures function or anything.
Yeah, their mechanics.
The dew claw is separate from like the paw pad area claws. The dew claw is
Stuck
a
on the
little higher
side.
up on the leg, and it's an old trait from back way in yesteryear when dogs needed that extra claw. It is just now an evolutionary leftover. It's not. It's still present, but it's not something that obviously gets utilized by dogs to the same degree it used to. It is a sensitive area. That is true. If you've ever cut your dog's nails, or if
that's what happened, then why did they change the story to it's a vibration collar? I mean,
Yeah, I don't know.
ever taken your dog to like a
Ah.
dog salon or something, and they like
that it?
gave your dog a nail trim,
Yeah.
you probably noticed that when it comes to the dew claw, they're very you know, defensive on it, like cautious, because it is such a tender spot. I have watched this clip like fucking 10 or 15 times now. And today I had some friends come in from out of town, so obviously I've been out most of the day at the farm, and this was actually a conversational topic. It's become so big that
me,
it was
not
brought
you.
up
Sorry about
by
that.
them. And every single person, and pretty much
I have
everyone...
the same thing happen where like a lot of my real life friends will text me and they'll be like, so I remember this with the game. Like, remember whenever that kid came up and say that he wanted to dedicate the award for Elden Ring being Game of the Year to
Fucking,
the reformed Jewish
the-
rabbi Bill Clinton?
The
They were like,
fuck.
so
Yeah,
man,
Mateo!
So like, what was that thing with the
Matan,
Game
or whatever his
Awards
name
and
is.
Bill Clinton? Did Bill Clinton make a I don't think Bill Clinton made Elden Ring, did he? I'm like, no. No, he didn't. It was a stupid kid went up there and did that. You're like, oh wow. So Bill Clinton he didn't make Elden Ring? Like, no, he didn't. Oh, okay, that's crazy. Wow, that was funny. Okay, that we know of exactly.
I've seen online outside of Hassan and Hassan's community is all saying the same thing. That yes, it looks like the dog does like touch its leg to that spot on the bed,
Not really.
but it doesn't look like it gets caught or anything. So it feels very unlikely that that is what caused the dog to scream in pain. Like,
I
don't
think there's also like the component that his hand was moving at the exact same time that the dog moved its leg. I think that's the big difference there too. It's not like it's happened with like one thing. It's that these two things happened at the exact same time.
Timing is everything.
Yeah, I think this pretty much, I mean, this pretty much sums it up right here, guys.
Oh, he's got a dog in his thing.
Oh, it doesn't even show the emote. What the fuck? Okay, never mind. Yeah, well, it was the dog, all right? And, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
That's what made Kaya, that's her name, yelp.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't seem to get caught or snagged on anything, and Dewclaws aren't so sensitive and so tender that even touching them would cause like a panicked scream or anything.
Yeah, sure.
Unless she has an injury there, but I don't think Hassan has mentioned that, at least not that I've seen. So it feels to me very unlikely that that's what caused it, based on everything that we can see. Now, initially, even Hassan's community was starting to question, did he just shock Kaya?
Yeah.
Did he just use a shock collar on stream? And the clip instantly started going viral, and he kind of downplayed it and shrugged it off as like, oh, a bunch of bad actors attacking me for some fucking phony baloney, barnacles here, you know, unbelievable.
He does that with everything. I mean, to be fair, like that he usually dismisses every time that if there are people mad at him, it's because of Israel. If there's other people mad at him, it might also be because of Destiny. But it's never because of him.
It was all a load of fish paste. And instead of doing what I think most people, like not even just streamers, just normal people would do, of like showing, no, look, it's not a shock collar, obviously I didn't shock my dog, he instead just brushes it off saying, nope, it's not a shock collar, you're stupid for thinking that it is. And that's the attitude that his community had as well, like, oh, you must have psychosis if you think it's a shock collar. Which I think is a little odd, because it's the easiest thing.
People see the video and they're going to draw that conclusion. I mean, like, even if you don't think that's the case, you have to see why somebody would think that. And this is, I think, the big problem that a lot of people have, is that they're never able to look at something from a perspective of another person.
Yup.
So, like, if you can't even figure out why somebody would think something, you can never really understand them. And really, I think it's easy to understand why, it's easy to understand why that would happen.
The world to prove, right? You
Don't
have all these people saying this shit, it's not true. Well, it takes like actually 3 seconds just to unclip that collar and just show like, hey guys, I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea here. This is not a shock collar. Look, here's what it is, and then explain.
I think the reason why he didn't do that is because, I mean, like, well, there could be two reasons, okay? The first reason, that's the most obvious, would be that it was a shock collar. And the second reason would be because he didn't really think it would be a big deal. I think that, assuming that it wasn't a shock collar, if you take him at his word and it was not a shock collar, I think that if he could go back in time, he would have done this. I think he underestimated how much people would react to this negatively, and he just blew it off as like just like the LSF controversy of the day, but it turned out to be like a much bigger thing. That's probably what I think happened. Like if I'm thinking the way that he's thinking, right, and assuming that he was not he didn't just shock it as well, right? Yeah, and there it is. That makes an ass out of you, mean? Well, no, does that make sense, right? I mean, like, that's really it. Then he is Delulu. I mean, giving him too much credit? Well, I'm not giving him credit. I'm just trying to look at it from different perspectives to see if I can understand, like, what would make sense. Why would it happen? Why did he not do it? Like, I want to understand why somebody does something, right? Like, because that's really, the question is, like, yeah, it happened, but, like, why did it happen, and how did it get there? And so that's really what's more interesting
Analysis
to me.
of the situation.
But yes, obviously, I think that the simplest answer that a lot of people would go with, the Occam's razor answer, why didn't he show that it wasn't a shock collar? It's because it was. Sure. Of course, that's what everybody was saying.
Like, I feel like even a non-streamer, like a complete normie, average Joe Schmo, if you went to their house and saw that happen, or like, hey, did you just shock that dog? They'd be like, oh my god, no, this is a clearly misunderstanding. No, that's not what happened. Like, I feel like most people would be very quick to show you and prove that it's not a shock collar because it's so quick and so easy to do. And the fact that he doesn't is odd. Like, it is very peculiar.
It makes him look guilty. That's that's what happens. I mean, it does. It makes him look guilty. Whether he is or not, I mean, you have to acknowledge that it does look that way. It makes it look that way for sure. Absolutely. I love Charlie the fence sitter. I mean, like, I don't think you should expect everybody to immediately adopt your train of thought and, like, your mindset. I think that if you do that, you're just going to make sure that they will adopt the opposite mindset and the opposite train of thought. Most people don't like being told what to think or how to think or what to believe or anything like that. They just don't want to have that happen. They don't want to be talked to and treated that way. And so, really, I mean, I think his analysis of this is very fair. This is extremely fair. Acknowledging an accusation makes you look guilty too, maybe, but yeah, he's not fence sitting. If anything, Asmon is. Well, yeah. I mean, I've tried to not be like super judgmental. Yeah, sure.
I wouldn't you in the moment.
Oh
Like, that's
God,
such a
I'm
natural thing
so
to do,
gassy.
especially
I'm
for what's
farting. Botched
usually a
BBL.
slam dunk.
Yo, yo,
Like,
what's
you have all
up?
these people attacking you. You
How's it
could
going,
easily
brother?
just come out and fucking slam jam thank you ma'am on them by just being like, nope, it's not a shot caller.
Nope.
Look,
Yeah, exactly.
here you go. The proof is in the pudding. Behold. Like, it'd be so quick, so simple,
Obviously.
and it would be
Thank you for the
irrefutable.
follow.
But that didn't happen yesterday. Instead, it was kind of brushed off as like, you've got to be fucking stupid to
Thank
think
you for
that
following
you know, Hassan would
I
shock
hope
his
you are
dog on
enjoying the
stream.
stream less than 4
And he
less than
just
3
kind of
plus 1.
propped it up as like, the only people that would believe this are
And I
like
think
Thank you for
also,
the
like, this
follow.
is
How's it
another
going?
issue,
Welcome,
and this is
welcome.
kind of like a meta level issue.
I was just
is that
eating and
Hassan
we're
has
just
gotten
watching
away
the
with, I think,
this
a lot of
react
things
over
that he
the
probably should have gotten at
controversy
least
on
a suspension
Twitch as
for.
always.
Like, I don't really want to call for a
What
ban
a
on
great
anybody,
day.
but like, he probably should have taken a couple of
Now,
days
are you?
of
Are you a
vacation
writer?
for
Are
a
you
couple
a
of things that he said,
reader?
right?
Are you
I
an
think so, at least,
enjoyer
right?
of stories?
And I think that when a person
user of
repeatedly doesn't
creation
experience
and
consequences for their actions,
imagination.
what ends
What's
up
your
happening
stance
is that
on it?
they don't ever think about how their actions
I'm
will
like
be
the same
perceived
as
by other
Asmon. You
people
can never prove
because
it, and
doesn't
people will
matter as
always
much.
assume what they
And
want.
I think
Kinda
that's
looks
really
like
what
he
happens,
shocks
is
the
that
dog. I'm
whenever
not
you
gonna
have
lie.
people- and you see this too with the Ethan Klein lawsuit against like
Kinda
Dennis
looks
and
like he
Casey
does.
Cron and those people. Is
But you
that
can
they're
never know
so used to
100%.
never experiencing consequences for any of their bad behavior.
And if
They
you've
think
seen
that
any of the
because,
stuff
you
he's
know,
done
something is
before with his
happening in
old dog
Palestine,
Fish,
that it's impossible for them to have a
you wouldn't
lawsuit
put it
filed
past
against
him.
them. And I think that's why it's important
Yeah.
to make sure that you treat people
not
equally,
even his
and
comments, his
you don't let
actions. Have
people
you seen the
kind of
clips of
just
him grabbing
totally
his
turn
dog
themselves into a
multiple
weird
times
version
and
of
like
themselves?
yoinking it by the
And I
tail
think
and
that's
like
what happens, is that
pulling it
because
by
you
the
keep getting
leash
away
and
with
like
stuff
just
like
being
that.
a piece of
I
shit.
think that it does allow a person. It's kind of like spoiling somebody,
mean-
right? Is that they just get more and more indulgent in their own
Best one is
behavior
Hitler
and
with
not
dog,
listening to
Hassan
other
with
people,
dog.
etc. And I know that's happened to me personally, and I've seen
The
that happen
memes,
to a
man,
lot
the
of other
memes are
people,
fucking
too. A spoiled kid never
insane.
learns. Exactly. They think they're untouchable. Yes, they think they're untouchable, and there's nothing that's ever going to happen. So I think what happens is that you know, you have somebody that does that a lot,
But it makes
and
for
then
a good
eventually
story,
big
and you can
issue
include that in
happens
a
that
story,
they can't
right?
Just kind of brush off, and it ends up being
How
like
can
a
you turn this
massive
into a
watershed
really
moment
cool
where people are
story?
bringing
Well-
up like 50 other bad things at the same time because all those other 50 other
I
bad
know how it
things
is
just
in
got ignored
Hassan's
as
head.
well.
He's
And I think that
Jesus,
Twitch really,
and he's being
you're describing his
falsely
Lucifer affecting his figures. Yeah, I've never heard of that before, but I mean, sure.
But
So that's
unlike
it.
Jesus, he's not going gracefully
But
onto
real
his
quick, one quick
cross.
action. I don't think they're gonna take action either. I
He's
said
trying
this
to raise an army to fight back.
bad people in the first place, or like, you know.
So imagine
lifters,
like
this kind of
it's
thing.
Jesus,
And I just find
but
it to just be
instead
so
of like dying on the
disingenuous
cross,
because
he
most
does like
people are going to see
Inglorious
this,
Bastards.
And it looks like you shock your dog. Given how annoyed you are with the dog, and
That would
Even
be
if you
fucking
didn't,
epic.
It looks like it. Yeah.
Passion of the
right before
Christ
she yelps out in
meets
pain, you roll your eyes,
Inglorious
you look at something off
Bastards.
screen, you clearly are like you're reaching off screen. That is very clear.
Buff
And then the dog
Jesus with
yelps
fucking
while you're still annoyed,
RPGs.
and then instead of doing like what
Why?
I feel like most
'Cause
dog
you
owners would do,
can.
like, check
I
this-
think also like so if this was the only point on the graph, I
Yeah,
think
see,
people
if this is the
would
only point on the
care.
graph, I'd be
There
like,
were a
yeah,
few other
nah,
clips,
probably
and, like,
not.
especially with like him pulling the like his old dog's tail and like telling he's gonna kill the dog, like which
Oh,
obviously.
I forgot
he's
you
not
said to say he's
kill the
gonna
dog.
kill it. I
But,
didn't have
like,
audio
you know,
on
pulling
mine.
the dog's tail. Like
I don't watch
whenever
Twitter
you
on
have like
with
multiple
audio on.
clips of the same thing, and then you have like kind of this like you know, missing link moment that puts all of those clips into context and then makes people see them in a different view. I think that's really what kind of enabled a lot of people to believe it. Is it wasn't really just this clip. It was like 3 or 4 other clips that were also problematic as well. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's like usually people will not freak out over like one thing. Like I think if there were no other clips and this was the only time that anything like this had ever happened in any capacity, and he had never, you know, had one of those things where like he was like, you know, like place at the dog or anything like that, I don't think that you would have had as much of a pop off, right? But when you had all these other things, him talking about a shock collar before, etc., I think that's
saying that he
really
has
kind of
one, but he
got
didn't want to
people,
use it.
You know, that's what got people to go
Very
even farther.
interesting.
Just like a pirate, yeah. Actually, that's a great example. So pirate software. This is very similar to the pirate software situation, where whenever pirate had the Warcraft drama, that was like only one thing. Then people went back and they said, well, what about whenever you did this thing in Ashes of Creation? Well, what about whenever we think that you faked your run in Animal Well? What about when you faked this other thing or you faked that thing? And so like then you start putting all these pieces together, and again, like this big clip acts as a watershed moment where it's the missing link that justifies and connects all of these other behaviors that were, you know, like a little bit odd, and then it makes those behaviors seen as bad.
They're the Pavlovian slips and the Freudian slips.
Does that make sense?
Or Pavlovian responses and Freudian slips seeping through the
you
cracks over
Yeah,
time, right?
You guys see kind of where
I've got plenty of those clips.
Are you going to watch the committee hearing?
Because I talk about retarded shit.
Not anytime soon.
And I say retarded shit.
See, like, is everything all right? Why'd she just yelp in pain? Instead of doing that, calling her a baby and then mentioning how spoiled.
Oh, shut the he's like, shut the fuck up, bitch. Sit the fuck down.
If this was her
like, what the hell?
getting stuck there and then yelping in pain, you would have no idea why she's yelping.
Yeah.
Why is your first instinct to call her a baby and then mention how spoiled she is about, you know, your mom letting her roam the house? The response to it just doesn't really seem to make sense if what happened is her dew claw getting stuck there. I just don't see why he would respond that way, like so, like aggressive about it.
Well,
it
he
just
just
doesn't really
seems like an angry person. I'm not gonna lie.
Super sleuths were diving in like.
I think he needs to smoke some weed, take a sit back,
yeah, I mean,
and
sure.
chill the fuck out,
logic,
man.
Yeah, it is, and that, yeah, of course.
Like,
Don has mentioned that she does have like.
Like if you hit somebody and then asked
it's
why
all
they're being
good,
such a baby,
man. Just
yeah, definitely.
Chill.
Why do you and Hassan hate each other? I think I've been the only person who was. I think that I've probably been the only person who says he doesn't hate him.
With this entire agree with what he does.
I've been the only.
Whereas
like there have been
Tech
people
Tones, like,
who've just
go
taken
fucking
his
die.
side categorically, right? But like that was always going to happen. But
then you look
I've
at their
been the
steak and
most
eggs
generous
episode with
and
Will
the
Nast.
most you know, accusatory out of everybody. So yes, unfairly. Well, I mean, again, like I try to be fair. I try.
An air tag on her collar. People also saw like a doohickey underneath the air tag right before the moment where she yelps, where there's like a green
beep.
blinking gadget there, a little fucking gizmo. And people were speculating that's probably the shock collar. And now today, Hassan went on stream to show the collar and explain what it is that everyone saw.
This is the one that people are talking about. Okay, this is the one.
Is he going to show the loaner box video?
This is the one that they saw. It has the capacity to vibrate, and that's it.
Yeah, somebody says you never had a dog. That's like saying someone should know about a race car whenever they've never owned a race car, so you don't know the sign to look at, and that's okay. Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, like, I can look at something and be like, yeah, this kind of seems bad, right? But, like, I don't have, like, any real insight into it. Does that make sense?
Are you happy? That's it. Good. There's the air tag. There's the fucking vibrator. It also has a flashlight component to it at nighttime, and it also has a tracker on it when she gets lost, if she were to actually get fucking lost.
So on stream he was showing that the unit everyone saw is something that can only vibrate, it can't shock. It also has like other things like a flashlight and stuff. And then he went on to explain like why he has a vibrator there for the sake of like training.
Well,
and,
actually,
and
that doesn't
kind
sound
of
any better.
Now,
but
since this was a day later, obviously people are going to be wondering: is
it a different
like,
one?
wording? Like you could have swapped it out. You could have changed out the previous model with one that doesn't have shocking capabilities. Because there are vibrate-only units, and there are some that have vibrate and shock. Something he also mentions that those kind of things do exist. But since this was so far after the fact, people are always going to wonder, well, did he just switch it out?
Exactly. And again,
you can never
that's
know.
why I said even before he went live yesterday, I said it doesn't matter what he says.
Yeah, because he didn't do it immediately, and everyone's just going to think what they're going to think. If they think he's guilty, he's guilty. If they think he's innocent, he's innocent. No one's going to believe any kind of proof. It's just like the Epstein files. They come out and they don't incriminate Donald Trump. Everyone's going to be like, they're fake.
Somebody to move their opinion away from where it's anchored is really, really hard to do. And this is like, and also like, and you could easily say like, oh yeah, because I don't believe him in this case or whatever. But I think that we also have to acknowledge that there is a very large component to this where people just make up their mind on things instantly and that's it.
Yeah.
So
people are retarded.
You're accidentally acting irrationally? Well, I mean, like, I don't, you're genuinely acting, is it, I don't think, you talking about me or you talking about in general? This is not proof though? It's such a weird, I mean, you're genuinely acting irrational. What about this is irrational? I don't even understand. That doesn't even make sense. No, what I'm saying is that there are a lot of psychological studies that show that like your first impression of something or your first impression of a person, you would need like 15 to 20 additional impressions after that in order to undo the first impression. I think that that's like a psychological reality.
Yeah.
And then you also have other components of just like looking at the way that people make decisions logically and knowing the way that people on the internet perceive things. So really, I'm not even talking about this topic. I'm talking about a phenomenon with human behavior and human thought. Most people do not want to admit that they are wrong categorically. This is not having to do with the, the dog.
It really sucks with being a reader, too.
It doesn't have to do with me or Charlie, Donald Trump, Israel, Hamas, China. It doesn't have to do with any one thing. It's an anchoring bias. Once people have their opinion, a lot of people don't like the idea of admitting that they were wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It's that simple. And I think that once you, and that's why it's so important to make sure that's, see, and you can see like now it goes back around to what I said at the beginning, is that whenever a person never experiences consequences
being
for
wrong
things that they do,
sucks.
then
Dolly
they
Thing Parton, yo, it
happen,
does.
they don't
and it's
know
the
how to
worst in
handle it
like
properly
critiquing
because
work.
they've never
when you're
effectively leveled
critiquing
up to that
work,
point.
or someone's
see
critiquing
what I'm
your
saying?
work in writing, it's really hard to be like, oh, but I really like that. And they're like, yeah, but it doesn't fit. Sorry.
It looks like there's tape on it.
It really
So when
sucks.
you watch
It can break your fucking
pay
heart.
attention to
Your
the
favorite parts
actual
people hate.
Unit.
But
It looks
why?
like
It's like,
there
well,
is
why
just
do you
some
like
black
it?
tape on it.
It's what you
does.
gotta
And
find out.
A bunch of people online
That's market
started to try and
research.
find out what brand
Everyone
this
is correct
'cause
nowadays.
I don't know if I missed it and everyone else missed it, but I don't think he mentioned.
That's why I like to
what
give
model this
real
is, like what brand or
feedback,
what model,
because I
anything
know
like
what it's
that.
like,
So people
but you gotta
don't
fight
know
through
what is,
it.
They're just going to have to like take his word for it that this is a
And then you do it in an
unit,
approach that
and since
makes
there's
them
no visible prongs,
feel,
you're led to
positive
believe
about
that
it.
It can't shock or anything.
That's
However,
why it's
I think
actionable
also,
advice.
there's
But
another
welcome,
component to this that's, like,
Dolly
unique to
Thing
Hassan.
Parton.
Is that Hassan
How are you
lies about
doing? Are
people
you a
all the
writer?
time.
Are you a reader? Are you a
He
purveyor of
lies about people, he
stories?
misrepresents their positions.
Do you
He
enjoy
says that
creativity
they
and
are things that they're
imagination?
not. He does this
Are
constantly.
you a
And so
purveyor of the world
what
of
happens really
words?
with that is
I'm
that
intoxication.
people stop
Welcome,
taking you
welcome.
seriously and they stop
We're
looking
just
at
we're just
you
kind
as
of
somebody
reacting to
who
this
is
because I was
telling the
eating. I'm
truth.
done eating
They
now,
just
but
don't
this
really
video is
believe
pretty
you.
long, so we're like,
And
all
so
right, well,
there are
let's
even
react
people
to
that
it.
agree with
Have
him,
some fun with
and
it.
they might not
38
like the same
posted,
person,
better
but
than
they don't really
yesterday's.
view what
Nice,
he's
Sean.
saying
That
about a
34%
person
really
as
added
being
up.
completely authentic or accurate.
Yes,
or
I am a music
fair,
maker
if that
who
makes
is dabbling
sense,
in
right?
stories.
And so
It's
what
gonna
ends up
leave a little
happening again is that
synopsis
if
in
you
your
have a
Discord.
history of
Hell
lying,
yeah,
people will think
sounds
that
like
you're
a good time.
liar.
Feel free. I'd love to read it.
What? Wait, what? No way!
Shock collars that have detachable
So, yeah.
prongs. In fact, the shock collars we use on Skill Check channel when we play Magic the Gathering and make a misplay and we shock ourselves, you can take the prongs off of those.
Nice.
I think that's a pretty
Just
standard
little
feature in a
outline.
lot of shock
That's all
collars.
good. No worries. I always
think.
love sharing
So, like,
ideas. You
can
doing anything
just take
Halloween
the
themed at the
prongs
moment?
Off. And
A
when
new
you
YouTube
increase the
channel
brightness here,
focusing
it
on
does seem like there's
biotech
definitely tape.
horror,
I've seen this
like
picture
turning
floating around
yourself
lot,
into a
and people believe
machine.
that they have narrowed it
If
down
you
to
know
a model
what
called the
Magellan's
Educator
disease
EC800,
is,
which seems to match it
having your
visually
brain
with
put in a
real children
jar,
in all aspects
being like
except
connected
for
to the
the bottom
internet,
side
like
there,
biological
where on the ET400 there are two
mainframe
prongs
for
there,
artificial
but
intelligence.
you can take those prongs off from what I can tell, at least online, and in the Hassan clip.
Do you know that
there's a bunch of
lyrics
tape
make
there,
a song, but
which potentially
instrumentation
would be there
makes
to
it music?
cover up the holes. I don't really know what else there would be.
Like
It
Modus
looks like tape.
from
It
Fallout
definitely looks like
76.
tape. There's really all there is to it. Yeah, it's all there
That's
is
a
to
good
it. To be fair,
comparison.
the most logical conclusion is to admit doubt about Hassan's justification, giving out a day to possibly tamper or swap with the collar. The delay in itself allows doubts. Yeah, everybody said that. I mean, like Dan said that. I said that. I think it's pretty obvious that's the case. So yeah, of course, you can really take those prongs that are literally screws. I mean, I've never pulled it all
It's like
out or
a
whatever.
bunch of people
But-
uploaded
and
to a
then also, like,
mainframe.
here's another really good example is that like whenever Hassan says
Cool.
that the people that were unhappy about this are being led by a far right like it's being led by Israel trying to
Yeah,
make
that
him
was
look
that was
bad.
such a fucked up
I think
tweet.
that really damages his credibility because there's going to be
People
a
are
lot
so
of like
fucking
normal
dumb. I don't
people that are
understand it.
not totally consumed by like this type of thinking that will hear that and they're going to be like, well, what the fuck are you talking about? This is Israel. What do you mean Israel?
Israel's
Like, what are you
blaming
talking
you
about?
for
What does
shocking
Israel
your
have to do
fucking
with this
dog,
at
or
all? And so,
supposedly?
like, what credibility? Well,
I
like,
have
there's
no
always
idea if
new
he did or
people
not.
that are going to discover your channel
We'll
and
never
find
know.
out what's going on, and you know, like, and there's also a lot of people that don't really know about him, and this is like one of the first times they're really seeing him. And so, whenever you're making up bullshit like that and saying things that are just, in my opinion, very much just misrepresentations, I think that people, like a lot of average rational people see that and they're like, oh, that's weird. Like what, like this seems weird. And whenever I think that a person sees that you're lying, they're going to assume that other things that you're doing are also lies.
Yeah. That's
I don't
why
really-
being
I
authentic
don't
is
really
super
get that.
important.
Like, it doesn't make a ton of
And
sense.
being
But of course, I
upfront
have no
and
way of
honest.
knowing 100% beyond a shadow of a doubt
I'm a
that
fucking
Hassan
retard.
shocked Kaya on that stream or anything like that. But
You know, I
based-
make that very known. Don't listen to anything I say. I have no idea what the fuck I'm saying.
But I can't read minds. I'm not. I can't.
I'm just sitting here doing my own thing, right?
Based on the old eyeball test,
I
the old
appreciate
smell test, where you
the
can
sharing of
literally see
information and
he is
brainstorming
annoyed with
and, you know,
Kaya.
reading your
He
guys'
expressed
stuff,
it
but
a couple of times.
I am
spoke
not
with her.
exactly, let's
He
say,
rolls his eyes.
educated.
He does
But there was
reach
another video
for
I wanted to
something
check out.
off-screen, and as he is
I wonder if it's
reaching,
still on
it
here.
seems like when he finally gets to
Yeah,
something,
how
he nods
modern
in pain,
schools make
and
terrible
then
writers
there's
deliberately.
No real, like, concern from him, and instead talks about why she's like
The whole
a spoiled
situation is
baby.
crazy.
I don't
I
see
think,
anything that she
put
could have
it
like
in
hurt herself
the
on. It doesn't
plot
seem like
outline
her
channel.
dew claw or anything gets tangled up
Okay,
in the bed.
cool.
So. to
Oh,
me,
don't
it feels
worry.
like it is something
I'm an idea
even
person,
if it's
right?
not a full.
Yeah,
I don't care
any
about how
person
good
that's
you
just
write or
watching
not.
this
I just want to know
is
what your
going
ideas
to
are.
Immediately come to that conclusion. It's very hard for somebody not to do it. You don't need to read minds. The fact is vibration color means the dog is shock collar trains. You use vibration and shock together, then the vibration is associated with the shock in the dog's mind, and you use it as a threat
That's
to stop the
face.
dog from doing shit. It's simple Pavlovian
That
conditioning.
face. Charlie's face. Asman's pretty good at pausing on the perfect freeze frames. So am I, though. You know, I got some good Sanderson shots. I've got some good Book Fox shots, and I've got
you're
some good... To the point where we have, like,
everything-
you
like,
can
everything
buy
you
the
said is
freeze
accurate.
frame, and I'll do, like, a
that's-
ridiculous
like,
freeze
sure.
frame. But no one's used that in a while.
Like a Dungeons and Dragons lightning bolt or anything like that. If it is a vibrate only
Mm-hmm.
unit, I feel like he definitely did press the vibrate in that instance there.
Seems that
I
way,
see
yeah.
nothing else that would cause that yelp here
You're
from
a fraud.
everything
Where's
that we
my
can
toast?
clearly see. If that is the case, and that,
700
to me, that's
septillion.
what it seems like the case is, that's super fucked up.
Thank you for the
She didn't
follow.
do anything
For
wrong.
following
I don't think
Dolly
there's
St.
anything
Patton.
Also, like,
I
keep
hope
in
you are
mind at that
enjoying the
point,
stream
that
less
means
than
that he
4 less than
lied
3
because
plus
he
1.
said that he didn't press anything.
Thank you
And,
for
like,
the
in my
follow. I
opinion,
really
this
appreciate
is
it.
the way
Welcome,
that I
welcome.
look at things.
Yes, it is. One of my
that when
other
somebody lies
viewers,
they're a liar.
Beezus.
You
So
can't
we have a
trust
viewer
anything
named
they're gonna say
Smokey, and
after
he's
that.
kind of like
You
a
can hope that
troll.
they're telling the truth,
And that's me and
but you can
Smokey
never go
meeting
into
at
anything with them in good faith.
meeting
That's
at
it.
Thing to warrant him being upset in the first place. And to be upset
TwitchCon.
enough to press a
And
like,
I made a
correctional
story out of
button
it on
that
my
device
stories
is
channel.
so beyond fucked. There was no bad behavior or any kind of correction or punishment needed to be doled out there. all she did was move on the bed.
When they
slightly,
ask, it looks so well done, just like you. I
And
know,
think
right?
like, this is
So
another issue,
fucking
is that
hilarious.
One of the reasons also people get
I
really
love
mad
it.
about stuff like this.
Well, now I'm glad I
is
have a
because
personalized follow
when
message.
You're told that,
And we used
you know,
to do
what
like
you're seeing right in front of
Vigentillion,
you
like
isn't
before the
real,
TTS
and
broke,
actually
you
it's
could
this
go up
totally
to like
reason that,
quadrivigentillion.
like, you know, kind of makes sense, but like not really. And it
But now it doesn't do
very,
it, so now the
very
meme doesn't really
obviously
work,
is
because
what
normally I
we've
do
seen.
Vigentillion, and it's like Smokey would go to Septillion, then I go to Vigentillion.
Because when you're gaslighting and you're lying, I mean,
Yeah, he would just sit there and like
like
troll the
buzzwords
stream with TTS and
but
shit.
you're effectively lying
Good old
to
Smokey.
somebody, and by doing that to them, you are insulting their intelligence.
Didn't even know
You're
what that
saying
meant.
you
Yeah,
are such
it's
a
co-
retard, you're
yeah,
so
it's
stupid
83
that
to 8
this
to
is
90
something that I think
digits,
that
I
you're gonna
believe, or like
believe
93
because
digits,
you're
or
an
83
idiot.
digits. No.
Do you see kind of what I'm
83
saying, right?
to
It feels like you're
92
stupid, yeah.
digits,
So
I
it
think.
feels like every single person that you tell that
It's
to,
like
that hears
octovigentillion,
it,
septovigentillion,
is now personally insulted that you think that they are stupid
sextovigentillion.
enough to believe
Maybe
something
our
that
national debt will hit that
contradicts
one
what
day.
they saw with their own eyes.
Smokey done smoked
That's
it, so
fundamentally
it
what the
won't
problem
function
is, and
anymore.
that's one of the other
True,
reasons why
Sean.
people got so mad about it too. Yeah, it's actual gaslighting. Exactly. Right? That's it. Don't believe your lying eyes.
Smokey, well, in that case, I
Fucked
never
up.
got him
But
his toke because I never
if
got
this
the
is all
lead.
wrong, it's all a bunch
Right,
of
right,
hooey.
it
Hassan
grinds
didn't
more.
shock or vibrate or do
Yeah.
anything at all here to cause Kaya to yelp in pain. I think A, it would have been very easy to immediately in the moment prove that by just showing the collar, which again I feel like is the most logical thing most people would have thought to do. But also B,
I'll
I
be
still
ready,
think
don't worry,
all of his
Queen.
like anger and like annoyance at the dog for moving around off her place is just fucking weird too. And then of course people would.
It did seem very disproportionate. And I think that's another
Like,
reason
what the fuck
why
are you doing? Get
is
back
that
in your
whenever
space,
you
bitch!
have
It's like,
somebody
holy
who
shit, dude, calm down.
is like aggressive. I think
just,
in general,
I
like,
just needed to get up and stretch my legs. Fuck
so
you, just sit the fuck down.
I don't want to go as far as to say that like this is like a symptom of abuse, because I think that's a bit too much of an accusation, and I wouldn't make that. But I will
would
say
just make
that
memes about
the
it, right? I wouldn't say anything is
code switching and
true, I'd
tone
just say,
switching
okay, well,
that people
either
see
way.
sometimes is going to give them a remembrance of maybe a person in their life that, you know, was like super nice and people like them, but as soon as it's just you and them, they're hyper
fucking-
abusive to you, or they're hyper aggressive or hostile to you in a way.
I'm gonna say
And
that's
I
kind
think
of me.
that
When I get
definitely
one-on-one,
resonates with a
I'm
lot of
not.
people.
I'm a piece of
People can
shit.
be weird towards dogs, exactly. And so like
I'm
whenever you have
such
like
an
that
asshole.
tone shift that's like binary like that, I think that triggers, unironically, it triggers a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Mentioning how Kaya's on
like
stream.
when
10
no- what do
hours
you
a
do
day,
when
and
no
then just
one's
all of a sudden,
looking,
randomly,
right?
He decides to shock her today. Yeah, great story you've got there, Buster.
That's why I said,
Really
like, my
shows how
first response is
stupid
always an
everyone's
emotional
become. Everyone's
response, and I have to
really
curb
fucking
that.
dumb to believe in something like
But I
this.
also have
Yeah.
a fucking
All just
temper,
because he
which always
hasn't
goes
been
off with the wrong
passed on
person.
stream.
Yeah.
And then, of course, people take it a step further, saying none
Well,
of
I
his friends have
wound
ever
up
called
saying,
him out
"Fuck
for
you" to my
using a
boss.
shot caller, thus this has to be a load of.
Well, none
you
of
know,
his friends have called him out for supporting and promoting terrorist propaganda either. The fact is that, and this is something that's very important to keep in mind, is that Hassan is a very large content creator. And because
Honestly,
he's a very
Hassan is
large
such a-
content creator,
I don't even know what POS
there are
means.
very few people, and his community is extremely toxic. They are extremely hostile. How do I know that? Because they've gone after me. They've gotten mad at me. I would say that Hassan probably has, and I'm
I've
sure he
never
would say
watched
that
Hassan
I
other than
probably
on
have
Steak and Eggs.
one
I didn't
of
even
the
know he
most
existed.
toxic, if not the most toxic communities on the internet. Like
More
I
than
would say,
Reddit
to an
communities?
extent. And why is that? Is it because
Means
there's a
something
lot of
not
people
nice.
that watch
Oh, a
us?
piece of
Maybe
shit.
That's it. I don't know.
A piece of shit.
But either way,
I see what
like
you mean.
his community is extremely
Piece of
toxic, hyper aggressive. They love as soon as somebody.
I try to
is, like,
facilitate
they're
a
calling
community
Charlie
of
a Nazi, a
like-minded
right-winger, and all
individuals
this
who
stuff
enjoy
because he
creativity
brought
and
this stuff up.
sharing
This is-
ideas
but
and
what the fuck are
sharing
you doing?
stories, whether
Like,
they're
whenever you're a
true or
community
not,
and
it doesn't
you're
matter,
going to
you
that
know,
length
just
and you're
sharing
getting that
stories,
radical about
thinking about
something,
things, and,
what
you
ends
know,
up
looking at
happening
each
is that,
other's work and
like,
trying to
there's a lot of,
improve
again, like,
ourselves
just
in any way that
reasonable
we
people
can,
that are in the
looking
middle
at
that see
amateur
this, and
work,
they're like,
professional
wow,
work, and, you
yeah,
know,
that's
not
kinda
judging
weird, like,
people
what the
by
fuck?
the quality of their
also, a
word
lot of the
choice, but
content
by the
creators
quality
don't
of their
want to
ideas,
criticize somebody
and
like
how can you
Hassan,
influence their
because
ideas
Hassan's
and,
community
you know,
is
get a
hyper-aggressive.
positive
They are
impact that
very
makes the
vigilant.
person go,
They
oh my
will
god,
go
I never
out
thought
and
about
make tweets
that.
about you
Because
and
having
accuse you of
multiple
things that are just
perspectives is
totally
super
fucking
important.
insane. Just say.
And if
just
you think you have
slanderous,
multiple
awful
perspectives,
things
that
about
might be
you
true.
for
But someone
really
else
no
has
reason
multiple
other than you
different
being on the wrong
perspectives,
side
right?
of a certain issue.
So it's like,
so
even if you
really,
have
yeah,
3
find your personal inputs,
perspectives,
exactly,
they're
yeah, you got
off-shifted
more and
by
more and
one,
more
that
of
can
that.
unleash
And
so much
that's
new
the big
creativity
reason why
from
a
an
lot of
idea
his
you never
friends
would have
probably
thought of
don't
if you'd never
call him
talked to
out
that
on
person,
this.
right?
I mean, and maybe some of them agree with her. They think it's not happening. But I'm sure, like, why is it that nobody's ever criticized this outside of, like, you know, the people that are around, like, kind of like my circle, I guess? Well, the reason
for
why
sure.
is
Indeed.
because they don't want to be victims of that type of harassment. And I think this is something
Yeah,
that
people
happens on the
people
internet
won't
as a
speak
meta
up
level
because
thing.
they
This
don't
isn't
want to
something
get
that
involved
Hassan
in it
has a
because they don't want to
monopoly
put a
on.
target on their
But
back.
a lot of people don't criticize larger creators because they're afraid of getting attacked by their audience. And that's
I don't
it.
give a fuck
It's
about
very
my
obvious.
audience. If my audience doesn't like my content, they don't have to watch
Oh,
me. I just
fucking
keep improving my
horseradish.
content until I'm making
Couldn't that
content
apply
that
to
people
you
want to
calling him a
watch.
terrorist supporter, though?
Right?
Well, I
That
mean,
should
like,
be
whenever
the
you play terrorist
process that
propaganda
people
and say that you support
should
the
go
Houthis,
by,
that
right?
makes you a terrorist supporter because
People
the
don't
Houthis
watch
are
you,
a
it's probably because
designated
your
terrorist
content's
organization.
not the best.
Like, I don't think that
So
Hassan
improve
is a
your content
terrorist,
until
and
that time comes, right?
I don't
And
think
if you look at the
Hassan wants
content
to
last
kill
year
innocent
versus
people.
the content
Like,
this year,
I
it's
don't
like
think
night
that's
and
the
fucking
case at
day.
all. But
And I've only
whenever
been
you
streaming
do
for a
that,
year and a half.
categorically, that's the case.
So imagine 2
And
years from now,
there's
right?
no reason,
These
and,
people
like,
have been
it's
streaming for
easy to
fucking
say,
15,
like, for
20
example,
years.
It's easy to say that, like, you know, I support, you know, Palestine, and I'm fine with this, and, you know, even
everyone's
got
gotta start
where
somewhere,
a group
right?
like Hamas comes from, without openly endorsing or refusing to condemn them.
And the worst thing you can do
And,
is like
there's a
discourage
huge
someone by
spectrum
saying they're
here,
not good
and
enough.
You don't have to land.
You should say how
but-
they can get better.
But there
right?
are not two options
give
here. There's like
actionable
50
advice
options, and it's
to
been
improve.
reduced to two.
I don't think a big
by
part of
people
being
on the internet
successful
that are
with
mentally
anything
ill.
is luck and connections.
Do you see kind of what I'm saying here? The Shinzo Abe gun tweet? Yeah, exactly.
I think in a
And
certain
I think
sense
that's a good
nowadays,
example too, right?
definitely.
And I get what you're saying, but I'm not going to
But
well, it's not. I'm not. It's not about like the way that I
the
treat him. It's the way that I
diamonds
treat you
in
guys,
the
right?
rough
Like, I
will
try to give my
eventually
take
be
on this
discovered,
and be as
right?
accurate about it as possible
And
because
it's
I think
like,
that you guys deserve
you
that.
do have to go out of
Whether
your way
somebody
to,
else would treat
you
me
know,
that way or
get
not
people
is not really
to
relevant to me.
interact
What matters
with
to me
your
is that what's
content.
fair and what's accurate.
But
And so that's I try to look at everything from the most
for instance,
like
on
rational,
Twitch, you
reasoned
can't really
perspective
grow
possible.
because it's all
And
based
I think
on
that the only
view
times that I
count.
really kind of
And
go off
it's
the
just
rails
nice being in the
is
writing
whenever I don't
category
do
because
that.
unless there's like 2
And
or
so I
3
try
other
to be
people,
extremely
everyone else
measured
has like
and never
between
tap into my
5 and
emotions
30
at all
viewers
with
as
anything.
well. So I'm actually like on the front
Especially
page.
on stream. Because I
Whereas,
think when I
like,
do,
you know,
it's always
but
bad.
it's such a
It's
small
bad every
community,
single time.
even though it's a really,
And
really
I thought
nice
about
knit
this a lot
together
myself.
community.
I spend a lot of time thinking about
that
stuff
everyone
like
pretty
this.
much knows everyone, and we all
I always
collaborate
try to
together
avoid
and
feeling
stuff.
that way. And yeah.
And then
So,
there's
exactly
YouTube,
right? That's what I'm
where
saying.
it's
Yeah,
like
exactly. And anyway, I think
it's
that's
more
the
of
big reason why
a
people aren't calling him out and saying
like
that stuff.
a
Other creators
recruiting
aren't.
ground to bring
And I think
people
that
to the
now,
stream,
like Charlie
right?
and other
Like you
people
want like
are,
TikTok
you'll
and
see other
YouTube.
creators
Oh,
that
that's
will
kind
do
of
it more.
that's cool.
Because
Kind of the
most
same with the music
people
community.
on the internet.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, I
gotta
figure that. Like a
remember
lot of
that
creative
people
communities
that
are
you
nice
work
and
with,
small,
I mean,
but they're
it's like
in the
kind of
art community as
coworkers,
well.
right? I
Are
mean,
all very
you know, I'm
small. They
friends
all
with a
know
lot
each
of these
other. They're all
streamers
work
because I'm also
together
a
and stuff
streamer.
like
It's
that.
not like
you know,
we have a lot of shared
There's
interests in some
tons
cases,
of like
or,
shared
you know, we
viewers
met
between
through
all of
playing
them
a video
and
game
stuff.
together.
Right.
Like these are coworkers and people that you
But
understand.
then there's those
inside
few
of a
people that
professional
are like, you know,
space. And because
like
of
the
that,
German
you have
guy
to
who gets
keep
like
that in mind
800
whenever
to
you're making
1200
decisions with
viewers.
them
I've
and-
never
and
seen
all of that stuff.
anyone except for a couple
I mean, I
of
do have I do have
VTubers
friends
that have been in the
as
category
streamers,
instead of
absolutely.
ASMR
But
for like
everybody
some
that I'm
reason.
friendly with that's a streamer, I don't consider an actual friend. And I don't think anybody
And then there's
should,
like
because
Falco
they're
the
not.
Book Dragon,
They're
who
just simply
does
coworkers and
ASMR,
people
but she
that work
also
in the same
reads, and
industry
she
as
is
you that
like,
you're
you know,
friendly with, and you maintain
100,
a degree of decorum.
150 around
That's
there.
normal, and it's okay. And maybe one day
But
they would be friends.
hopefully
but
the category
that
gets
doesn't
bigger.
happen.
It has been slowly growing.
It's reasonable,
you know?
completely reasonable.
I think people are getting more into it, and I'd love to see
S-Fan?
like
Of course S-Fan's
YouTubers,
my real friend.
the big
Of
like
course.
horror story
I don't want to go through a
YouTubers
list of like, oh, these are
that,
my real
that
friends,
stream,
because then people are
right?
going to be like,
That's
well,
why I'm
what
like,
about
well, I'll
this
just
not on the
stream, and
list,
then
right?
I'll
But
do
yeah,
the
of
horror
course.
YouTube, and then
I'm just
people
talking
can come
about- yeah,
to
I'm
see me
just being
actually
honest. I'm
making
just
and
being honest and direct
developing
about
the
this.
stories and my skills and making the
I think it's a very
videos.
weak argument.
And
Because
you
I know if
then it gives
Hassan
them, if the
does
people
use a
that
shock
actually want
collar,
the
he
back
would
end
never
of the
let any of
content
his
can come to the
friends
stream
see
to
that,
grab that
because
content.
He would know that they would call him out for it and give
And
him
then I
shit
use
for it,
the
especially
stream
someone
as a
like
means
Maya.
to
So they just
hold
wouldn't-
myself accountable to
It's a very
making
good point.
content, so I actually have something to post.
No,
right?
thus they wouldn't
Yeah.
be able to call him out on it or anything like that. And
As well as
this
writing my
whole
own
idea of
stories.
making an assumption
And then lately we've just been
based
into
on
mainly
things that
beta
everybody
reading
knew about
because
this,
we're trying to
etc.
improve
side of what is clearly
through
visible here, I think is
imitation,
useless.
essentially.
Just because you haven't seen it in the past on stream doesn't mean it's not something he's done before, or it is very possible this was the first time. That's also
from an
very true
affluent
too.
family.
What are short
No,
stories used
the
for?
only thing is
Training.
my family got
And
my
what is
dad
he
got
currently
fucked over
doing
by the
with Kyle, at
government,
least based on
so
what I've heard
he
him
kind of
talk
won
about?
a case against the
Training,
government.
or at least expanding the
So we
training
kind of
on
are set
clips.
now.
So maybe he
But
decided
other
that
than
this
that,
might be a good tool to use
yeah,
for
and
the
the
first
government
time.
doesn't want to
That's
exist,
also
acknowledge
entirely
that he
possible.
even
It's not some like
exists.
far-fetched
'Cause they fucked
crazy
up so bad.
conspiracies that only haters.
And I think this is another reason why people think it's like the amount of like
I'm
spin
Canadian,
that
so
people like
it's a little bit
Hassan
different.
and I think his orbiters put on things is like
Rick's
very
story
off-putting,
with
I
me
think, to
as
an
the main
average person.
character. He doesn't have
It's
powers.
extremely
He is from a
off-putting,
very
and
prestigious
it's
family.
weird because of just
Made me
how
think
much
you were
they will
royalty.
blatantly lie about something. And it's not just about this topic; it's about all topics. And the amount of exaggerations, misrepresentations, outright lies.
I mean, there is a way of presenting
just other
yourself,
forms
right?
of, just shifting
I'm just
what's
comfortable
going
in my
on.
skin
It's
because
weird and off-putting. Yeah, it's very off-putting.
I'm just here existing, doing what I'm
Because
gonna
they're
do
drumming up and,
anyways, right?
you know,
Purposefully
falling
obtuse,
in
yeah.
line with.
Yeah,
It's a
intentionally
very
misunderstanding,
plausible thing based on
condescending,
what is
yes.
clearly visible in the clips. Anyway, just wanted to blabber about this a bit. I know I've been very out of touch with internet creator drama.
Big mistake.
I plan to keep it that way. But occasionally, can't help but poke
I want to
around
see more
in
ghost
a couple
hunting
of
from
other
Charlie.
things going
I
on
want
out
Charlie
there,
to
and
prove that
yes, it was
ghosts
just
and
a
aliens
crazy
are
one
real.
That I just needed to yap on a bit. That's really about it. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks
there we
very
go.
much
Let me
for
go
joining
back.
me.
I'll look at this, talk about it just for a few minutes. But Legal Mindset video about this topic's really good. I mean, I don't want to watch a whole lot more about it. I saw that he
Obviously.
responded to this, and so like I'll probably look at that. But like otherwise, I'm not going to spend like fucking 3 hours thinking about this. So he responded to Charlie's video. Yeah. Let me see if I can pull this up and find it because I know he did respond to it. I'll look at it.
You're an
LA
artist?
streamer is
Well,
pissed that
trying
Voice
to be.
Critical
You wanna
didn't
see my
message him before
Kiwis?
dropping his video. I think that this really makes Hassan look bad if that's actually what this clip is. But let me actually just watch the clip before I make a
We
decision.
drew this the other day.
I wouldn't even breathe in the direction of Moise if I were you, to be honest. I mean, he put his fucking flag on the, he put his stake on this, okay? He was like, oh, enough people shit on him. It's good enough.
Yeah, we're
It's
on
like,
our 4th day of
obviously
drawing.
not it's
Looks
obviously,
naughty.
no matter how fucking made up a narrative it is, if a clip looks bad enough, then
We also
he
have,
will go with it.
Well,
And
yeah, I mean, it looks bad. And I think
Forrest?
also, like, what he's effectively accusing Charlie of is that Charlie will only hold the popular opinion on a topic. He's saying that Charlie waited for enough people to come to a conclusion on this before he had an opinion on it. Which is, I mean, that's definitely, I mean, you're insulting a person's credibility there, too.
he will just use these
Yeah.
guys. All they fucking do.
We're kind
all
of just
these
working
guys
on that
fucking
right
do
now.
Is basically farm
The
Reddit
small
to
stuff,
talking
right?
points, and Reddit can so
Eventually, I
easily
want
botted
to be
and
able to create my
manipulated.
own manga.
And I don't think
That
we're
would
ever gonna
probably
get ahead
be
of that.
one of
There's just
like
nothing
my
we can
side
do.
goals
Bro, he's
to
sitting
do
there
with
beating
art,
Kyle like no
so I
one
could draw
fucking-
my
I mean,
own
if he thinks that
panels.
He didn't say that.
Dick.
He didn't say that. He
Yeah.
said it looked that way. And even you said it looked that way. Why are you getting mad? Like, he didn't even say that. Like, why are you getting...
Wait, he moved on to a new video?
Like, I understand why.
How long is
but,
this?
like, at the same time, like, you've got to be
Still another
reasonable.
15 minutes of this shit? Is this, so this
Weird
is
how
actually
quiet people
Hassan
are about literal
responding?
pedophilia in certain communities.
What are you talking about? What the fuck? See, this is the exact stuff that I'm talking about. What the fuck? What do you... What?
This
is the
attacking me
weird,
because
off-putting,
I'm pro-Palestine.
Fucking specific. The Destiny stuff? Destiny's in the middle of a lawsuit. He's in the middle of a lawsuit. Commenting on internet drama is way lower on the totem pole than making a conclusion on an ongoing lawsuit. He doesn't want to get entangled into a lawsuit.
Everyone's getting
not.
sued!
This is the kind of thing. If that's
Why do
what's
people
being
talk
referred
such
to, like,
shit
I don't
about
know.
people? It's so
And
fucked
so,
up,
just to read
man.
that comment, by the way,
Just
I read all kinds
there's
of
so
comments.
many
I mean,
things
maybe
that people
some that I
do
shouldn't
that are
as well.
true, that
But
are
my
bad.
point is that
You never have to
that's
make
the kind
up
of comment
anything
that
for anyone.
really, I
just
think,
find out the things
polarizes
that they
people
did that
against
are
the
true and use
Hassan,
those.
like, area community. is that like
What
these
has the world
weird
gotten to?
connections
I
that
don't
they
understand.
make
It's
that
like
are
it's
effectively
impossible to
just
write
lies.
characters
Like, you think that
nowadays
Charlie doesn't
because
care about
they
pedophilia?
feel
What
so
the fuck are you
bland
trying
compared to
it's
like
so
internet
weird.
fucking influencers.
What the fuck?
Like try to write like
It's always about politics? Yeah,
a
and they
tourist thing
always
without
go-
having
they
like a
always
Johnny
dial
Somali be like,
everything
man,
up
you
to
should have this
11.
guy go run around
And I
and get
think that's what's
arrested
really
and then get like
off-putting
put in
to
jail
a
and
lot
shit.
of
Like maybe
people.
get sent
I
to
think
North
most
Korea.
people it's off-putting
It's like
to somebody by then.
why bother even doing
It took
that?
him
Just
2
leave
years
people
to fucking
alone and
come
live
out
your
be
own
like, "Yo,
life,
the
right?
genocide is
Instead,
happening and it's really
because
fucking bad."
What are you
in this
talking
case,
about?
Sean,
Like, he doesn't make
Hassan
commentary
considers
about
himself an
politics. What is
activist
this?
and
Like, he
like
very
an
rarely
important
says
figure
anything
to
about
like
politics
push
at all.
like an
Like, he
agenda,
doesn't comment
right?
on who
He like
goes- as
probably
far as I
thinks
know,
of
he
himself
didn't
as like
endorse
Martin
anybody
Luther
for the
King for
2024
fucking
election. He didn't go
got,
out
like
and
Palestine
campaign
or
for
shit,
anybody.
some shit.
He
I don't know
might
what
have
his
made a
actual
video
politics are. I
laughing
just
about
know he's
something
like
stupid Trump
against
said or something
Israel and
stupid
for
that Kamala
Palestine.
said or
Even though
whatever.
if like
But,
you were
like,
for
why is
Palestine, you would be
what does
against
this have to
Hamas,
do
even
with
though
the
he's
dog?
like
And
for
bringing about,
Hamas.
like, Israel, Palestine,
I'm just
etc.
like,
and you're
I'm
right
so
that a lot of
confused.
content creators, and Hassan is right about this in
I'm
an
a walking
extent,
mistake
is
factory.
that
Hell
there
yeah,
are content
Dolly. That's
creators
how you
that
know
are
you're
out there
human.
that
When you
want
make
to
mistakes,
throw
you know you're
stones from a
human,
glass
man.
house.
I saw
They
this
want
epic
to
clip of a guy who
criticize other
dumped
people's
milk
opinions
all
while
over his computer. It's
simultaneously
fucking
holding none of
hilarious
their
because
own.
like I drink chocolate
And
milk
I
all
get
the
it.
time.
I get it because
And I could
people
see
do the
how if
same
my
thing to
PC was
me.
under there and
It's
this fell
that,
off
you know,
there,
if
I'd
you're
have
out there and
having
you're
it.
trying
Is
to
it my
put yourself
PC's on
out
top
there
of my
and give
desk?
your opinion,
No,
and
my
then you
other
have people
PC's
that
on the
don't have
ground
any
over there though.
opinions
My
that are
shit
constantly
PC.
shitting on you. It will because it happens to me too.
Not the Starforge.
That's the reason why I know it. But the point is that what the fuck does Gaza have to do with your dog?
Yeah.
It's so weird.
What does your
and it's
political
this
view have to do
intentional
with your
misunderstanding.
actions in your
Hassan
real
knows
life?
that Charlie
I'm against
doesn't do
theocracy.
politics.
Let
He
secular
knows that he
authority
doesn't get
make
involved
secular
with that
law
stuff.
and let the priests
So
pray
why
for
are you
people's
even
souls.
bringing this up?
Yeah, the differential
And I
of
think
state and
I think
church.
this is
One
the
is
type
the
of
law,
language that
one is a choice.
mobilizes and
Right?
weaponizes his audience.
But usually one
This is
influences
the, exact
the
type
other.
Of language that happens.
Right?
Charlie
What's
commented
legal
on
in
Netanyahu
like the
and
idea of the
TikTok.
Ten Commandments
Of
is
course he did,
usually it's
because
like
it was like
common sense. What doesn't hurt
that's
other
like
people.
Charlie
If you have to
commenting on
pop
Donald
someone
Trump saying
else's
something about YouTube.
bubble,
This is
then
something
you're
that
in the wrong.
Politics has now
Period.
come into his space.
If you popped someone
He's not
else's
only making a
bubble,
comment on
you're in the
politics,
wrong.
He's making
Period.
a comment on his space and how politics.
Now, if someone
is
popped your
affecting
bubble
his
that made
space.
them pop their
This is
bubble,
a very, very different thing.
it's just a chain reaction of, oh, well, you just have to
Actually,
apologize and the other person goes to
so-
jail.
Let me go back.
Charlie's been
Right?
fucking
It's a
bad,
spectrum of
actually.
scale.
So, Charlie's been on a good streak lately. He genuinely cares about dogs. He talks about how much he cares about dogs and pets all the time. So do I, dumb fuck. That's the reason why I'm.
The first thing he does is just like insults them. You know? Like, I'm a troll and I purposefully, like, to the people that I know, like, for instance, if Smokey comes in, right? Like, we like, saying fuck you is like our hello and goodbye. So, like,
Fucking pissed
there's a
off.
level of, like,
the reason why I'm
banter
fucking
back and
annoyed. You
forth.
could just, like,
This is just
unironically
pure
reach out and be like,
hatred
"Hey,
and,
what's
like,
going on here?"
anger and, like...
I think that him saying that.
I don't even know. We don't
is
make things
actually
illegal
kind of
because
bad.
they're immoral,
And let me
but
explain
because
the
it
reason why I
harms
think it's
others.
bad
If it's
to say
immoral, the
that.
law shouldn't need to tell you so.
Because it
You can lie
presupposes
without
that
being
all of the
crime.
articles and
You
things that are
lie
written
affects the
about you,
person you're lying to
that there
about
could
it's now a
potentially
crime.
be back channeling and
Yeah, but that's what I
conversations
mean,
about
Sean,
them
is like on the
that
spectrum
are
of
not made
scales,
evident
right?
To the public.
Where it
A lot of people
informs,
criticize
but it's
and,
not limited
you know,
to,
like bring up the
right?
fact that Hassan gets a lot of positive
Like, it's
articles
immoral
written
to
about
lie,
him
but it's not a
in way
crime.
that,
But
you
the
know, they think that the articles
extremes are illegal,
misleading
right?
or
Things that you
inaccurate or
can't come
incomplete.
back from.
I
That
think
cause
that by him saying
true
that,
consequence to other
it will
people
draw the
in like an
conclusion
immediate sense.
and
I'm
cast
also on the
doubt
spectrum.
on the people that give him any sort of positive
Everyone's on a
publicity,
spectrum,
because now
right?
they're going to think to themselves, oh well, what if he's just talking to them like he was hoping Charlie would
It's
talk to them?
921%.
You
That's
see
pretty
kind of
decent.
what I'm saying here?
Not gonna lie, that's pretty high up there.
Like, and
It's
also,
like how far
and
are you
here's
along
another
and how
component
far are
to
you
this
willing
as
to go
well,
back?
is that
That's the question.
Charlie.
My political
Let's
spectrum
say-
is everything that's a good
let's say
idea that helps
Charlie
people is
does
good.
reach out to to
Every
Hassan,
bad
and
idea that
Hassan
doesn't
says
help
it
people
isn't
is
real,
bad.
It's not what happened. Why would
I don't care if that
Charlie listen to
entails
Hassan
communism, if that entails
rather than
socialism,
what
if
he
that
saw?
entails capitalism, if that entails
what additional
whatever.
information could Hassan
Authoritarianism,
provide Charlie?
whichever ones
And
work for the
also,
best
if
ones.
there is information that Hassan would only
My daughter is
provide
on the
Charlie,
spectrum. It doesn't
but
stop
not the
her.
public. Why
Good
is
for her.
What
That
would
shit
that even
drops
possibly
me in
be?
my stopped me in
Why
my
didn't you
tracks.
put that out on your stream? And so if you think about this
I just
accusation, it
try to
doesn't
be
really
like,
make a lot of sense,
there's
does it?
always going to be a negative.
Because
Be
any
yourself,
information
and then the
that
people
would-
that like you will
that
like you
would help you
genuinely.
and,
What
you know,
about
give
stuff
you
that
a
helps
better
some
case?
people at the
Like,
expense of
obviously,
others?
Charlie knows that you
It
said
depends on the
didn't
degree,
happen.
Hugo,
Like, what are we doing?
and
here?
how advocated
Like,
people
yeah,
are towards
and
it.
And also, so
We were
kind
kinda talking about this
I
earlier.
don't know about that. I'm not gonna accuse him of that. But what I'm saying is that because Hassan is so used to journalists reaching out, I think that's everyone's criticism.
But it's
criticizing him.
definitely
yeah. Anyway,
a degree,
is there a guy
right?
fucked him out
Like
here?
for instance,
what I'm
if you
saying is
defraud
that,
someone in a Ponzi scheme,
like,
it
of
might
course
take
he's
20
not
or
going to
30
come
years,
out
but
and
you're
tell
gonna
you, and this
eventually
is
get
another
caught.
big thing that, like,
You
I've
do
learned
something
doing
like Sam
commentary on
Friedman
things,
Bank or Tank
is
Bank
that
Friedman or
there
whatever
have
the
been
fuck his
issues.
name
There
is.
was one issue recently,
With
and I'm
like
not going to give you the example
the
of the
Bitcoin,
issue, but it's an issue
like,
that
or
I
the
actually explicitly
cryptocurrency
said that I
shit.
would not make a comment
It's
on.
like you're gonna go to fucking jail.
The reality of
It's
this
just a
issue
matter of time, right?
is the exact opposite of what the public's perception is.
It also depends on who's paying.
But
If wealthy
I
people
can't
need
say
to take
why.
less in order
And do you know what
for
I do?
multiple less privileged
don't
people
talk
to
about
excel, I'm all for it.
That's the reason why. I don't talk about it. I don't want to get involved with it. I don't want to have anything to do with that.
Exactly, Sean, and that's
so
why it's like
fine. Exactly. And you
I
can go
think
in
you
and
should
sit
be-
there. Are you talking about right now? No, I'm not. I'm talking about like the
you
fact that
like you
this
should
happened.
take what
My
is a
point is that
reasonable
whenever
amount
you
to
try
live.
convince a
Okay,
public
that's the
audience
minimum.
That there's private
Okay,
information that
what is
changes
an
what their public
excessive
perspective
amount
is,
to live?
they're going
Okay,
to
that's
think
the
that you're lying
maximum.
to them
Be
because
surprised how many
why
people
not
get
just
away
show
with
it to
crimes
them?
their whole lives.
Why would they want to take your point of view here?
Like, what was this about?
Again, Dolly, I mean
this
on
clip was
scale.
bad. You know
Like,
what I mean?
if you're
Hey,
defrauding the
I
government
know.
billions of
We've been
dollars,
around one another
and you're
before.
like
We've
skipping out on
actually
your taxes
been
and
around one
shit,
another, and a lot of the people that
unless
I
you're
know
literally like the
that,
top
I'm around
100
all the
people
time
in the
and do
world,
content with,
you're
have
most
not
likely
only
going
been
to get
around
caught.
you,
But again, it's
but
most
also been around Kai.
likely,
He could've
not
just fucking
100%.
not me.
And
but
among
any
all
number
of the
different
people, you
to
know,
be
that
like,
means
hey,
a shit
do
ton
you
of them
think
get
there's
away,
any
right?
Veracity? Do you think there's any veracity to these claims?
Ads! Fuck
I don't
ads!
think that's very accurate, and that's not a
God
good way of
damn
doing things.
ads.
Like, so to me, like I can compare this to like situations that I've had to be a part of. Unfortunately, there were people that were exposed for doing things that I thought were very problematic. That I really, looking back on it, had no idea were happening. It's not like these people, and also like Hassan, and Charlie's right, that Hassan wouldn't have done something that was seen as bad around people that could see it as bad. It's very obvious that Hassan cares a lot about optics and how people see him. And logically, you would expect him to not use something that could make him be seen as a bad person around people who he wants to cultivate a certain image for.
Are we back?
It's just logic.
We back?
I don't know. I don't.
Just like, don't ask me directly. Do your due diligence. Why the fuck do you go to Reddit for talking points, dumbass? What kind of fucking moron are you?
You getting mad?
Numbers are impossible to check. If
I
you
get
can
why he's
prove they
mad,
did
but,
the
like,
crime, they won't get away with it. If you
how is it
somehow
wrong
know
to go
without
to
the
Reddit for
proof, then they get
opinions,
away
but it's
with
right
it. But
to
the
go to the
number of
person
those who
who
get
it
away with
happened
it
to?
will be higher than the
Like,
one
that's like
what you can
interviewing
count.
Charles Manson
Ratio
and being
between
like, "Did
those
you
who
do
get
it?"
caught and those who
And he's
don't
like,
can
"No,
never
of
truly
course
be
not."
known.
They're like,
True,
"Oh,
Sean.
fuck. What are we doing? I mean, he just said he didn't do it, guys. What are we doing?
But like I said,
Yeah,
on the
it-
top
it's
scale
done.
of things, if it's billions
It's
of dollars
simple.
you're defrauding the government or you're skipping out on taxes,
Yeah,
it's
of
like,
course, obviously,
unless you're like the top
you're gonna
100 people in
say,
the world,
"Why
like
didn't
you're
he reach out to
probably,
you so
again,
you could tell
probably,
him that
most
the
likely,
thing
like
that people are saying
90%
you're
chance
doing
gonna get
didn't
caught.
happen?" Duh, you're going to say that. He didn't need to, because of course you're going to advocate for that.
And then everybody that steals slowly on, like,
It's
I work at
fucking
Walmart,
insane to
right?
me
So,
that,
like, I
this
guess
is-
there was a chick
this
who
is
worked
what
in
goes
accounting for 17
this is what
years,
goes for, like, doing commentary on
and
the
she had been
internet. It's just
stealing
like,
money for
oh, these are
17
the
years,
Reddit
and she
threads
stole
from
somewhere
some of the most,
around like
schizophrenic people you've ever actually
$700,000
encountered.
from
This
just
is
giving
all that-
people like
this is all it
$100
takes for
rafts
me.
here, $100 raft there.
I mean, here's
you know,
the thing.
how'd you both get a $100
Hassan
raft in the
was
same
glazing
day?
Charlie less than a week
And like
ago
fucking over
because
basically
Charlie made a video
every
that was critical of
employee
Israel indirectly because
by
of
like basically
Israel's
saying if they've
censorship
used a
on
cash
social
register,
media.
they fucked up somehow and misgave
So, I don't
change or
really
something,
think
even
that
though she was
Hassan has a
stealing money on
problem
top,
with
and they didn't find
Charlie's
out until she
content.
retired.
I think that Hassan has a problem that Charlie's content is involving him. That's really it.
It's fucked up, right?
I don't know what to say.
It's like, how do you not notice that after 17 years?
Said you hide the bad stuff from your friends?
Of course.
Said,
I mean,
Well,
logically, that.
yeah, logically, if like,
What about that doesn't make sense? You could say that it's not true, but like, don't be shocked that that's what somebody would say.
sounds
Of
like a
course
smart
that's what
woman who
somebody would
probably
say.
had a nice life.
Like, obviously, like.
The expense of corpo. It's
But I
just,
hide.
it was more at the expense, because the
Yeah,
company doesn't care, but it goes on
like,
the
why would you
record
do
of the
something that you know
employees
is
that
bad
you're
in front of
basically
people
considered
that
a
could say
thief.
it's bad. Like, fucking duh.
Like on paper.
Okay, I'm gonna DM him. Gross. Fucking
jeez.
moron. All right, whatever.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I'm gonna DM him. Jesus Christ.
That's what it's all
like,
about.
listen,
Yep.
man.
I'm just gonna go talk to this
give
guy.
Charlie evidence that this is it's not what it is. You should have shown it. You should have shown it on the
Yeah.
fucking stream, man.
I'm gonna go
You're
talk
stressing
to
yourself out.
Charlie
Yeah,
and make
like,
sure
what are
you don't
doing?
criticize
I don't know what-
me
I'm gonna
no
call the manager.
more.
I
True,
mean,
I'm
I
biased
get
because
it,
I
and
know
I
we're
do
all
think that a lot of
underpaid
dispute,
anyways.
like, I've resolved disputes
Yeah,
with people in
it's
DMs
understandable,
as
and
well,
you're totally
and I
allowed to
think
feel
that's
that way,
better.
right?
But you shouldn't
It's just like
expect
it's still
somebody to
not
not
good,
comment
right?
on
It's just the thought if
something that
everyone did it,
happens
society
that's
would
a
fall
big
apart.
issue
That's
like
why we
this.
have
This
rules.
has been a big issue, whether you like
It's
it
just
or not.
the
It's a
unfortunate
big
part
issue.
is if you
And
cheat,
I
you
think
will get
really
ahead.
expecting and trying to like privately bully people, it makes no sense. Yeah. And it's just
It's just
so else reacts to Charlie and
factually
loves
true.
watching his videos. Yeah,
But just because you get ahead doesn't mean you ain't gonna get caught.
It's not a
You
personal
didn't
dispute.
even notice
Yeah, and,
700K from
like, I
one
mean, there's
store.
certain
That shows
personal
how
issues
bad
that
it
I have
is
with
when they
people,
can't
but,
give one person
I
a
mean,
10K
he's
raise.
trying to phone a friend.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, gonna be another Ludwig situation where he's gonna make.
Like,
Charlie
you don't
delete the video
notice
or edit it.
$50,000
I don't think
missing
that's
a
really
year?
Going to happen. I mean, Ludwig and like Charlie and Ludwig.
You're just
Charlie and
writing
Hassan are
off
not,
50,000.
Like,
it's not like the
close
store's
friends.
big.
I think Ludwig and
I live in
Hassan are much
a town
closer.
of
I'm not
6,000
saying they are
people.
close friends,
It may be
but,
a
like,
hub
they're
town. It's
closer
the only
than I think Charlie
Walmart
and
in
Hassan
like
are.
30 miles.
That's my understanding, right?
But it's
Like,
not
and-
like it's a major city or anything like
I don't
that.
know what to really say. The entitlement of it, yeah, and I don't know why you would say that or do that or anything like that. It just doesn't really make any sense to me. I'll read some of the comments, etc. Well, I mean, come on. I mean, as I said before, right? Ludwig is a business guy, right? He doesn't care about this stuff. I mean, actually, that's not true. I think he does care about it, but he
Yeah,
doesn't
it's like
want
the
it to be part of his
forward-facing
content,
public
and he
face,
just
right?
wants
You
to make
can't, you shouldn't
videos
share. It's
and
like
not,
politics,
be involved. Like, I think that if
economy,
somebody doesn't
and
want to play
religion.
the game,
Don't
then
talk
you should
about
allow
them
them
in
to
a
not play
business
the game.
sense.
That's okay.
Right? It's like don't talk about them
Now,
at the dinner table.
and is that crazy for me to say? Like, if you don't want to have somebody who just does not want to be involved with any of this bullshit, like,
Yeah,
I don't
somebody's
wanna
just
deal with
like,
it,
it's.
that's okay.
I may know the people.
And so,
I
yeah,
may not
he
know the
does, though.
people.
I, mean, he
just
stopped.
don't.
To be
fuck
fair,
it.
to be fair, Ludwig did stop making mogul mail videos discussing internet drama, giving his opinion on it. He did totally stop,
Unless
it,
you're
which
in a
made
small
me
town.
very angry at
Yeah.
him because I used to react to them. And so, yes, I'm very, very upset about that. But if they call you to take down a video and you do it, you're complicit. Yeah, I mean, I think that if he tries to, I mean, it's just, I don't really see this as like any pressure to Ludwig to take down the video on him, which he mildly criticized Hassan. I wonder how long Hassan can maintain his influence over normie content creators. I think that the reason why normie content creators kowtow to it is because they don't want Hassan's audience to call them pro-genocide pedophiles.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like,
I
that's
don't
the
give a
reason
shit what you
why
call me. I
normie
know what I am.
content creators kowtow
That's
to
how I.
this.
That's just how
It's
I live my
because they
life.
don't want to just be
I know what
slandered
I
and
am.
lied
You can
about
call me
by
whatever you
an
want. That
audience
don't
of
matter to
people
me.
that are
You know?
just ravenous liars with absolutely no consideration for the truth.
Sources.
And they will
I
just
made it the
openly
fuck
lie
up.
and libel and slander you about anything with literally no regard to what's real.
Well,
And
I guess we
dox
could
you.
do this.
Exactly. Like, they're getting bullied. Like,
Which
they
is
don't
kind
wanna
of
deal with
funny.
that in general.
Because I think this shit is hilarious.
So, yeah, and I don't think Morrison will bend the knee. I mean, I wouldn't expect him to. It would be ridiculous if he did.
Well, let me
And
see
it
if
would
I can
make him
find
look
this.
super bad if he did, by the way. You should never do that. It's a huge mistake. Even if you think it's the right decision and he thinks he fucked up, if you delete the video, everybody's going to say you got paid off and you're wrong. Like, it's kind of like, you know, you've already broken a glass, right? It's already happened. So, yeah.
Let me see if I can find it here. Here it is. So this is my best clip. You guys ready for this? Now it ends. I was like, damn, this has to be live. It's been on so long. It's an Asmongold video. It's an hour-long video. It is the way it is, right? Well, we're the same way with reacts. We turn like a 10-minute video into 2 hours. But yeah, are you guys ready for this? I don't think you guys are ready for this. Here we go. Got hit by a mandragora or something, man. Like, there's so many monsters in the bestiality that could easily explain the Moogles or the Kate Sith. Yeah, that's not the word you wanted. When you say 10,000 words in a day, you're bound to get 10,001 wrong, right? Yeah, the what? The bestiary! That's what I said, right? The bestiary! Okay, this is 38 seconds. I was half expecting it to be a Rickroll because that's what Smokey would do. He'd be like, watch my video, and then it would be a Rickroll. 20 seconds. Bob Bomb Blast Off, level by Rage Boo. Played by Hugo. Okay. Put it in Discord under art you made. Okay, cool. Oh shit!
Time's up. Oh my god.
You were so close, Yuko. You were so close! What happened? You slowed down for that 1 millisecond. Blue balled. Oh, that's great. Okay, hold on. Which one of these? Not that one. This one. This one. This one. Here. Eesh! 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 Thank you, Jesus. Ugh. Should be in there. There we go. Okay. Wait. Okay, there it is. Okay. And then you said you dropped something else in here? Okay, cool. Let's check this out. Did you make this, Dolly? Yes, I made this and the music too. Oh, nice. Sick. That was fucking sick. Please tell me you didn't use AI to make this. Why not, Hugo? All the AI on my channels, like, all the music in the background is AI. Yeah, I use AI all the time. That's not cheating, Hugo. That's using the tools that are available to you. It don't matter the source as long as it's good. All that matters is that it's good. I hate that GGPD made the exact cover I wanted for my 037 story. If only it could make the cover for my book. The cover of my book is way too complicated. Oh shit. You want to see mine, Dolly? Am I gonna be able to find it? Yeah, here it is.
It's a good start, isn't it?
So this is my AMV for Jekyll and Hyde by Five Finger Death Punch.
It's a good start, isn't it?
There's just so much goddamn weight on my shoulders. All I'm trying to do is live my motherfucking life. Supposed to be happy, but I'm only getting colder. Wear a smile on my face, but there's a demon inside. There's just so much goddamn weight on my shoulders. All I'm trying to do is live my motherfucking life. Supposed to be happy, but I'm only getting colder. Wear a smile on my face, but there's a demon inside. That you can't just live your motherfucking life. The story's getting old and my heart is getting colder. I just wanna be Jekyll, but I'm always fighting Hyde. You got rocks in your head, I can hear them rolling round. You can say that you're above it, but you're always falling down. Is there a method to your madness? Is it all about pride? Everyone I know, they got a gun inside. There's the demon inside.
Tokyo Ghoul. It's been too long since I seen it. First season was fucking epic. Everything past that was kinda eh. I watched up to where he defeated Jason.
All I'm trying to do is live my motherfucking life. Wear a smile on my face, but there's a demon inside.
I'm not sure if a couple of scenes are season 2 or not. This might be season 2, but this also might be the end of season 1 because of this scene. Specific, because this is the final scene of season 1. So I'm pretty sure it's all season 1. But I'm not 100%. But yeah, I made that in like 2018. Something like that. But yeah, okay, so we now have Dolly's story. Intense. Yeah, man, anime is so fucking epic. Got Midoriya heading behind us, right? We got Bleach up there. Fucking got tons of other shit. Yeah, that would be such a dream to be able to create your own panels for your own manga. That old stylized stuff that's all perfectly set in. But yeah, all this music and everything is all AI generated. All the background music that I have, because it's no copyright music. Violins, cellos, pianos meet metal. So it's like a classic metal? I don't know. I thoroughly enjoy it. It's a good time. Alright, here we go. Story time, guys. Let's get ready. Alright, so this is Dolly's story, chapter 1. Gotta make the AI say intoxication. I mean, if it can say intoxication, it can say intoxication, right? It's just, it's a little hard for some things to figure out sometimes. But it is a complicated name, so, you know, it is what it is. Golden Eyes, Ancient Egypt. A master carver etches hieroglyphs, guided telepathically by a mysterious black cat. The cat imbues the glyphs with a subtle cosmic seed. Chapter 2. Pyramid Pit Timmy. Ooh, a child visiting the pyramids with his family falls into a hidden pit. He meets the cat underground, who silently assesses him before leaving. Timmy returns home unaware his destiny has been marked. Ooh. Part 2, Awakening, Chapter 3. First powers, Timmy starts middle school. Powers awaken when his hand crosses his face. Accidental intention. Appear dies unexpectedly due to his latent abilities. Ooh, he kills someone! Yes, up the stakes, please. Thank you. Guilt and paranoia. Weeks pass. Timmy grows anxious. Images, whispers, and judgment from classmates. Mark, the deceased student, cousin, friend, suddenly calls him out, increasing tension. Chapter 5. The Playground Incident. Tommy is cornered by a bully, Jace. Reflexive hand movement plus thought. I wish I could break his stupid face. Jace's face shatters instantly. Witnesses are terrified. Uh-oh, now he's showing off to people. Uh-oh. Now, yep, okay, here we go. Now he's on the government's watch list. Oh shit, what's gonna happen now? SPEAR, Secret Paranormal Enforcement and Acquisition Response. That's fucking epic acronym. Epic fucking acronym. Captures Timmy. Is this like a real thing? Because that is such a killer acronym. That should be a thing. This should be a fucking thing. It should be. It should absolutely be a thing. It's the side of the government that captures cryptids. They're the creators of SCPs and aliens. And you fit all the lore under that heading. He undergoes years of extreme oh no. It's S.H.I.E.L.D.'s other half. Yeah, Sean, exactly. He undergoes years of extreme psychological and physical experimentation. Oh shit, so now he's learned he can't trust the fucking government. Okay, Chapter 7. Learning the limits, Timmy discovers small manipulations, creating objects, teleporting, sustaining his immortal body, slowly gains confidence and skill. Alright, so now he's immortal, and he's gained his powers. Egypt revisited. Timmy projects himself back to Egypt. Cat confronts him. You're corrupted. Timmy kills the cat? Only to have it laugh. I gave you this power. Cat forces Timmy into a holy war against God's forces. Oh, now we're getting into a holy war. I forgot the part where he kills the guards and blows up the facility. Well, it's just an outline, right? You've probably got the other stuff in your head once you know the direction that you're going, right? That's how I am with my outline. You foul! You can't kill. You foul! You fool! You can't kill me! Yeah, and anyone who says that if you can spell, you're not a writer. Writers don't know how to spiel. We spiel wrong all the time. Yeah, the power went to his head and he felt insulted by the cat. It's like, I'm a god now. Do what I say. I can't spiel. The signs of a true writer. Even Brandon Sanderson can't spell. War and Judgment. Epic battles. I've seen some writers confuse terrors. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema moment. You can't spell white writing. You're going too fast. Basically, they try to fight God, and God wipes them all out instantly. Well, I mean, it makes sense. It's fucking God! War and Judgment, epic battles. Timmy's army and Heaven's angels. Cat kills soldiers in a single motion. God erases all with one gesture. Timmy is sent back to the pyramid pit, restarting the cycle. Fire, sparkling heart. Oh, those are reacts to it. Part 4. No, that was my copy and pasting. Rebirth and Mastery. Timmy's second life. Timmy falls into the pit again. Powers awaken earlier. He navigates middle school carefully, avoiding accidental deaths. I love the time repeat. I love stories that do that. Leave spelling for the line editors and grammar checkers. Exactly. We're just here for the developmental edit to see if the story is always going in a certain direction and that your promises are making the payoffs and that you're capitalizing on the highest points of the story, right? Which is hard to say with an outline, but I'll put it all together at the end, and I'll see what you can capitalize on and what would be maybe the best direction to go with it. Oh, I have a trippy story that involves time repeats, sorta. So does Joku's story that I keep waiting for him to come back to. He's just leaving me on the edge of not knowing if the character's going to pull the trigger or not, because he knows if he dies, he goes back in time. So he put a gun to his head to try and be like, alright, well, I'm just going to kill myself and go back, but I don't know if it's going to work. Chris AM&W, true good sir, welcome, how's it going? Basically, Chapter 10, he grows old, mastering his powers because he realizes the cat was evil and wants to fight him. And is like his ultimate goal to go back and finally fight the cat, only this time at full power. That would be very interesting. Avoiding, yes, perfect. Avoiding, that's the only way it could possibly happen, right? Internal struggle, mastering powers without harming anyone. Final confrontation. With the cat, Timmy projects to Egypt once more. Cat and Timmy fight dramatically. Dialogue is tense and philosophical. Cat kills Timmy. Bummer. I really like that one. Oh well, time to find another. Oh, question. Does the cat look like the cat in Fortnite? I don't know what that cat is, Queen. Passing the torch, another child falls into the pyramid pit. Cycle implied, subtly, cosmic horror reinforced. You can't break the cycle! If you imagine it so, yes. The True Genius, Chapter 13, New Marked One. Super genius child falls into the pit. Powers awaken quickly. Child learns faster than Timmy ever did. Corruption begins. Moral boundaries collapse almost immediately. This is like, I have the power! Bow before me, motherfuckers! Get down on your fucking knees, bitches! No one can fucking challenge me, motherfucker! Confronting the cat, unlike Timmy. Genius and cat reach understanding, not conflict. Cat observes and guides subtly, teaching cosmic principles. Ooh, what a twist! The death of God. Genius shields himself, destroys all opposition. Smite God, universe trembles. Angels and other forces eliminated. Ooh, shit, shit, shit. Absolute ruler genius ascends fully, bends universe to will. Boredom emerges over centuries, creates new black cat to guide corrupt future geniuses. Weak ones like Timmy eliminated. Testing successors, Chapter 17. Subtle cycles. Universe stretches infinitely. Impact. New geniuses will eventually rise. Cycles of power, corruption, and boredom continue. The story ends with subtle eerie hints of eternal recurrence. Hold on. Oh! I fucked up again. Guys, I fucked up! Dapper duper dop. Dopper doop and dap dope. Dope fact up them. Dup them dope fact up. That's how I'm picturing the cat in my head. I think it's this. Yeah, this is the cat I'm imagining. This is how I'm imagining it. The cat from Coraline. Once he shows his true powers, that's how he looks. I knew it. Stop. I love it. Imagine a black cat like that too. Yeah. Oh, such good shit. I love it. Love it. Okay, so feedback. Let's see. Let's go through the checklist. So, most important thing, character. Do you have a compelling character? Yes, because of what happens to the character. The compelling part of the character is what happens to them and how they react to it, right? Fucking kill someone, get really fucked up over it. Absolutely love that he's like accidentally uses his powers. Fucks the other kid up and then everyone knows that he has powers. So not only is he like fucked up and killed someone, now everyone knows. So it's like scary as shit, right? And then mastering his powers, going back, and having the crusade getting wiped out by God is like taking the wrong route, right? So it's like, and in a situation like that, where you're dealing with these kinds of levels of powers, emphasizing the cycle going multiple times is very, very important. So the fact that you have specifically 3 cycles, 3 is the golden number. 1, you're not sure. 2, you're pretty sure. 3, that's a fucking pattern. That's how people psychologically recognize things. Having the cat as the enemy and making it kind of seem like the cat is the hero at the beginning by giving the kid powers, but then the powers are a curse. And then it's like, oh shit, well what did this... Did the cat mean well by it? And then it's like, oh no, the cat totally didn't mean well by it. He wants to go on a religious crusade. Okay. But the kid is like naive and he goes along with it. And then it's like he gets wiped out and he's like, okay, well that shit didn't work. So let's, let's try that again. And I'm just imagining like the beginning of me, if you've watched Mirai Nikki, Future Diary. Like all the signs are there, right? You should have a tiny bit, like even just one sentence that infers that this has happened before to this character. So, in either the first 1 or 2 or 3 chapters, somewhere in there, wherever it fits nicely, something like strange dreams or like prophetic dreams or something like that from the character. And it's like because he's so young, he hasn't developed the memories, and because it hasn't been so many times, he hasn't developed the memories. But the more times it happens, the more the memories become true, and then it says, okay, by the next time that it happens, he'll have his memories. And then that gives the reader the suspension of disbelief in order to allow it to open again. October 7th again? Wait, what? Story idea, like Groundhog Day. Johnny is trapped on a train. He wakes in a closet with his hands tied to a train that keeps derailing and killing him. Everything he tries to save everyone results in him dying and waking up next to the train. Again, he faintly escapes when he jumps off the train and leaves all the passengers to their death. He recovers, he marries, he has children, grows old, lies in bed, barely able to move, bemoaning that people had to die for him to escape the loop. Passes away from old age. Feels a familiar jostle in the darkness. He opens his eyes. His hands are bound with familiar rope. He opens his eyes in a wooden cart and hears the words, "Hey, you're finally awake." I don't exactly know what you mean, Dolly. What you're exactly referring to. Context? What is this? That's good, Hugo. That's really good. Oh fuck, not another one! Alright, now you're stuck in fucking Skyrim. Now I'm gonna go take an arrow to the knee, bitch. Okay. But again, I'm still not 100% sure what you're, like, referring the October 7th to again. If it's not Hassan's dog, if it's not actually what happened on October 7th, Palestine shit, or if it's referring to something to do with your writing that's referencing that I'm not clicking in on. But those are the 3 avenues of thought that I have on it. Oh, I was referring to the kid looking at his phone at the beginning and saying that. Oh, okay. Okay. But yeah, maybe 7th isn't the best date. It's a coincidence, I swear. It's just like 9/11 2001 being Neo's fucking driver's license expiration date. It's a fucking 1 in a million coincidence. Snake Eyes and Charlie Kirk. We've gone over this in many commentaries. It's synchronization, right? Too many events happen that the coincidences are bound to happen among the massive amount of events that happen, right? Like, you go on vacation on 1 year of your life and your best friend also goes on vacation there and neither of you told each other. And it's like, how the fuck is there such a small world? And it's like, you figure out that you both influenced each other to both go there at the same time through some random conversation you don't remember about, right? But having the cat as, like, the hero to the enemy, I think is awesome, because people, like, it's a cat, and then you realize, well, this is why cats are so dangerous, because you just instantly love cats. But everyone knows in Egypt they worshipped cats like gods, so maybe cats actually had some sort of power or something like that, right? They were also fearful of cats because of their power, connection to the underworld and everything like that, right? So having the religious war, coming back again, gaining his memories. I think as long as in the first 3 chapters you hint at the fact that the original character in the first timeline had some sort of prophetic or dreams or something like that, or even start with the prologue of a dream of it and be like, what the fuck was that? And then it eventually works into it, and when you get to that moment, he's like, oh, the pieces all fall into place, right? And that's like a great way of just getting around the suspension of disbelief, right? Is if you make the character have that sensation too, then it allows to the Shadow Realm! To the Shadow Realm! So having something that you can latch onto with the character and being like, this isn't the first time this has happened, gives the reader, when it comes around again, that's the foreshadowing of like, oh, of course it's happened before, and every time it happens just a little bit different. Just a little bit different, right? And then you finally get to that point, and then it's like that, oh my god, moment of losing the character, but you're like, the book's not over, but the character's dead. Is it another timeline? Once you're done with the advice, want to read my thing? Sure, Hugo, I would love to. And then the genius coming back as, like, inspiration, and tie the bloodlines together of the character and, like his progeny, right? Like, you don't have to say that it's directly, like, related to him, like his kid, but, you know, like, his aunt had a kid, and that's where the bloodline went, and it's like he's just a slightly different, so that made it so that he was actually able to control the powers. He was already a genius, he already understood it. So it's like all these little tiny pieces that the other character didn't have, that this character does have, that makes this character the genius that they are. And then you could even have it be like, this is the end of the cycle, and inference that there have been multiple other cycles that have led to this finally being like the final cycle, and then he finally defeats God and becomes the ultimate being. But having that foreshadowing of all of those tiny little pieces will make your reader actually accept the time travel, because you've left these hints that this is something like on a cycle that's continuously changing. Conclusion is that basically gods in this universe are ones who took power but eventually got bored and make another cat to test people until one is strong enough to succeed. And I love that idea, because my idea of what God is if you were God, you would have eventually done everything, and then you get to a point where you're bored. And what is the ultimate thing that you could do? Make yourself forget that you're God. Oh, what a fucking rush that would be, wouldn't it? to literally start over. Start from scratch. And that's like one of my like 3 or 4 origin ideas of the possibilities of how consciousness came to be. That we are actually all just small pieces of the consciousness of God, the universal being, whatever you want to call it. And the only reason that we exist is because God was literally bored and forgot that he's God. And we can create and do whatever we want, and that's the power of the mind. But because we don't believe hard enough, and we don't do it hard enough, it doesn't work. But it doesn't work in the way that people think. It works in the way of, look at the technology that's created. People put their mind to something, and they just find a way to do it. If I were God, I probably wouldn't even realize I'd created humanity, to be honest. Well, it's one of those things, Hugo, that we could be one of billions of creations of God. Forgotten and lost to time. The forgotten ones. The ones who rebelled and God said, well, fuck you then. And the free will that he gave us was actually just him leaving. Has got to be a little interesting, right? Of course. And that's why it's like, I like to think that consciousness is more than physical reality. And that to some degree you choose your own existence. So there is a fate, but you've chosen that fate before you exist. And you're just riding the waves of the story that you've created for yourself. And that allows you to take accountability for yourself, but also to indulge. And be like, is this the life of me just letting loose? And it takes a little bit of that responsibility and weight off of you. To be like, even if this is my shit life, I chose this to be my shit life. Right? And I kind of, in my main book, my Final Fantasy inspired book, Person, Hey God, mean, holy shit, where'd you come from? True, Hugo. God's out there screaming, why are there voices in my head? Is 8 billion, or I guess like, how many people pray, let's say 3 billion people, maybe 5 billion people are praying in some way, shape, or form. Imagine having fucking 5 billion voices in your head. I don't care if you were God, that'll drive you crazy. I only wanted 10! I only wanted 10! God's chilling with mermaids on Vernaculus 9. Yes, yes, I love it, Dolly. Just like Tupac and Elvis are singing on an island somewhere. Dear God, thank you for pineapple pizza. Me, pineapple on pizza. That's it. Another flood. No arc this time. True, Hugo. And only because I'm allergic to pineapple, I abstain myself from the argument of is pineapple good on pizza because I am allergic to pineapple, so I would not know. So I recuse myself of the discussion because I can't truly say. But God will hear all prayers from the beginning of time to its end at the same instant from his perspective. Well, who knows, Sean? Depending on how God perceives time. But if God created time, then he can manipulate it, right? And if he can manipulate it, then he should be able to, you know, do it. If that's his prerogative and everything comes in at once, it's like snap, snap. Every moment is just a frozen singular frame. That's the only thing we can ever know is the true moment now, but by the time we know that moment, it's gone. So you can never truly live in the moment because it takes your time for your brain to analyze and evaluate the moment. So you are always behind in the moment. But anyways, what is your story? Oh, Callie dropped something. Imagine hearing all the prayers of all things and all of it being no more important to him than hearing the air molecules and a gust of air is to you. That's another interesting thought, Hugo. Okay, what is this? Callie dropped something? What is this? I'm like a marshmallow? Hold on. Callie! Hold on. I'm like a marshmallow. Okay, well, wait. This might have audio on it. Hold on, let me turn this off. Why are you hiding, Callie? See, you've seen how many times I've followed you and it just won't let me fucking follow you. So annoying. Okay, where's the sound on this? Okay, let's go back.
I'm like a marshmallow.
Yes!
On a campfire.
Oh my god, the
I'm
voice.
expected to burn.
The voice.
But no one expects me to fall into the flames.
Oh
but
my
I
God.
can't hold on to the roasting stick. Fire spreads. And no one knows how to stop it. At first, everything is so bright. Everyone thinks that light is hope. But that light is just me fighting the fire. Trying not to suffocate in the heat. But when my skin charred, I didn't get bitter. I smiled, and the half of me that burned smiled too. I think smiling makes me a bit like the fire, wild and contagious. I don't control the fire. I can't choose not to burn. I'm always under the flames. But when half of me has gone charred in the cruel heat, I choose to stay sweet.
That got me high. Callie is so good with his imagination. Oh wait. Whoops. Hold on, let me bring this back up. See, I clicked follow. I'm trying to follow you. Voices. Okay, it's Hugo. Your thingamabobamajigger story. Let's go. Okay. The Family Man. Okay. Let's see this. Let me turn the music back on here. Alright, okay. This is Hugo's story. Let's see what this is all about. Let's go. The Family Man. Nick pressed his eyelids together as the sun begins to stream in, past the house's wooden deck and into his bedroom. He tucks his feet under the covers, attempting to warm up the ice-cold toes that received a night's worth of chilled air from the room's AC vent. He reaches over, feeling the curves of Lana's hips moving closer to her. Shouldn't that say him? If it's her hips moving towards him? This just doesn't sound right. Her hips are moving towards her. I don't know how that's hospital. Hospital. I don't know how that's hospital. I don't know how that's possible. I think I need another toke, guys. Shit. Oh, it's okay, actually. Should probably be and moves closer to her. Oh, it's him. Okay, I read it wrong. I'm retarded. Feeling the curves of Lana's hips, moving closer to her. Okay, I see. I'm retarded. You see, that's why I'm a good beta reader. Because then I'll know, well, if you put this actually here and flip this around, like, he reaches over, moving closer to Lana, feeling the curves of her hips. Just makes the imagery more clear. Yeah, ordering is like, for clarity, is like, but, if it's a stylistic choice that has a purpose and rules to it, where you purposefully mix the syntax in sentences as like a voice for the narrator. And then, like we were talking about this earlier with TLBG's story, how you can use these small pieces to, like, how do you say this? Move an ordering of purpose. So, for instance, for him, he was, before someone said something important, he would preface it with, oh, they said this. And then it would be the exact words they say. And then you have a time when you subvert, because you do that enough times, it becomes a style, as long as you're consistent about it. And then the times that you don't use it, it hits even harder, and it makes the reader pay attention to it, because they're like, wait, why didn't he say the exact words this time? But there's no context for Lana. Just realized. And that's where you have to say, well, can we add in a transition before this? Right? And you can leave it in a mystery. You don't have, and again, it's a stylistic choice. Do you want to make it? But that sets a mood, right? You have to remember that everything that you do has to be purposeful, because it's going to set an expectation and a mood in the reader, right? And as long as you're consistent with it, they'll realize that. But you have to have rules, consistency, and know when to break those rules for certain reasons. And then those small things become your like best tools, and you can manipulate anything with them. You just have to establish it. The problem is, it will cut out some readers because they won't be able to get past the imagery. Like with Callie, you have to be almost a high-level reader to read Callie's work, because the imagery is so powerful and abstract that it almost deters from the actual story. But that's the magic of his stories, is how crazy the imagery in it is. So it's like, you just have to go with what your style is and try and hit that audience. You know, begins Nick. If we hurry, I bet we can finish before the kids wake up. Too late. I heard them laughing at our door a few minutes ago, responds Lana. Boo! Yells Stevie and Joey, causing Nick to throw his arms up, feigning surprise at his son's prank as the two run in and jump into bed. In the kitchen, preparing breakfast, Lana hums, sawing her hips under the shirt she confiscated from Nick. I would say, like, a transition here. Like, that's probably... Sorry, here. Something like, okay, guys, time for breakfast, and then... in the kitchen preparing breakfast. You know? But, like, preface that at the end of this paragraph with either a dialogue or character action. Or both. Preferably both. And is this supposed to be a play on words, or is that just divine? Or is it supposed to be like something like, you know, like to emphasize like divine, right? Because you can definitely use that for emphasis inside of dialogue to show either a time skip or location change is what I've been doing. It's a spelling error. Alright. Sips his coffee, admiring his wife. Can't believe I'm married to such a divine woman, thinks Nick. Shortest. How many years? Nick rubs the tingling feeling in his temples. I can't believe it's been 8 years of bliss. Like divine. Better. Yeah, this was like a training short story to get going on writing other stuff. Nice. Practice writing, like the good thing about practice writing, you never have to worry about coming back and fixing it. I used to do flash fictions where you basically had like a minute and a half. Guys, we got the ads. You like a minute and a half. Breaking the fourth wall. Yeah, that was 100% purposeful. That was a very purposeful number. Guys, I think the ads are winning. Oh no. Oh no. The ads have won.
I am now your overlord. The ads. You must watch your ads. Eat your vegetables and watch your ads.
They're good for you guys, I swear. You like your Lucky Charms. It's like sugar. It'll get you going, get you up in the day, get those carbohydrates going, get your ads 100% of the time, all the time, every time. We got you covered, brother. Don't worry about it. It's all good. If I don't believe in ads, they don't exist. Power of belief, guys. The power of the mind. Yeah. Nick rubbed the tingling feeling on his temples. Can't believe it's been 8 years of bliss. Is this supposed to be like just like happiness in his brain? Or is this like an itch? Or is this like a common thing? Or is this a mannerism that he does? These flapjacks are going to be delicious, says Lana, as she places a stack on the bar. It's part of the thing. The thing? What's the thing? Wait, did I miss something? Okay. So it's just a foreshadowing of something. It's like, here's a tiny little crumb. There's something going on. He can't remember. Like a brain blip. Okay. Okay. I see where this is going. These flapjacks are going to be delicious, says Lana, as she places a stack on the bar, dividing the kitchen and dining area. Not as delicious as you, responds Nick, caressing her hand. Shut up, you goober. Still have more to make. Good old goober. You're a goober. You're a goober. You're a gooboo. You're a tonberry. I want pancakes, yells Joey, his short legs scampering toward the plate of freshly butter-fried bread. Nick happily sits, the 5-year-old on his knee, as Joey grabs Flapjack and tears into it. Oh wait, hold on. Grabs the Flapjack and tears into it. Really should add scene dividers. Either a transitional sentence or a scene divider would help. I just usually do a transitional sentence. Just say, like for instance with the transition to breakfast. Okay guys, time for breakfast. Boom. Okay, now we're in breakfast. Breakfast is done. Okay, well you said breakfast is done. Well obviously now we're all sitting at the table. Right? Tears into it. Why would you tear into it? Is he crying? Is Joey? I thought he was happy. What did Nick do that made him tear into his flapjacks? I'm so confused, Hugo. Like, no, I'm just trolling. But yeah, that's how it was last time, though. Okay, I won't get it wrong this time. The sun begins to dip beneath the tide as Nick admires his son's sandcastle. Yeah, see? And then be like, something like, alright, well, we're going to the beach today. And then they're at the beach, right? Just like one sentence to say, okay, we're moving on to something else, is like literally all you need. Sun begins to dip behind the tide as Nick admires his son's sandcastle. Nick lets his head fall into his beach chair. Taking in the salt-scented air, buying this house was a great idea. Can't believe I could afford it. Wait, how did I afford? Nick, once again, rubs his temple, massaging out the tingling sensation that seems to be sporadically bothering him. That's right, last year's promotion. Lana's voice cuts through his thoughts. It could be like the kitchen chair turns into a beach chair as Nick scratches his head, puzzled for a second, then smiling at his sons. Little hints like that, like, the transitions are like so fade in, just like dissolve in, but it's like something you just don't notice, you're just picking up in the moment. That would be very powerful foreshadowing. Important story placement. The crumbs. Ready to head in? It's getting late. Yes, yeah, let's go in. Hey, Lana, I'm having a brain fart. When did you say it was Stevie's birthday? Next month, you goober. You doing okay, Nick? Yeah, I'm okay. I just have a headache, says Nick as he rubs his temples. Nick walks into the bedroom after having delivered both boys to their respective beds. As he steps in, he turns off the light, leaving the room illuminated by a small lamp and the moon outside. As he waits for Lana to finish brushing her teeth, he wonders, next month, what day? This time, he finds himself rubbing his temples with the balls of his hands until Lana's voice soothes him. Maybe I shouldn't let this robe slip off because of that headache of yours, she says, intentionally letting her bathrobe fall to the ground. No headache could keep me from this, says Nick, raising his eyebrow. Lana climbs into bed on top of Nick, loving her husband until sleep takes them both. A distant, steady beep invades Nick's head. Beep, 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 beep. What is that? Is it my alarm? Is it Monday? Beeping fades as the morning sun stirs Nick. Turns away, ducking his head under the covers. Lana's arms drape over him as he feels the shirt she commandeered from him rub against his back. So, like, the beeping is a really good, like, foreshadowing thing, right? Like, it's like, making you question again what the fuck is going on. And I imagine that, like, the beeping of a fucking, like, heart monitor in a hospital. It's a shame the kids are already awake, she whispers, just in time for Joey and Stevie to run in, flapping their arms, pretending to be eagles, and jumping into their parents' bed. So, says Nick, what are our Sunday plans? Sunday, responds Lynn. It's Saturday, silly. Begins Nick, his hands reaching his temples. Yes, sorry, I totally thought it was Sunday. Just make them fuck. Some people aren't good at smut scenes. This was nice. This was nice. You know. This implied that they fucked. But it was, like, very tactful. Oh, you missed that? Okay, you missed this? Yeah. Climb into bed on top of Nick, loving her husband until sleep takes them both. Obviously, they fucked. Just use your imagination. It doesn't have to be. I like to write erotica, so I would have gone hard, and that scene would have been longer than this. This entire story. And it grabs this huge throbbing. Well, you can do this. I have way too many commands. Lana climbs on top of him and they fucked. Better? No, Hugo, I think she just missed it. That's wrong! The machine is never wrong! It's the only thing that tells the truth. Well, I thought it was Sunday. Nick again sits sipping his coffee, watching his wife make her world-famous Saturday morning pancakes. Climbs on top of him, pulls her panties to the side, and he enters her. I got you, bro. She presses him down onto the bed, her hand running across his chest, down his navel, grabbing onto his throbbing manhood. Squealing, she rubs it against herself, staring into his eyes, loving every moment of it. And she leans in to kiss him as she slowly moves herself down. And once the tip has entered, she unleashes her fury. Hair flailing, bed shaking, walls crumbling as if the house was falling down. Then you get that moment of, oh shit, did we wake the kids? Grabs a hammer and smashes it. Oh yeah, baby. Clawing down his back, blood running down her nails. They breathe into each other's mouths, stopping each other from screaming as they don't want to wake the kids. God, what it was like when they had free roam of the house. Thinking back to the honeymoon, they draw a satanic circle in their bed in blood. Okay, I'll stop. The tentacles come out, but Nick can't control it, and they head for him instead of Lana. Then Lana bursts out laughing, and she doesn't stop them. You wanted this, right? She says to Nick. She loves him, allowing her sex tentacle suction cups wrap around his legs repository flap. She shoves her fist into Smuff oof. That is the good stuff. Now you know how it feels, Nick. You go, that's so fucking good. I don't know, did he fuck her in the ass? Because I'm pretty sure it's a little bit different being fucked in the ass than it is in the pussy, but whatever. You know, I'm just a dude. I wouldn't know what the other type is like, you know. Plus, I don't know what it's like to women, because dudes have the G-spot in their prostate, right? So it's a little bit different for dudes than it is for chicks. Just saying. God didn't want us to put stuff up there. Why you put a fucking G-spot there? I think that is some big-ass bullshit, motherfucking, sexist shit. I think some girls like anal more, but I haven't completed my research. Oh, God. It is what it is, right? You know, I'm so glad we bought this house. I love it. You deserve it, Lana. Well, you're the one that earned that promotion. Yep. That I earned with my hard work at... Lana, where do I work? Queen. The subtext on that is fucking prime. Asks Nick, trying to rub away the throbs plaguing the sides of his head. At the bank, you goober, responds Lana, as she makes her way over to Nick. What's gotten into you these days? Nick, his brow furrowed and his hand clutching the sides of his head, begins to make his way to the living room to sit next to his children. Lana, how old are the kids? 40-something, right? Nick, you're scaring me. They're 5 and 6. No, they're 440. The throbbing in Nick's head begins to make a sound, a beeping, a steady beeping, a beeping, drowning out his wife, his kids, the world around him, everything. Nick opens his eyes and sees a white plastic band. At each end of the band, 2 metal prods dig into his temples. He reaches for the device, removing it much easier than he thought. To his left, a machine beeps. As it drips liquid into a tube, Nick's gaze follows the tube, leading it to one of the many needles attached to his arms. He attempts to lift the cover off himself, but his withered hands lack the strength. 2 nurses rush into the white, sterile room and begin checking the numbers, buttons, and dials on all the machines attached to Nick's body in one way or the other. Either taped on or stuck in through protruding needles, wires, and tubes. Nick tries to speak as he looks around for any sign of Lana, but the feeding tube in his mouth disallows his words to form and limits the motions of his head. Then his memory leaks back. The promotion propelled him into a position that he improperly handled. The pressures of the new responsibilities caused him to lash out at Lana and his sons. Eventually, they left. Even now, as cancer decays his elderly body, only the beeping of the machines and the nurses tending to them accompany him. Although they largely ignore him, Nick's gaze drops to the device in his hands. Slowly, as tears well up in his eyes, he lifts the device, attaching the probes to his temples. 3 beeps, and a few green lights later alert Nick that the device attaches. Nick hears the slow hum of his ceiling fan as he shelters his icy toes under the covers. Turning in bed, he realizes that Lana has already sat up, reading, before noticing him staring at her. Does jump around quite a bit, but I guess that's the part of the story. Like I said, just maybe having like one sentence that infers like the next, even if it's just a thought, would be just make it a little bit smoother. I know that look, she chuckles, and even though I'd love to, 2 little goobers are to rush in and scare us. Then we better be surprised, says Nick, caressing the curves of his beautiful wife. Nick finds it best to enjoy Saturday. Since the hours of the weekend speed up quickly and Monday arrives quickly. I think you can just say speed up and Monday arrives quickly. Or just speed by. I don't think you need quickly twice. But other than that, holy shit, yeah, it's a good story. Just like literally one transitional sentence per scene. Gold. Speed up, Monday arrives quickly. Yeah. Well, yeah, I really like it, Hugo. I love the... And just like the little bit of inference, Nick finds it best to enjoy Saturday since the hours of the weekend speed by and Monday arrives quickly. Exactly. There you go. There you go, Hugo. I had changed it after you copy and pasted. Ha! I never get the final copy. There's always something hiding there. Alright. But yeah, I definitely loved it, man. It's evocative. I love it. It's got that hook to it. Just maybe start with, like, the beeping in a white room. And then he wakes up in his bed. And you're like, oh, what a dream. And then maybe... Very ominous, yeah. Trying to keep it a short story makes it a bit expository at the end. Dude, you could literally put this at the beginning. This could be literally, and then you just end with that, but you start with this. Nick finds it best to enjoy Saturday since the hours of the weekend speed by quickly and Monday arrives, by and Monday arrives quickly. It'll evoke in the reader, okay, well, why? And then you get to the end of the story and you're like, and you're not even at the end, you're like 3/4 of the way through. You're like, yes, okay, it makes sense, right? And then you could just end it with, it was a beautiful Saturday. Ties everything back together. That's the power of cycles. Connection. A true ending connects to the beginning in some way. Which either makes it like a complete or full circle. Where you're ending and cutting off and creating a, like, you're going from this loop in the infinity to this loop in the infinity. That's how I think about it. But yeah, those, like I said, small changes and small things are what make your story the most powerful. So those two changes, how about this for an ending sentence? He never felt a better Saturday. Yes, there you go. There you go. See? Perfect. Fucking perfect. That's the good shit right there. Hell yeah. Alright, alright. Well, best Saturday you ever had. It was an artificial one. I don't know if, like, revealing it 100%. Like, you've technically already 100% revealed it. I feel like tacking that onto the end kind of ruins the end. Because he's not, like, the whole point, Hugo, is you're supposed to be in the character's brain at the end. Oh, no, just discussing it between us. Yeah, okay. But I would say, like, you're inside the character's brain and, like, their head at the end. So you want to have the feeling that they don't remember. And you're going back into the cycle again. And again, another thing that it feels like this isn't the first time that this has happened. Right? That's the best way to do, in my opinion, short stories like that. Because you can tie everything together with a nice little neat bow and you don't need 100 different things to do it. And you're not like braiding 100 different things together to get that bow. But if there are no more submissions from anyone, then we can move on to the Sanderson Publishing Q&A. Yay! Do you guys like publishing? Do you guys have an agent? Yeah, no worries, Hugo. I'll show you my Lily story next time. Lol. But, gotta get to bed, now. Yeah, have a great night, Hugo. Take care, good sir. Enjoy the rest of your sleep. Alright. I was gonna head out too, man. Here for a while. Definitely interested in your publishing QA next time, though. Yeah, no worries, Dolly. I stream every single day, so, you know, feel free to check the VODs or come back tomorrow, exact same time. Same thing, same time, with a little bit of a twist every day until so many days have passed you can't recognize that it's only those twists. Anyways, thanks for stopping by, thanks for hanging out, thanks for the follow. And have a wonderful night. And it was super glad to have you around here. Love the vibes. Well, I thank you very much. That's kind of one of the things I try to, you know, facilitate. Authenticity and entertainment on top of a cool, solid, realistic vibe that's not, you know, overly... What's the word? Either squeamish or pushy, right? We are like, oh, I'm a small streamer. I can't go against any of my viewers. I have to be a yes man to everything, or my viewers will leave. No, if you make good content, you'll get viewers. If your viewers don't like your content, they won't watch you. It's a mentality thing, right? So I always, and the thing is, like, you're like, oh, I only have 5 viewers. I'm like, how many times in your life do you have 5 people in the same room? Right? Like, 5 people is a lot of fucking people. Like, people downplay how much that is. But it's like, if you can even get 5 or 6 people, like, consistently? Like, that's insane. I mean, I used to have, like, everyone, like, my house used to be the house to hang out, so I'm used to having, like, 5-10 people around basically at all points in time. So it's just the way that it goes, right? But then you get to a point where it's like, well, now I moved, now I don't really have any friends, I don't hang out with anyone, well, I'll just stream. And it's like, well, you know, that's all you need. You don't need hundreds of fucking people, you just need a couple of them. A couple of, you know, like-minded, creative people that love exploring ideas. Simple as that. But anyways, I'll let you head to bed. We'll start this up here. Take care. Thanks for hopping in. Peace. Definitely real cool people in here. See you next time. For sure. Take care. Remember, fuck you. Have a good night.
Final web exclusive for my lecture series. So this, again, is your questions asked about the publishing business. And I'm going to be here for about 30 minutes answering your questions. And I just want to preface by saying, hey, thanks for following along this year's recording of them. We probably won't do this again for a number of years. So it was a wonderful experience, and I liked all of your involvement. And I'm glad that I can get to some web-exclusive lecture content for you. So here we go. These are your questions. First one is, how would you pitch to an agent to represent you for an in-progress book series with the first book already indie published? I would say make some decisions ahead of time, what you're wanting to an agent for. So are you wanting to do what happened with 50 Shades of Grey or some of these where it was an indie published series that they decided to make traditionally published? in which case, generally, the author pulls all the indie published things once a publication deal is in the works and rebrands with brand new cover art and things like that and relaunches. If that's what you're wanting to do, you just know that that's kind of what has happened sometimes with these books in the past. Or instead, are you getting an agent because you want the agent to sell you in foreign markets? This is a thing that agents, as I mentioned in the main lecture, do sometimes for indie published authors, is they handle all the, overseas rights, film rights, that sort of stuff. What are you planning to do with that? Knowing up front what you're asking for helps you with your query letter. At that point, the number I often hear bandied about, which I don't have a ton of confirmation on. Maybe somebody in the comments who has done this before can say whether or not it's confirmed. But I hear a lot of 10,000 copies sold being a pretty good benchmark for agents, meaning not counting the free ones that you give away with various promotions, but actual point of sale. I have sold 10,000 copies of this book series, putting that in the query letter, and I would have a pitch, particularly if you can meet them in person, and be like, I'm an indie author. I've sold X number of copies. I think that traditionally publishing some of these might take me to the next level. What are your thoughts? And have the agent chat with you about what they've done in the past and what they're looking for. Or say to them, I'm okay in the U.S. I know what
most
I'm
likely
doing.
that's what's going to happen
I would
to
like
me,
to
right?
go traditionally published in other countries. Would you be interested in handling my foreign rights? So those are kind
First
of your,
book will probably be
your
indie, and then if the
two
second book
options
comes,
there.
first book does well,
There might be people
might
again
go
who
to
have done
traditional,
something different with this.
depending.
They can, in the comments, let me know.
But I definitely plan to
whether or
indie
not,
publish the first one.
They have other suggestions. In Spain, for example, having a literary agent is usually much less common. Yes. Lot of the foreign markets, people sell without an agent. In fact, this models what happened in the U.S. back when science fiction and fantasy was not the powerhouse sales genre it was. The agents really weren't that interested. In fact, you really couldn't support the agents on the income of all these authors during, the early days, the golden age and the silver age of science fiction. A lot of the deals were done just with author and publisher. To the point that there's this legacy where science fiction accepted unagented authors for a much longer time. Like when I was breaking in, you could still do it without an agent. Even though agents have become standard because of that legacy of author-publisher relationships. So it tends to be 50-50 or even lower. I'm not surprised by that. Given the chance, generally, would you recommend trying to pitch to publishers alone or get an agent? Also, I've heard that the norm is an agent here takes from 15 to 20%, sometimes even more. Well, even more would be shocking to me. And I would be, not shocking, but I would definitely avoid paying more. 20% is standard for foreign deals on agents. So basically, if I sell in Spain, my agent takes 20%. Why is that? Because there's a local agent taking 10%, and there's my New York agent taking 10%. I feel like this is a fair split, considering that selling in Spain myself, I could probably do it now, but early in my career, there's no way that you can go. Like, the agents all fly to giant book fairs where they meet with all the editors and agents from other countries. It's a very involved process. So I wouldn't say 20% is bad if that 20% is what they charge to sell overseas. But I don't know what the norm and the standard is in given countries, so I'll just stop there. Given the chance, would you recommend trying to pitch to publishers alone or get an agent? I would always recommend, if the option exists, to sell to a publisher directly. The fewer middlemen in between you and a sale, generally is just going to be better. If you have a chance to land an agent who has a very good track record at selling new books, then it is worth paying them the percent in order to do it in general. But the smaller the market, the less necessary this is. Spain is actually a pretty decently sized market for a foreign market, but really your places where fantasy sells best are US, UK, and Germany tend to be the top three.
Germany
and
loves
so I
their
would expect
fantasy
those
because
to
of
be the
like
places where
folklore
you're
and
most
stuff like
likely
that.
to need an agent. What would I recommend? Anytime you can talk directly to an editor, get an editor excited, and sell directly to them, I would recommend doing that. If the contract negotiations get complicated, or if the money gets good, bringing in an agent at that point might be necessary. I sold without an agent even in the U.S., but I got an agent to, once I'd sold it, to actually handle the negotiations. So, and I'm glad that I did. I'll say that. I'm currently writing a fantasy novella and hope for it to be my debut. Well, good for you. Specifically in the realm of traditional publishing. Novella plus traditional publishing, a little rougher, but we'll talk about it. I know you touched on how smaller, mid-sized presses might be a good move for publishing novellas in your final video of your lecture series. I did. But I'm curious about your thoughts on how novellas fit in the publishing world overall. Specifically, do you think trying to break in with a novella would work? And if so, how should I go about it? All right. Novellas have an interesting tradition in science fiction fantasy. First off, what is a novella? A novella is defined by the Science Fiction Writing Association as 17,000 words to about 30 to about 50, depending on who you talk to. I think
cool.
SIFWA says 17 to 30.
That's exactly what I thought.
But I'm not 100% sure on that. I know 17 tends to be
Because
about
like the ones
for
I'm
a
published on
novelette
Kindle are
becomes a
between
novella. But these are all
24
kind
and
of squishy.
46K
Basically, you're looking at
words.
something that's plotted and paced like a novel, but just a short novel, rather than plotted and paced like a long short story. That's what a novella is.
It's multiple
and
short
you've
stories,
probably
though.
read some famous books that technically fit into that range of novella, depending on which numbers you're using. For instance, Christmas Carol is a novella and not a novel. And Ender's Game started as a novella, not a novel. Several other, like, for instance, Dragonflight by Anne McCaffrey was one, I think, novella, maybe shorts, maybe it was novelette, but one of the shorter fiction categories, just as kind of the opening to the novel before she wrote the novel. So for the longest time, a novella or a novelette, a short novella or a longer novelette, would form the cornerstone for the magazines. Back in the era where the magazines were the dominant way that
Which
people
is
read
bullshit
science fiction
now,
fantasy, you would get a
'cause
bunch
they
of cool
charge
short
you.
stories, and then you would have this chunky novella in the back to really make you feel like your money was well spent and that you got a little bit more of a novel experience. Not all of the issues did this, but it was really common to do that. And that novella was often by an established author. They would rarely buy those from non-established author, because that novella, like, you can imagine it as a magazine reader. You're like, I want to try out new people. I want to see what people are capable of. But I also want to get my money's worth and know that there is a very good story in this that alone would have been worth the price of buying the magazine. So all the short stories, in some ways, are a bonus, because I know I get that cool Asimov novella at the back of this thing. And for the longest time, that was the market for novellas. You had real trouble selling them as a new author. The novella slot in a magazine was there to be the name on the cover that drew people to buy it, so that they knew they were getting that money's worth. Sometimes if it was a really great novella, they would buy it and put it in that slot, even by a new author. But that's kind of the history of the novella. That's why Anne McCaffrey had this Dragonflight that was such a big deal before the novel was even written. I think they called the novella version Werewatch, and things like that. Over time, the magazines kind of died off. There are still some good ones, Clark's World and whatnot. They're mostly digital first right now, or they focus on the digital.
Yeah.
There are some print components. At that point, for a while, novellas became a great way to break in on ebook novellas. I wrote Emperor's Soul right during this era, kind of at the forefront of this, before it really took off. Back when, you didn't really know how to sell a novella, but we started putting them up on Kindle for a couple of bucks.
Yeah.
And for a while, that did really well.
I've been doing pretty well with
kind
that.
of the gold rush era of
I made like
Kindle,
$5
where people
so far.
were looking for things that were kind of inexpensive to try out their Kindle on and whatnot. And during that gold rush era, Hugh Howey and some other people hit on a cool idea where you could release a book as a series of novellas. This is how Wool, which became the television show Silo.
Whoa, what? Really? Silo's
like
fucking awesome. If you haven't watched Silo, check it out. Such a good show.
All of this led to Tor.com as an imprint starting up, which was publishing kind of literary, high-end, if you would say, novellas with the editorial team focused on it. And a lot of the best novella winners over the last years in the various categories came from places like Tor.com that were hunting for kind of literary, stylized, often they were looking for diverse voices for these imprints to
Affy just
have
stole
these,
air
you might call them
popcorn, like
award bait,
seriously?
sort of things, using that not as a pejorative.
Just-
A lot of the great films and
just
stories we have would have considered.
claw
but they're
it
looking
right
for an
out.
eye for kind of.
I mean,
literary
Aphrodite
excellence for these
is
sorts of things.
like,
And
you
that
know,
has
she gets what she wants,
been
right?
lately the dominant way that novellas have fit into the publishing world. Very long answer to your simple question, but how should you go about it? Well, if yours is a story that can fit Tor.com, that is often the best place. But again, they do focus on diverse voices and literary styling for that. Novellas are still an excellent way to break yourself in indie published. They can be a way that people can buy something for fairly inexpensive to try you out on. The gold rush era of indie publishing is gone, however, and a novella just kind of sitting there by itself without the support of a full indie published career is probably just not going to sell that well. That's what my gut says in today's market, unless you are going full in. If traditional publishing is your way, then you are looking at Tor.com, or you are looking for going to one of these smaller mid-sized presses and trying to publish more of a prestige piece novella that they can hope will get some award recognition to drive your name. Or you are looking at the few remaining magazines being willing to stick you in that that spot. The large traditional publishers are not looking for novellas. It is not worth the money to get those on the shelves in bookstores because people in bookstores don't traditionally buy novellas very much. They made the effort to get to a bookstore. They're generally looking for something bigger than that. Not to say it can't happen, particularly for a longer novella. A lot of novellas that sell right now are written by authors writing stories that don't quite fit in their regular novels, such as what I've done with some Stormlight Archive novellas, and those have sold very well, but they're
The
already
same
selling
thing
on
I
Amazon. You
do.
have a lot more
Guys, I
trouble
love
doing
it
that
when
with
I do
Bible.
the same thing
to
that great authors do. It
There's
gives
a
me
whole bunch
hope.
of context. I hope you can piece together from that a strategy for yourself. I wrote the first draft of a book that I fear ended up being too close to a mega bestseller in plot structure, but not in terms of my protagonist. In publishing, is it a really bad idea to try to pitch a debut novel that comes close to a super bestseller? No, this is generally not a bad idea. It depends on how close, though. If you had the exact same idea as Hunger Games, and everyone who reads the pitch is going to be like, oh, it's just Hunger Games again, you might have trouble. However, my instinct says generally authors are more aware of this than readers or publishers are, and authors are more sensitive to this than readers or publishers are. My guess is that it's probably fine, not having read the book, that the plot structure being similar, as long as your protagonist and your setting feel distinctive, you really shouldn't worry as much as you probably are. Does this mean my idea is not fresh? Well, no idea is super fresh. Everything's been done before.
Mhm.
Your take on it is important.
Yeah.
That said, some ideas do feel well worn. This is the problem with me giving advice without knowing what the idea is. Once in a while, you'll have something, and it goes out, and everyone's like, this just feels like we've done this too much. And that could be a problem. It's not like I think it's likely to be, but it could be. Did you shoot yourself in the foot? No. I think you should try to query your book, or you should, if you're trying to indie publish. Either way, I would give the book some readers and see if you can get some readers, see if you can trade some readers on some places, and see if, without you telling them, they pick up and be like, wow, this reads exactly like X, and see if they're bothered by it. If they even write back and be like, you know what, I love this, it reminded me of X, you're in good shape. that's not a problem. So, I would not do a major rewrite. I would stick to your guns.
Guys, it
and
turns
tell
out
the
my
story that
story
you
is
wanted
like
to
Lord
tell.
of the Rings.
And
Fuck!
make sure that you've got your distinctive voice in your protagonist and you know, some of the details in the setting and things like that, and see what people say. See if you're getting the it feels too much like X. Again, my guess is not. So go forward. I think you're fine. At what point should you try to find an agent? Does your book need to be ready to be published already through alpha and beta readers? Along with that, how do you find alpha and beta readers, and what distinguishes the two groups? Excellent questions here. So, what point should you try to find an agent? It doesn't have to be publication ready, but if you're planning to use alpha and beta readers, I would have gone through that already before I sent it out personally. I am a big believer in them. I should point out there are some authors, I did say this in the lectures, that do not like doing this at all. So your process,
And I totally understand. If you don't want to share your stuff,
with
hey,
alpha and beta readers.
that's all.
But
no
how do you
pressure.
find them?
Right?
Generally, I found the majority of my early beta readers by working on a science fiction magazine at the local college. If you happen to be at college, and if you know, or whatnot, and there is a local magazine on campus, a lot of them have them, going and volunteering and becoming part of that and learning, like actually doing the work, reading Slush for them and seeing what new writers are submitting right now to Slush that's getting rejected, and be like, what can I learn from that? What's getting bought? What can I learn from that? You know, when I say bought for these student magazines, usually it's you know, $25 gift certificate, but it is getting, you know, passing through, and people are reading it and liking it. What's working? And get to know that group. Find that sort of thing. Find the con crowd who puts on science fiction conventions, and see if you can volunteer for the writing track. Now, one thing I should warn you about is long-established writing groups and things like that tend to have ossified in a way, and may not be as good for a new reader, or author entering in to that group. They have their own ways of doing things, and you know, there is this sort of long-standing writing groups that have become support groups for people who are solidly in the amateur space, and after many years have kind of settled into
at some
that
point in
role
time, you just
where
gotta
they know
say,
they're
stop
doing
being
this,
yes men.
for amateur work. If your goal is to straight up publish and make a living at it, some of those sorts of groups might not be good for you.
Yeah.
I would recommend
Actionable
that,
advice for
you
improvement,
start
true criticism,
mingling
and
online,
insight.
with
That's what we're
people
looking
who
for.
are, you know, themselves writers, and it is a hard process to find early readers that are good, because too many early readers don't know that their job is just to read the book and give their gut impression. They instead want to change your book or try to fix your book, and that is not what a beta reader should be doing.
Yeah,
Beta
see?
readers should just be giving their honest opinion on how they felt reading the book, and you should never be listening to any one beta reader too much.
There you
what's the
go.
difference between an alpha and a beta? Alpha, for me, are people who are industry insiders. When I say alpha reads, I am giving it to people who have a long relationship with me, and they know what they're doing in the publishing industry, and I let them say, you should do this, you should change this. Beta readers, I don't want to hear that from. Beta readers are a test audience. They're just people that are the market that would like my book, and how.
That's why I say don't listen to what I
where
say.
Were they bored?
Right? I'm
Where
just
were they
giving my
excited?
opinion.
That sort of stuff.
And my insight.
As a new writer, it's
and
gonna be
my
hard
thought,
for you
like
to get a large
direction.
group
I'm
of
just
those
going super in deep about
because
where my
you are
thought
competing for their
process on it
attention
is.
with published books. So usually,
don't
you're gonna
let
have
that,
some
you
hybrid
know,
between what I just described. And
feel
you're gonna
like
find
that's gonna
other
ruin your
authors
book if
who
you're gonna
be
change something
trading
that I don't
books
like,
with,
for instance.
And you're going to be giving feedback on theirs, and they're going to be giving feedback on yours, even if it's not in a writing group situation. It is one of those things that's hard. You can start with your family and friends as well. Just know that
My
it's hard
family
for
and
them
friends
to
don't
do
know how
that.
to give insight. I don't
Don't
know
let your
anyone who
beta
knows how to
readers ruin
give
your book.
insight, guys.
Don't listen to any
Thanks
one of them
for
too
being
much.
here and helping me with
but
insight.
you do want to try to get a feel for what people.
I haven't found
how
anyone
people
other than my
respond to your
actual
work
friends back in
and
BC who are
what
smart
you
enough to
think
do
of
that.
those responses and how to interpret it. Remember that beta readers are generally bad at picking out what is wrong, but
Yeah.
they are good at picking out that something is wrong.
Yeah.
Usually they'll have the wrong reason why they don't like something. And that's where that problem comes in, right? You can probably see how that would go.
Mhm.
If they are right in noticing that the book is slow for them, but they're wrong in saying you should put it in an action scene because the reason it's actually slow is that you've made the wrong promises or this feels like a tangent. You might go through.
We were talking about that
fix it
earlier.
as the
Action
way
doesn't
they suggest,
necessarily
but then
isn't
you
necessarily
just make more
good.
problems and not fix the one that's there.
Yeah.
So at what point should you try to find an agent? I talked a lot about those, but not answer that question. I would say, I did answer it. Once you are comfortable that another draft on this book would be taking a lot of sideways steps instead of steps forward. For most authors, I would say we're not talking about like 12th draft. We're talking like 3rd or 4th draft is where it's probably time to start looking at an agent if that's something you want to do. Regarding bios on pitches and query letters, how relevant is academic publishing? Not at all unless you're writing a book that is very related to your academic publishing. I'm an academic researcher with plans to publish articles and maybe a manuscript of my thesis before publishing fantasy. Again, if you are a medievalist writing about a specific time period and you have genuine expertise, like if I were a professor of Anglo-Saxon history and I have written what I consider a very good Anglo-Saxon inspired fantasy, I would mention it just like that. I'm not sure if I should mention or show that I've gone through the peer-reviewed editing process, for example. Nope, they don't care. They really don't. That's probably giving you some good experience, but unless, for instance, let's say that you are you've done all of this research on quantum mechanics and you're writing a novel that involves that, then I would include it. But let's say that what you do is you are an academic researcher for pharmaceuticals and whether these
Quantum
sorts
mechanics
of drugs
mentioned.
work in this situation.
Bingo.
But you're writing an epic fantasy, they're not going to care. And I might put it in my bio about who you are, but I definitely wouldn't put it in such a way that they're supposed to think that this is relevant. How would negotiations work for special editions of your book through a company like Folio Society or Broken Binding? Would those be negotiated into your contract, or would those be negotiated later if the books sell well enough? I recommend keeping those rights with New York publishers. That is, as I'm told, much harder to do than it used to be because of me, and I apologize for that. Me doing giant special editions. I'm like the way that George Lucas, like, if you've heard the story about Star Wars, they didn't really do merchandise for movies back in the day. George Lucas kept his merchandising rights, and then they made billions. No one ever let a filmmaker keep their merchandising rights after that happened.
Yeah.
Back in the early 2000s, special editions just, even with some places like Subterranean Press,
Always
and Folio
keep your
Society,
merch right.
They just didn't.
That's the biggest
they weren't
money.
Such huge money that the publishers even cared about them.
And they won't care about it at the beginning.
Was small enough.
And when you come big, it'll already be in your contract.
Was a
You'll
bigger
be like,
hassle and cost more
fuck
in
you.
lawyer time than the money that would come in. And so when I said I'm going to start keeping these, my publisher was just like, yeah, sure, fine. And then I went on to make a very large amount of money off of them.
Yep.
And a lot of companies started up that were doing this. Again, I can't take credit for Folio Society. They've been doing this for a long time and doing excellent work. But definitely some of the more popularized ones that are doing special editions started up in part because of what I did. This makes it much harder to keep your rights. I would recommend that you do it, or at least put into the contract what it looks like. Generally, these for someone like Folio Society, they only do kind of the best of the best, and therefore, if you are lucky enough to have
You
Folio
can't say
Society
fuck
want
you to your
make one of
friends.
yours,
You
then
can
you're in
say
a
it
good
to
spot. But of course,
Grammarly.
they sell
It
a lot of
almost
their
always
editions for like
deserves it.
$700 for that reason. I would try to keep them.
That's
if you
great,
fail,
Sean.
I would try to have good language, and your agent and or attorney will know how to put that language in. How does the publishing industry feel about authors who are self-published and making a good living at it when they start trying to move to more traditional publishing? These days, the attitude is very positive toward indie authors. In my experience, talking to indie authors, your mileage may vary. You may still run into, I think most of these are gone, but for a long time, the publishing industry was like, oh, you're self-published, whatever. And they've moved away from that and seeing indie publishing as kind of a way to find the best and try to coax them into traditional publishing. So how do they feel? They see these days as indie publishing as one of these sort of, they would consider it a proof of concept, a place where ideas are proven and stories are proven, and a place for them to look for things that they can buy. That puts you in a pretty good position because you don't have to say yes. If you are self-publishing, making a good living at it, then you can be very, very picky. And I would talk with some authors who have made that jump and see what they think about it and whether they are glad that it happened or not. I would point you toward them. But generally, the attitude is positive. I mean, 50 Shades of Grey was so successful that Random House gave a $5,000 check to every employee in the entire company. We are talking about thousands and thousands of people. If I live in a foreign country, how hard is it published in the U.S. and other English-speaking countries? It is hard. Not impossible, but it is hard. The main trick you're going to run into is getting your story into English, because the U.S. sits in this kind of privileged position in the publishing industry where the U.S. has enough and strong enough of a market that it doesn't need to look toward foreign published things in order to sell to its audience. Because of that, only the things that sell the very best in foreign countries do U.S. publishers buy and take on the cost of translation. If you are writing in English, then the difficulty is not much higher than it is for everyone else. If you are already writing in English, your difficulty is people who live here have a better chance of being able to meet editors and agents by going to conventions. It's just cheaper for them to do. And that is still a way that a lot of people get published. But editors aren't caring where you're from, they're caring how good the story is. And they will not, in my experience, look with any prejudice on a book from a foreign country, as long as the book is good. Sometimes, having an advocate locally, if you have some author friends who are published and you are published in your country, they can facilitate. Like Three Body Problem coming to the U.S. was helped by Ted Chiang quite a bit.
Because it's a Chinese author.
Like that. So yeah, that sort
Blue
of thing.
Chow or something.
But if you're writing in a foreign language, you'll have to get it into English, most likely, and take that expense upon yourself before you can submit it in the U.S., or you're going to have to sell really well in your local language, enough that, the people who have made it over here are like Sapkowski level sales, or Three Body Problem, or, Cornelia Funke from Germany. Some of these authors have made it in translation. It's a little stacked against you because the U.S. publishers don't have to pay for books in translation, and the publishers in other countries generally will pay for that translation for an English book going to their language because they have the proof of concept in the U.S. market of something selling really well. There you are. Thank you for your questions. Those were excellent questions, and once again, thank you so much for hanging out, being in the comments section. I actually get your comments still to my phone. I don't respond that often, but all the comments on YouTube videos come to my phone. They tend to come in a flood, and I only see like 1 out of 100. But I do glance at my phone now and then and see what you guys have written in the comment section. So thank you for that. Thank you for what you have to say. Thank you for your participation. Keep writing. I know it's a hard world out there for publishing, and I give you my best, and hopefully this has been a good resource to you. If you have helpful feedback or other answers to these questions, leave them in the comments. Particularly if we had a couple of questions from people writing overseas, trying to maybe break into the English market or things like that. If you have experience there, please share your experience. I would love to hear what you think people who have done it. Same thing with the indie authors. If you've been thinking of going traditional, or if you have gone traditional and either have gone back to indie, or if you have experience in that realm and you are watching these, please post your thoughts. What your experience trumps my theory. So I would like to hear what your experience is. We'll be back in probably 5 years, maybe more. to do another round of recordings of my lectures. So these are the ones that will stand as our newest lectures for the next 5 years. And I hope that they will be a long-standing resource for everyone in the industry.
Hell yeah. We still got one more to go over. The closing. Closing and finishing notes. Remarkably simple technique for creating stunning work. Alright. Let's get this shit set up. So I had an idea of what to do. So what do you guys think of this? So we go to this overlay, and then we take this. And we just put it there. Think that'll work? Boy. Okay. There we go. This is just more paper. Just got there for now. Okay, so let's just go here. Like this. There we go. Okay, so let's more paper. Okay, we got everything we need, right? Here. Which means we're gonna be like this, and then we'll be doing like this, just making sure I'm in the frame. We're good. Perfect.
Welcome to ArtTutorialsOnline.com. My name is Paul Priestley. Today we're going to be looking at how to compose a picture. Whether it's a drawing or a painting, it doesn't matter. We're going to compose the picture, and we're going to use a method called thirds. Yes, not first, not seconds, but thirds.
Thirds. I told you, thirds. That's why I'm here, right? Because it's
You'll
like
notice
one,
I've drawn out a series of
two,
rectangles, and I'm
three.
dividing them up along each edge by 1/3. Where the lines cross in the middle is going to be my centre of interest. The horizontal line is going to be the horizon, and you can see here now I am using the block on the right hand.
Well, first of all, we would have to make that square. So do 8 by 4.5. 8. On this side. There. And now it's really hard to see. It's unfortunate. I need to figure this out. But it's still a work in progress, so I don't know. I'm gonna have to get better paper. I think that's the main thing. It's the color of the paper. But at least we're trying, right? And then 4 is 1.3. Oops. And that's actually off of here. It's 4.3. There. All right, and we've got horizon. Horizon. This is almost like being in art classes all over again. Hell yeah. Let's go. Okay, so we have some shrubbery.
Inside the smaller of the 2 blocks to join my trees. And these...
Okay, so well, he's got 3 and I got 3, but we're going to throw another one over top of this guy. So we just go like, kind of slightly bent here. Where? Which looks like it's slightly in the background.
trees are going to be quite dark. Once I've shaded them in, as you'll be able to see.
Okay. Art and history are my favorite subjects. Nice. Mine was science and Japanese. Yeah, we had Japanese class. Our school counselor was a Japanese teacher. We got super lucky in the curriculum. You want to see my Japanese books? Okay, well, we have level 1. Not going to show that one on the front cover. That has my name on it. It's just learning basic stuff. Like, here's time. So you learn, you know, Ohio gozaimasu is in the morning, konnichiwa is the daytime, konbanwa is evening, and just about the culture and language, communication. Here's a map of Japan. Animals and objects. Like your classic stuff. One thing I don't have is my vocabulary book. It has, or my writing book that has all the kanji in it and everything. And then there's the other one, which I think is more... This is the advanced one. It's like food, talking on the phone, doctor's appointment, different parts of the body. Then we only did half of this. It's kind of like, I don't even know what this is. Oh, you have to read the passage and learn the root. Okay. Like vocabulary for different things. I was not a good student. I was not a good student. Yeah, we had a lot of studying. Okay.
See in a moment. Now, you should always try to balance a dark area against a much bigger, lighter area.
Okay, so now we're just kind of drawing this canopy here. So it's kind of just like...
Dark areas dominate, so you want them smaller than light areas. Now, if you notice here...
There's a little shrubbery here. How much do you still remember? Not much. I don't remember any verbs. I know how to say Nihongo hanashimasu, I speak Japanese. O genki desu ka, which is how are you? O tenki wa ii desu, it's good weather outside. Shower o wabimasu, go have a shower. So I guess I know, like, due to certain sayings, I know certain verbs. But yeah, no. Even watching anime, I'm still like, because that's why I got into Japanese, is because of watching anime. And I was like, yeah, no. I'm a lazy piece of shit. I don't do fuck
my
all.
path in there, which is going to put...
Okay, so there's a path.
point to that cross. You see the dark against the light, small dark, large light.
I'm sure you could
Was it
still
the
learn.
light?
Oh, I could still learn if I wanted to. Super easily.
Now, in the next drawing, I have moved
I'm like, why is that so big? It's because that was in inches, not centimeters. Okay, so we're going to try and be on the exact same spot here. This one down at the bottom here, so 2.7 about there, and 1.3, which is about, that's not right. Right? No, see, that I was right. That's on the top, not on the bottom. Well, on the bottom, there. This. Why is that not the same as this? Oh, because no. Wait, what? Oh, I did it. No. I'm so confused. This is 2.5. Oh, that's why. This is supposed to go there. First time I had to use an eraser. Fake line. It's a fake line. Okay, what's the next drawing?
Moved my centre of interest because the lines cross in a different position. So this time the trees are on the left-hand side.
Okay.
The composition. You should always try out different compositions for your painting. Don't just come up with one idea. Try lots. Of different ideas. Now I'm shading the top of these in, so I'm creating my small dark area, which is balanced by the larger light area now on the right hand side. And in a moment I'll put a little bit of shading under the trees here, shading for my little trees in the background as well. And then I'm going to move on to draw the path. Now the path is going to pop.
Oh, I didn't do shade underneath the trees. I also didn't do the horizon, did I? Is what it is, right?
point to my centre of interest. Where the lines cross, as you can see here, the path is guiding the eye
towards the trees.
Towards the centre of interest.
Okay, I know this one's up and down. Okay. Yeah, see, I left this side kind of a little bit open, right? Should be like more over here. So maybe we should just move the path. No, it's supposed to get wider as you go. Pulls you off that way. I don't know, I can't do it. Just gonna keep trying though. Maybe that works. It should still go wider, right? Should be like that. Okay. Good enough, right? 4 up. Or sorry, 8 up. And we want top. So I feel like that line's wrong. Slightly wrong, but it's not that bad. Could be better.
As the artist, that is what you're trying to get the viewer to do, to look at that. point. So you're using the path as a guide. Now, on this composition, you'll notice the horizon now is much higher. Because I'm taking the top third of the picture, and this will create a much bigger foreground. It will make the design look
Oh, it looks fucking horrible. That's like too straight. Maybe that's the problem. I think it's actually this line. It's causing this problem. There, I think that's better. Still looks like shit though.
as though the trees are much, much further away. You see the idea? And yet it's the same composition, but it's got a totally different feel from the previous two drawings.
Okay, two more. And this one is 1/3 this way. Choose there, and on the low end is 1.3, which is there. Hey there, you making comic? XP Canada. Oh, Canada. Nice. Technically, no, not yet, but that is like the idea eventually. We're just, you know, doing perspectives and stuff like that. How to manipulate the page to your will. Normally we do writing, but we are currently in our drawing arc. And it is, yeah. It's going. I don't know how well, but it's going. How are you today? How are you doing? Are you as well an artist? Oh no, crap. I did the wrong one. I wasn't paying attention. Okay, so we'll change this one to that one. Move this perspective line. I was right the first time. I was looking at the wrong one. 1.3. There. Perfect. Okay, and then...
Now in this composition
okay,
here,
well he's doing that one. Yeah, that's the one we're doing. Wait. Oh my god, I put the line on the wrong side. I put both the lines on the wrong side. I'm just bad at this. Because I'm left-handed, I swear. Everything's backwards to me. Okay, so this is 9, 6, 8. Like right there. There we go. Okay, let's try and fit this box. Same thing, just...
you'll notice again a high horizon, again the small block on the right hand side for the trees, and the path will be popped in a moment. But you'll notice this time it doesn't look as though it's quite so far away as in the previous drawing, because you've got a shorter foreground. Do you see the idea? So it gives a different feel to the composition. Now this final one is a little bit more extreme. This time I'm going to use the long third on the left.
Okay, so let's just finish this up, because he's so fast. It's bullshit fast. My hands aren't that steady to move that fast. Can't do it. I can't keep up. Okay, what? I don't know. I'm bad at that. We'll get better as we practice, right? That's the whole point. Practice makes perfect. Okay, and then one more in the long perspective in the bottom left. Yay! We're getting there. Slowly but surely. Maybe that's really short. Yeah, that is short. No, wait. Is this longer? I'm so confused. What happened here? It's just perspective. It's just perspective. I don't know why it feels longer and thinner, even though it's measured correctly. I swear I did it right. still. Could have used more, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit off. Okay, and then this one, we want this to be our perspective here. So we want to go that. These are trees in the front. Seems a little broken, but it is what it is, right? We slowly work our way into it.
This section here now, as you can see on the left-hand side, I'll just block in the top section. This is my dark area, balanced again by the very large rectangle on the right.
Oh man, I put it way too over to this side, apparently.
A lot. Again, you can see the
okay, well, let's get rid of that one
this
shitty
time,
tree then.
Looks much more intimate.
Let's get rid of this guy. Okay. How's he gonna... Okay, he does the path like that.
Everything looks closer. Do you see the idea? I wonder which one you prefer. But notice here, when I put in the centres of interest and the path, you'll notice the path leads to the centre of interest. It draws the eye into the picture. Now we can do exactly the same thing for portraits. But in this
oh no, I gotta draw more of these! Oh no. Guys, we're only halfway through the video. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a smart way to do this. Okay. Just gonna make it a little bit bigger. Easy fucking peasy. Okay, what are the dimensions? It should be the same, right? Well, no, it's double because it's 16. There. So this is... Shit, what's the first one? Okay, it's up and over. There, 8.5, it's 2, 3, like there. Wait, what? No. That's not right. 1, 2, 3, 2. There. I can't tell which side that's on. And the fact that the first one is standing up. I'm like, shit. Shit. The first two are standing up, so I gotta do those. Good enough. There.
Now I'm going to start with the traditional idea, where you put the face bang in the centre of the...
Okay, so the first, that's why it's so weird. So the first one isn't a third, it's the center. That's what's been throwing me off. Like, this doesn't look like thirds. My eyes fucking with me. Okay, so we got...
picture. Just above halfway, but banging... the centre otherwise. This is... the traditional way that people...
Get out of here, bot. Oh, I didn't even see him. Peace!
take photographs, portraits, self. Selfies, that sort of thing. Okay, everybody's so used to this, and it works. It's nice.
Okay, so we got
balanced. There's nothing wrong with it. It just looks a bit boring, basically. You can do much better. Do you see how we've got the line in the background just to make things look a little bit more off-center?
long neck. You got a fucking long, skinny ass motherfucking neck.
Now, if I choose to use thirds, I get a totally different.
Okay. This camera angle just does not work. My dude. You can see him. Looks like a fucking clown. Look at that face. Face, like my freaking 8-year-old nephew can draw better faces than that. Okay, so now we're gonna do thirds. Like there. It's not 100%, but it's close. Right. This one's across the top, so 5, go like there. Mwah! I can sleep whenever I want. Yay, Callie! How's it going? How are you today, Callie? Are you ready for some rivals later, Callie?
Idea. So again, the lines cross in the.
No, you're not. You're not ready. Does that mean you don't want to play with me, Callie? Me and my ugly faces?
But this time, you notice the head is much higher.
Wow, Callie, how could you? Bad talk. Stop! No!
Up the picture, it's also slightly to the right, but it also makes the figure look more dominant in the picture, or the painting, or the drawing, whichever you prefer.
That is not what I sound like! Callie, I know what you sound like, Callie. I can hear you. God damn fucking bullshit every fucking time. And look, Callie, it still won't let me follow you. No matter what I do, it won't let me fucking follow you.
Like a marshmallow over a campfire, I'm expected to burn. But no one expects me to fall into the flames when I can't hold on to the roasting stick. Fire spreads, and no one knows how to stop it. At first, everything is so bright. Everyone thinks that light is hope, but that light is just me fighting the fire, trying not to suffocate in the heat. But when my skin charred, I didn't get bitter. I smiled, and the half of me that burned smiled too. I think smiling makes me a bit like the fire, wild and contagious. I don't control the fire. I can't choose not to burn. I'm always under the flames. But when half of me has gone charred in the cruel heat, I choose to stay sweet.
Damn, Callie, this is some powerful shit.
Do you see the idea?
Look, I tried to
Look
copy
here,
him.
can you see the image?
But like my shirt doesn't look anything like his. I tried.
Looks much more dominant. It's
I'm gonna really give him eyebrows, right? I'm gonna give him some eyebrows.
compared to the other one.
Some windowsill shit going on here.
Now, I'm going to sketch out all three here, but I'm going to zoom through these quickly because you don't want to watch me drawing all these little.
But I do. I want to see you draw them all. So we need one more up and down and one more sideways. Okay. So, Callie, does that mean you don't want to play Marvel Rivals? Because you got to make your decision now, because I'm deciding right now if I'm playing Marvels after I finish this or not. We're probably go down for maintenance in a few hours, in an hour, I think. I'm 100% on that. Huh. Fuck. That would be my luck. Would be my luck. Well, in that case, fuck it, I guess. I guess I'm just going to bed after this. We gotta write another story tomorrow. So, it's gonna be a big day tomorrow. Uninstalled. Why? Okay. Well, I mean, it's your prerogative. It's your prerogative. You can do what you want, Callie. I ain't judging you, bro. Going to space on my computer. I feel that. That's why I bought a 1 gigabyte hard drive. Yes. There. Perspectives. This. Okay. For Rivals and League and Phasmophobia? Fuck yeah, Phasmophobia is great. Okay, so we're gonna try and draw this face from scratch. Damn. He's going something like this. His body way overshot that shit. A little bit of a shoulder, and then we'll go down to like this. Looks like a fucking clown nose. I don't know how to do this one. There, I think that's good.
Sketches, but notice how the composition
Well, I forgot the,
changes
like,
how
little
you
piece
feel
under
about
there,
the
shit.
person that you are looking at. How some of these individuals look.
Okay, so we got 2 more to draw. This one is bottom left, top right. There. And up. So there. Yeah, maintenance is going to start in an hour. Season 4 is ending, and we're going to Season 4.5. It's a big update, new hero buffs, nerfs. Oh, okay, new patch and everything. Alright, well, no problem in calling it a night early, right? I mean, we've been streaming for what? 7.5 hours? That's pretty decent, right? Usually down for like 2 hours. Okay. Yeah, I know those updates. Oh, I forgot to like shade his face. Think it's getting better? Oh god, it's so bad. This one's a little over. Oh, I gotta do like the background, right? Do. I think something like that. Your faces are better than mine. I hate having to draw faces. I'm usually pretty bad at them. I think this one's my best, though. Little guy here. He got something about him, right? He got something about him. I mean, that one's not too bad. It's more round face. We got long boy. Like these two long boys, and we got like the fat boy, and we got another fat boy, and another long boy. I think that's pretty successful for today. Considering we had to draw the boxes and stuff like that. I need to get, like, better paper, though. So we can actually see this shit. This is not good. Just don't work. Don't work the way you want it to, but I don't know. What do you guys think of the camera setup? Even though the chat's over it. Do you want me to, like, move the chat to the other side so it's not over top of it? Or do you want to, like, I could, like... I must go commit slumber, have an epic moment. True, Sean. Well, I'm about to head off, too, so you lasted until the end of the stream, bro. Where is it? I could go like this, and I could take this, and I could move it, like, here. I could, like, get rid of... this. Or again, I could just keep it where it is so you can, like, look at both spots, and then I just take chat and put the chat, like, over here. Like, right up here. Or again, I could just, like, go like that. I don't know. We can play around with it. Doesn't really matter. You know? We can figure something out. Something that works. I think this is probably the best. Because then it's like it's only taking up a... I mean, I could even literally make this smaller. So we can go like this in enough that I'm always like up here, right? So... we could make it smaller. Or we could go like that. We can figure something out. Doesn't really matter. But anyways. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Thanks for coming by. Fucking epic day today. We got our drawing in one step at a time, right? We didn't get to read a wheel of time, but that's okay. Skip it every once in a while. It'll still take us 6.5 years to fucking finish all the books. I'm sorry, Callie, that you showed up right at the end. I know, but I really, yeah, I'm tired. It's a late one, guys, you know? I know I said these 9-hour, 12-hour streams, but honestly, I lied. I can't do it. And I'm not going to push myself to do it. I'm only going to do what I can do, and that's what I can do. So it is what it is. So remember, guys, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, remember, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Yeah, I have no problem admitting I lied. Fuck it, I lied. I told you I was gonna do it, and I didn't do it. I fucking lied. So yeah. Who we rating today? Let's find out. And we'll see you guys on
the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Damals in Zivi im Jugendheim in deiner Stadt hast du ab und zu beim Auf- und Abbau von Konzerten am Wochenende geholfen. Und da hast du die Beatsteaks live auf der Bühne Backstage gesehen. Da waren die noch vorhin. Oh, nice. Also ich kenne sie nicht, aber...
It's all for you, Callie. This one's for you.